Under a foggy sky, a man walked among many mountains and thought that 2 weeks had passed since he went to the ancient dungeon. The man walked and thought that he didn't want to come back empty-handed, and he needed to come up with something. Thoughts continued in his head that he had already reached the limit of the 7th circle, but he did not know a way to get to the 8th circle. A man walked past many trees and thought that he really couldn't reach the 8th circle. The old man thought that he was a great wizard, a master of the 7th circle, and he didn't care about the 8th circle. He would get to the 9th circle, which had never been reached by any person. The old man finally passed through small mountains and a forest with many trees and reached the city where people lived. When the elder finally came to the city, he entered an establishment where he was greeted by a man standing behind the bar, wiping cups. The man who stood behind the bar was very happy to greet the old man, and exclaimed his name with joyful eyes. Midan began to ask how the man who stood behind the bar was doing. He was really interested in how things were going on in the city. The man came out of his workplace and began to say that everything was fine with him, and asked Midan if he was returning from the trip. Midan answered that he was returning, and it took him quite a long time. The man suggested that Midan was most likely tired after the journey, and invited him to sit down, and also offered him a glass of beer. Midan agreed with gratitude. The man working in this establishment prepared Midan a glass of beer, treated him to it, and sat thoughtfully next to him, thinking about something. Midan drank a glass of beer while continuing to sit in this establishment, and he noticed that they were looking at him very thoughtfully, as if they wanted to ask him something. Midan told the man sitting next to him that he noticed his curious look. He was told that it was just interesting to learn about Midan's campaign. The man began to ask Midan that he had gone on a journey after learning that an ancient dungeon had been found and whether Midan had seen this ancient dungeon. Midan, closing his eyes, began to remember something and answered the question that he really saw this ancient dungeon. The man became very interested in this answer and began to ask how it was, whether the rumors were true and whether Midan managed to find a way to reach the 8th circle. Midan put a mug of beer on the table and sadly began to say that the rumors were too exaggerated and that he came with nothing. The man was very upset when he heard the answer and began to tell Midan that apparently he was very disappointed. Midan replied that he could not do anything and that it was almost impossible to get to the 8th circle. The man was confused by the phrase that it was impossible, and he began to say that 800 years ago the Archmage Michel rose and also 450 years ago the Archmage Kaisen reached the 8th circle. The man began to support Midan in every possible way and said that he was much better than these magicians who had reached the 8th circle. Midan thanked him for his support. The man continued to say that on this continent there were only 3 wizards of the 7th circle and Midan was one of them, and that among all of them, if anyone could reach the 8th circle, it would only be Midan. Midan continued to sit at the table very upset, and say that he also thought so, but it was too upsetting because he did not see the road. The man who was sitting next to Midan continued to say that he really believes in him, and that there is not much time left, but he thinks that Midan will achieve his goal. Midan looked at his interlocutor with gratitude in his eyes and said that his words gave him hope. In the city in which Midan was now located there were a lot of multi-story buildings from which lights were burning. Midan and his interlocutor approached the door, and his interlocutor opened the door, letting him into another room. The man began to clear the dirty dishes from the table and asked Midan if he was leaving early in the morning. Midan answered that the path to the palace was very long, and he thought it was better to leave early in the morning. The interlocutor began to say that he would prepare everything for Midan's departure, and wished him good night. Midan thanked his interlocutor. The elder stood in one place and thought about something in his head. There were different thoughts about his travels. Midan was in the room where he would rest. He went to the window and began to breathe fresh air, thinking about something. He looked at the moon and thought that every time the war was repeated, he felt that his will to achieve the 8th circle weakened. His head continued to be attacked by different thoughts, and he still began to think that there would always be another way to achieve the goal he wanted. Midan thought that he was now 78 years old, and that he would live for at least another 50 years, which should be enough time to achieve his goal. The city in which Midan was located was covered in night, and it was time to rest. The lights turned off in the windows. A large bed stood in the middle of the room where Midan was resting. He had already laid down on the bed to sleep and rest before tomorrow. Midan was already lying in the bed that stood in the middle of the room. He was trying to sleep but continued to think about what he had in front of him tomorrow. While falling asleep on a large soft bed, thoughts about the 8th circle that he wanted to achieve continued to creep into his head. Suddenly, different voices began to be heard in my head, a voice saying that Midan slept so well and that when he woke up he would be very surprised. The voice continued to say that when Midan wakes up, his face will look a little different, and will he be able to reach the 8th circle with such a face? In Midan's dream, voices continued to be heard and something incomprehensible continued to happen. Suddenly his eyes began to look younger, and he felt that something incomprehensible was happening to his face at the moment. Midan began to think that he began to feel fresh. He felt that all the heaviness and sadness had completely disappeared. Suddenly, before his eyes, he saw the outlines of a young woman standing in front of him, and calling him by an unfamiliar name. Midan opened his eyes and saw a young woman standing in front of him. She was screaming his name and asking him if he had regained consciousness. Beads of sweat were flowing down the woman's cheek. Midan abruptly jumped out of bed and began asking the woman who stood in front of him who she was and why she called him Hyen. The woman turned around sharply and ran to the door. She shouted to the others who were in the house that Hyen had finally woken up. Midan did not understand who this woman was. In his head there were various questions, starting from where he was and what kind of woman was next to him. Midan began to examine the room in which he was, and it seemed very strange to him that he was here because he was sure that he had fallen asleep in the hotel. Suddenly he paid attention to his hands and something seemed very strange to him, as his former old hands had turned into young hands without wrinkles. Midan was shocked that his body had turned into that of a young guy. He was in a room unfamiliar to him among people unfamiliar to him. Midan was very surprised and did not understand what the hell happened while he was sleeping and why he was in the body of a young guy. He didn't understand how it happened that he found himself in a completely unfamiliar room and also in the body of another person. Looking at his hands, a drop of sweat flowed down his cheek. He did not understand what the hell had happened to him, and how he ended up in a place unfamiliar to him. In the house where Midan was located, different voices were heard and screams could also be heard that the name of some Hyen. 2 people ran into Midan's room and one woman told another person that Hyen had finally woken up. The man who entered the room with the woman began to run to Midan to hug him and said that he was his dear son. The father began to thank God and say that all these doctors could not say what the reason was for Hyen's coma. Now he is conscious because God heard their prayers. The boy's father was sitting next to him on the bed and there were tears in his eyes. He asked Hyen if he was okay and asked if the boy remembered him because he was his father. The boy continued to sit on the bed next to his father. Midan did not understand whose body he was in and began to ask what was happening here, who these people were, and where he was. The father, with a downcast gaze, turned to the woman standing next to her. She began to say that she didn't know what was wrong with him, and that he had been talking like that since he woke up. The father looked forward with a sad look. There were tears in his eyes and he thought about the fact that his son really didn't know who was sitting in front of him. The boy sat and said that he did not understand what these people were talking about, and perhaps they did not speak a common continental language. The father burst into tears. His gaze was downcast. He began to say that the boy had been in a coma for so long and that was why he was now talking nonsense. Crying, the father sharply hugged his son and began to thank him that his son survived and that now they could be close. The woman who was standing nearby also wanted to hug the boy and began to say his name. The boy did not expect that 2 people would hug him so sharply at once, and with a slight movement he began to break out of the hug, asking what they were doing. Midan began to shout that if they didn't leave him, he would use his magic to get them to leave him. A drop of sweat flowed down the cheek of Midan, who was in the guy's body. He did not understand what was happening and began to think about where his mana was. Midan in the guy's body began to understand that when he moved into this new body, he stopped feeling any mana in this body. He was suddenly frightened, droplets of sweat were flowing down his face. He realized that the mana that he had accumulated throughout his life had disappeared, as if it had not been there from the very beginning. Midan, being surrounded by people unfamiliar to him, knelt down and began screaming at the top of his lungs. In the courtyard of the house where Midan was located there were a lot of people doing different things around the house. Midan continued to inspect the territory and in the distance a lot of houses and even palaces with many floors and windows could also be seen. Midran in the body of a young guy sat on the window examining the area where he was and thought what the hell this was, and he had so many questions and no clues. He thought that he definitely fell asleep in the tavern, and if it was dark magic like the magical seventh circle, he would have felt it. But at that time there was nothing. Sitting and thinking about the current situation, he realized that no matter how much he thought about it, he still could not understand anything. Midran understood that he was in a strange place, and that his mana had disappeared, and now he looked like a child. What could have happened to him while he was sleeping? When Midran was sitting in the room and watching what was happening in the distance, a woman was spying on all this from behind the wall. The woman who stood behind the wall and watched the boy approached him and asked if he wanted to eat. A woman standing nearby burst into tears and began to say that several days had passed since he woke up, but he was still in such an incomprehensible state. Midran, in the body of a young boy, turned around and looking at this woman, he understood that it was very difficult for this unfamiliar woman. Midran understood that the son of this woman, who woke up after suddenly falling into a coma, had ignored her for several days, and that in her place he would have felt the same. A woman with tear-stained eyes held out a spoon to her son, who had recently emerged from a coma, and asked him to eat at least something. The young guy understood how hard it was for this woman who stood in front of him, and he agreed to eat something. Midran understood that he had to learn the language of this place, and then find answers about what happened to him. He simply had no choice. Getting ready to eat, the boy opened his mouth to finally eat something in a few days, since he had not eaten anything all this time. The woman, with tears in her eyes, was glad that her son finally wanted to eat something. She handed him a spoon with food. The woman enthusiastically held out the spoon. The boy thought that this woman was so happy that she was simply feeding her son. It looks like he needs to pretend to be her real son for a while. Over time, the weather changed, time passed, and the leaves began to fall on the trees, which meant that autumn had come. Time passed and winter had already come. Light snow fell from the sky and dusted the trees. Midran's life in this family continued. Midran in the body of a young boy was sitting at the table and reading something. There were many books around him. His parents were standing behind him, watching what was happening. The parents stopped watching their son and went out onto the porch to talk about him and decide what to do next. This boy's mother was very happy and thought that it looked like she was still sleeping. Midan asked what she meant. The woman smiled affectionately and thought that just a few months ago her son was in a coma, and now here he stood in front of her alive and next to her. The boy, with sadness in his eyes, began to say that he was still alive thanks to the love of his mother who took care of her son. The woman with a gentle look answered the boy that it was not her merit, but that the boy was saved by heaven. The Midran in the guy's body began to say that he didn't remember anything. The woman asked him if he remembered anything about what happened before his coma. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek and began to say that his mother said that he suddenly lost consciousness after returning from a trip, but he didn't even remember that. The woman began to calm the boy down and tell him that he did not need to rush and that his memories would return gradually. At least she really hoped so. The boy suddenly began asking his mother if anything strange happened when he fell into a coma or before he woke up. This boy's mother thought about it and began to say that nothing was as strange as she had already said and that it all happened very suddenly. What he heard made the boy very sad, and he understood that if this was so, then he could not do anything further. He needed to think about how to return to his body. The boy walked along the bridge where the white snow lay and thought about what happened to him and what he should do next with it. The guy raised his head up and looked at the moon. He thought that there is only one moon in this world. The guy thought that even after learning the language, he would not be able to find any clues about how he came into this world, and he would remain in the body of this boy forever. Midran in the boy's body continued to think that he always wanted to reach the 8th circle, but now in this body he can do it. Straightening his arms, he thought that changing his body did not mean that he ceased to be the Archmage Midran and all he had to do was start over. He must restore his strength and find a way to return, and he would definitely regain his strength. Midran continued to live in the guy's body. He read various books that would help him regain his strength. The boy communicated with different people, communicated with them, and also thought that he needed to get his strength back as soon as possible. Midran, in the body of the young guy he fell into, was sitting at the table with his father. They were drinking tea and talking about life. This boy's family lived in a large castle, which was located among many houses. In the castle where the boy's family lived there was a huge garden. The gardener ran through this garden around the flying petals. The gardener stopped abruptly and began to call the young master and say that the master was looking for him. The shadow of some guy appeared behind the door. The gardener stopped and looked at this shadow. Midan in the body of a young guy came out from behind the wall and saw a man in front of him and thought that it was his father. Life continued in the castle, and the boy asked his father if he called him, or if he heard his name called. The father saw that his son had responded to his call and stood closely watching his boy. The father smiled and said that his son was finally here. He asked him to come in and say hello to General Lee Munyoung. The guy came closer and politely greeted the man who stood in front of him. The young guy saw a man sitting at a table. He felt that very energy of mana, and there was a lot of it. The guy was very surprised how the hell he could feel so much energy, and why exactly here he felt it. In front of the guy sat a man with a long beard and an interesting headdress, and it was from him that a lot of mana energy came. The young man was extremely surprised by what was happening. He felt that the amount of this mana exceeded any sword master from the empire. The guy continued to carefully look at the man sitting in front of him. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheek. He thought that this man's mana was insanely pure, and he was wondering how he made it like that. The man who had such strong mana energy finally asked Hyen if he recognized him. The man had heard that Hyen was making great progress in his studies. The young guy smiled slightly and said that he just read a few books in the library. The general continued to say that if reading all the books in the library is a small achievement, then their achievements are nothing compared to this, and laughed. The guy's father laughed and asked not to mock his son and offered his interlocutor a drink, who politely agreed. Finally, Hyen was told to sit down at the table, and the guy obeyed and sat down at the table next to his interlocutors. The young guy was also poured something into the bowl, and they continued to sit in pleasant company and communicate with each other. The company continued to chat cheerfully, discussing various topics. Hyen kept watching the men and was still extremely surprised. The young guy continued to watch the man whose energy seemed very strong to him. He was wondering where this man got so much energy. On a bright sunny day, the rays of the sun broke through the green leaves, warming all the people on earth. Midan in the body of a young guy walked thoughtfully through the territory of his current home and continued to think about his own. The guy was sure that General Lee Munyoung's mana was orderly concentrated in the area of his stomach. Midan in the body of a young guy was very amazed that the general had collected such an amount of mana in his body. The guy stood and thoughtfully looked into the distance, thinking that this general had a lot of energy and was very strong. The Midan in the guy's body saw how that same general stood next to him and, pulling out a sword, practiced showing various tricks. The man, taking out the sword, performed various movements with this instrument. These were some kind of tricks. Midan understood that the man who was now standing in front of him was showing the law of the Golden Emperor with his movements. This was the third movement. The guy was very surprised that this man could make such movements. Beads of sweat ran down his cheek and his eyes were full of surprise. The general continued to show different tricks with his sword. He began to show the fourth movement, then the fifth, and then the sixth movement. The general was very angry when he was doing tricks with his sword. He made the next move number 7. Suddenly he saw that someone was watching him and in a sharp voice asked who was next to him and was watching him. Midan in the body of a young guy was very frightened when they called him in a sharp voice. He froze and did not know what to say. The general was very surprised when he saw that all his movements were being watched by the son of his comrade. His eyes were full of surprise. The general abruptly closed his eyes and began to think that thank God he did not harm this young guy. The young guy realized that he was not in any danger and politely asked for forgiveness from the sir, and said that he was just passing by. The general smiled politely and said that there was nothing wrong with it, and even if he looked at his training, it would not be a big problem. The young guy became very embarrassed and lowered his eyes. He said that, nevertheless, he spied on the general's training without permission. The general was very surprised by the politeness of this guy and began to think about something. There were some doubts in his head. The general put his hand on the guy's shoulder and invited him to walk. The guy was a little scared by this gesture but agreed to walk with the general. On the territory where this young guy's house was located, many people worked. They were engaged in various household chores. Suddenly the general turned to the young guy and asked him if the boy had anything that he really wanted to ask him about. The young guy easily answered this question that the energy emanating from the general's body was very thick, and how did the general accumulate such pure, dense energy? The general was very surprised by this question. There were different thoughts in his head, and for some reason sadness flashed in his eyes. The general began to examine the young guy from part to part of his body, continuing to think about something, continuing to examine the guy in different parts of the body. The general watched this young man closely and thought about something of his own. The man thought about the fact that this boy was not a martial arts master, but he could feel his ki. Finally, the man decided to answer this question and asked the young man if he wanted to know about the nature of the energy in his body. Drops of sweat flowed down the young guy's cheeks, but he easily answered that he would very much like to know about the nature of the energy in the general's body. The general began to say that this energy was called ki. Somewhere it was called Namgong energy, and as the guy managed to notice ki, it was energy that carefully penetrated the body. The young guy was very fascinated by this knowledge, and he decided to ask how the general collected this energy. The man with the beard continued to say that in this world there were many techniques for accumulating ki energy. The young guy was very fascinated by the word technology. He began to think that there were many of these methods and he had to master them. Midan in the boy's body continued the conversation with the general and asked him where he could get these techniques. The general was very surprised by these questions. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheek and he thought about the questions of this young man who stood in front of him. Finally, the general asked the young guy if he had really decided to become a martial arts master. The boy began to answer that he was simply interested in finding out about this. Questions again arose in the general's head about how this young guy had so much interest in martial arts. The general replied that all these techniques were kept in the strictest confidence. This is a real treasure of any practitioner. The general could give the guy only a few instructions, but how much the boy mastered them would depend only on himself. The boy continued to look at the general with delight, and asked him whether everything the general said was true. The man with the beard laughed sweetly and told the boy not to worry. The young guy thanked the general for the advice. The general continued to ask the interlocutor if he really wanted to become a martial arts master. The young guy answered that perhaps he would. During the day the sky was completely gray, there were very few clouds and there was practically no sun. Midan, in the body of a young guy, sat at the table and thought that he needed to store mana not only in his heart. The boy continued to think that if he collected mana so systematically, something might come of it. Midan thought that from the continent's point of view, it was increasingly like the knight's methods were a miniature version of the dragon. The guy had a lot of different thoughts in his head, and he became fixated on information about the dragon. He thought that humanity received magic from dragons, and that the source of this magic was the heart of a dragon. When people studied magic, a circle formed in the heart, and this was precisely the first circle. Midan thought that the formation of the fifth circle put an insanely heavy load on the heart, as a result of which side effects appeared, which is why he could not reach the seventh circle. Various questions suddenly arose in his head. He thought that dragons had two hearts. Midan continued his thought by saying that in addition to the heart that distilled blood, there was a dragon's heart that accumulated mana. Suddenly the guy began to think about what if people accumulated mana in another place, and it was pure mana that circulated. With fear and surprise in his eyes, he came to the conclusion that it was the eighth circle, and then he realized that it was still the ninth circle. Sitting at the table, he thought that if he used the meridians, a person could form an analog of a dragon's heart, and what he had been trying to achieve all these years, this time he would reach the top. In the distance we could see many huge mountains that frightened us with their power and strength. On the territory of the city there was a castle in which the family of the guy lived, into whose body Midan moved in. In the castle, the family continued to live their lives. On the territory of the castle there were a lot of workers who did different things around the house. On the territory of the house where the boy lived there were many trees and also beautiful buildings. A young guy was sitting on the floor with his eyes closed in a special position, with his hands spread out in a special way. 3 books lay next to him. The young guy sat on the floor and thought about taking the energy of nature. He needed to pass it along the meridians, and then process it into pure mana. Sitting on the floor of Midan in the body of a young guy, he tried different practices to absorb the energy that he needed. Holding his books in his hands, which were next to him, the guy thought that thanks to these 3 books that were sent by General Li Munyang, he was still able to accumulate some mana. The guy opened one of the books and began to read about the Nei consciousness method, which collected internal ki by strengthening the body of the practitioner. He read an unknown book about various martial arts. Midan in the body of a young guy finally rose from the floor and was only focused on accumulating ki energy, as it was more practical. The guy went out onto the balcony and continued to think that he needed to accumulate energy to reach the 8th circle. He raised his head and, looking at the sky, thought that there was not enough mana in this world, but this was good in its own way. Looking at the sky, the guy thought that in order to accumulate the amount of mana he needed, he had to activate 6 magic circles. But now he could only activate 1 magic circle. Midan thought that he had already passed this path of overcoming many circles, so he already knew something. Suddenly, when the guy went out onto the porch, he saw that a gardener was sitting in front of him and was behaving very strangely. The guy thought that this man who was sitting in front of him was cold, so he sat and trembled. The young guy approached the trembling man in front of him and politely called out to him to find out about his well-being. The man smiled and asked the young gentleman. Perhaps something happened to him because for some reason he approached him. The young guy asked the man sitting in front of him if he was cold because for some reason he was behaving strangely. The man turned and began to answer the question that he was not cold, and the gentleman did not have to worry about him. The young guy was very surprised because he was sure that the man's condition was unimportant. He began to wonder what had happened to this man. The man smiled sharply and, reaching into his pocket, wanted to take out something and show it to the young master. Extending his hand to the young guy, he began to say that his strange condition was because of this stone. Midan in the body of a young guy saw that there was a stone lying on the man's hand. He was very surprised when he saw this stone. With a slight movement, he wanted to take this stone from the man's hand and asked him if he could look at this stone. The man, with a smile on his face, handing the stone to the young gentleman, easily replied that of course the young guy can look at this stone. When Midan, in the body of a young guy, took into his hands the stone that the man had given him, he suddenly thought about something. There was sudden and unexpected surprise in his eyes. He began to realize that in his hands lay a special stone. Holding the Midan stone in his hands in the guy's body, he realized that it was the same mana stone. The young man looked at the stone and realized that this stone was very different from those that could be found on the continent, and this particular stone was definitely a mana stone. The guy turned sharply to the man and began to ask the man where he got this stone. The man answered that he took this stone in Shanxi near a volcanic wave. The man began to explain that this stone was called the Spirit Stone, and if you place it next to you during training, its effectiveness will increase 1.5 times. The guy was shocked by the story and began to ask the man where he got this stone. The man began to explain that his friend was a miner, and it was he who mined this stone from a volcanic wave and gave it to him. The young guy, with the light in his eyes, began to ask the man if his friend could get him one such stone. The man easily answered that he would ask his friend. The guy looked at the man with gratitude and gave him the stone back. The man who had this stone turned around and began to leave, leaving behind the young guy in complete surprise. The guy thought that he had to get this stone because with it he could create a magic circle. On the territory of the house where the young guy lived, there were many men working who did housework. The gemstone, which was a mana stone and which the young guy needed so much, lay on a red canvas, surprising with its power, while the stone was very small. The young guy looked with delight at the stone that lay on the red canvas and thought that this stone was much larger than he expected and that now he would finally be able to accumulate the required amount of mana. In the house where the young guy lived, different voices were heard, someone thanking someone for a good job. The gardener began to say that they spent a lot of time looking for the drunk. The man sitting next to him began to make excuses and say how he could know that they would come looking for him. The young guy admired what was in his hands and the gardener asked him if this stone was really worth the master's time. Suddenly the guy raised his head and handed the bag of money to the man who brought him this stone. The boy held out the bag with a smile and said that it was a sign of gratitude and asked the man to accept this bag of money. The man who brought the stone laughed and accepted the bag of money as a sign of gratitude for bringing the stone to the young guy. Following the bag, the young guy also handed something to the gardener who helped him get this stone. The gardener was very surprised by the present, and said that he did not do anything. The guy began to explain that if it had not been for the gardener, he would not have received the stone, and asked him to accept the gift. The man happily extended his hands and bowed, and the young guy placed gratitude in his hands. The man who brought this stone began to tell the young master that he had one request. The guy asked what request this man had. The man who brought the stone had a drop of sweat running down his cheek, and he began to explain to the young guy that if someone asked him where he got this stone, he might as well not tell anything about it. The young guy smiled affectionately, and assured that the man had nothing to worry about because he knew how to keep secrets. The men sat nearby and thoughtfully looked at the gratitude that the young guy gave them. They were very happy with such gifts. Getting ready to continue their business, the men got up and began to leave the house talking about their business. The young guy looked and admired the stone that lay in front of him, and thought that thanks to this stone he wanted to focus on training. Midan thought about whether he should do this in solitude like people practicing martial arts. In any case, it was written that practitioners need special nutrition. Looking at his books, he thought that the book called Training My Conscience talked about a closed room for practitioners, and maybe he should try it. Midan, in the body of a young guy, rose from his seat and decided to ask and find out everything about this from his father. The father looked at his son with surprised eyes. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek. He asked his son if he wanted privacy. Midan, in the body of a young guy, stood in front of his father and answered his question that he really needed to retire for 3 years. The father, with frightened eyes, began to ask his son if this was not a training of masters, and besides, the son asked the money for books on martial arts. The son, with firmness in his voice, began to tell his father not to worry because he knew what his father was doing, and began to ask his son why he needed 3 years. The young guy began to answer that he had grandiose plans which consisted in the fact that in these 3 years he planned to complete his targeted training. The father, with a sad look, continued to ask his son if he really was going to study. The boy began to claim that he really intended to study, and that he needed an isolated room and a balanced diet. The father was very surprised when he heard that his son needed a balanced diet. The son explained this by saying that according to the medical books that he had recently read, such nutrition had a positive effect on the human body, and it was said that such a diet helped clear the mind. The father looked at his son in surprise and asked him why he refused normal food. The father sincerely did not understand this. The son began to assure his father that everything would be fine and that the father should not worry. If he felt bad, he would come out immediately. The father understood that if it was really so important for his son and he wanted it, then his father would give him everything. Midan, in the boy's body, thanked his father with a smile. The father, with a sad look, began to tell his son that a family without people is not a family, and did the son understand what the father was trying to say by this? The young guy lowered his eyes and with a smile on his face began to assure his father that he understood him, and asked his father not to worry about him. Under the gray sky there was a house where the family of a young guy lived. The rays of the sun tried to warm up this house at least a little. There were a lot of notebooks and books on the desktop, and there was a large gray vase with something in it. Next to the books, in a large gray jug that stood on the table, there were many peas. Midan, in the body of a young guy, was sitting on the floor. In front of him lay a huge canvas on which he was drawing something while sitting on his knees. The young guy finished drawing something and drew it on the canvas, lifting his hand from the canvas and proudly pronouncing that everything was ready. Midan, in the body of a young guy, rose from his knees and almost stood in the middle of the circle he had drawn on the floor. Midan, in the body of a young guy, looked at his art and thought that even knowing everything about magic, it was very difficult for him to draw this circle. Looking out into the street, the young guy saw that in front of the house there was a gray sky and there were absolutely no rays of the sun. Midan thought that he was starting to miss the old days. This magical array reminded him of the old days and that it took more than a month to draw the circle. Closing his eyes, the young guy thought that it was not easy for the master of the first circle to draw the magic array of the sixth circle, and he did everything he could. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek. Taking a stone in his hand, which was a mana stone, he looked at it and thought that he needed to hope for the best. Midan, in the body of a young guy, approached the very middle of the circle that he had been drawing for a month and decided to put a stone in the middle of this circle. The mana stone was white, and Midan decided to put this stone in the middle of the circle that he had been drawing for a month. When Midan placed a white stone in the middle of the circle that he had been drawing for a month, the stone suddenly began to radiate magic. The young guy looked at the circle with pride and joy in his eyes and saw that the magic with the stone really worked. The young guy sat down in the middle of this circle in a certain position with his hands folded and began to feel that some kind of magic was happening around him. Feeling the magic, Midan thought that there was a lot of mana there, but it would not be eternal and he must master it in 3 years. If he could reach the 6th circle in 3 years, then he would not need ancient artifacts to stabilize the mana. Sitting in this circle and feeling the strongest magic, he understood and thought that he had to reach the 6th circle. As time passed, the leaves began to fall on the trees, which meant that autumn had arrived in nature. Time passed and snow was already falling from the sky, sprinkling the branches of the trees that bent from its weight. Nature began to blossom as spring had already arrived. The sun was shining brightly and warming the surrounding world with its rays. Midan, in the body of a young guy, sat with his hair down and his eyes closed, completely immersed in the process. It was noticeable that the peas that were in the jug that was standing on the table had noticeably decreased. Rising from his seat and opening his arms, Midan felt the strength that appeared in his body. Spreading his hands in different directions, the young guy felt the most powerful force in his hands and was glad that he finally felt it. He stood and thought that it was a pleasant feeling. All the impurities were gone from his body and the 5 senses were sharpened. The mana collected in the meridians circulated throughout his body. Midan, in the body of a young guy, applied a white stone in which there was mana energy to the middle of the circle which the month drew. He thought that he needed to set up a magic circle and slightly increase the amount of mana. After he got used to the mana, he could begin to increase its amount. Midan, in the body of a young guy, continued to sit on the floor and finish drawing the magic circle, which took a lot of time to draw. Continuing to sit on the floor, the young guy closed his eyes and immersed himself in the magic that he felt from the circle that he had drawn himself. A gardener was sweeping the yard near the porch. It was he who provided Midan, who was in the guy's body, with a stone with magical mana energy. The man who was sweeping near the porch suddenly turned around as he saw that his owners were standing in front of him. The man saw that his owners were standing in front of him, greeted him and asked if Hyen had gone outside. The gardener began to answer that the guy did not go outside. The father was worried about his son, and said that it was cold outside and he wanted to come in and check on his child. He was very afraid that Hyen might get sick. Suddenly the gardener turned around and began shouting that he had promised that he would never disturb the young master. The boy's mother was very upset because she understood that she would not be able to see her son. The gardener began to ask for forgiveness, and say that he could not break his promise to the young master. The woman turned to her husband and asked him to say something. She didn't understand if her husband was going to leave Hyen. The father began to convince his wife that it was their son's choice and they could not interfere in this. The woman began to say that she had not seen Hyen for more than 2 years. The father, with bitterness in his eyes, told his wife that they would have to wait a little longer, and then they would be able to see their son. Hyen's mother burst into tears. Many tears flowed down her cheeks, and she pronounced the name of her son. The father instructed the gardener not to dare leave his son alone, and if anything happened, he should immediately inform them. The gardener agreed. Mother and father looked with bitterness at the building in which their son was located, whom they had not seen for more than 2 years. Nature was covered with snow because it was real winter outside. Hyen continued not to leave the house. Midan, in the body of a young guy, continued to train. He stood on the street, and next to him lay peas from a jug. The young guy raised his hand and began to say that the light that was cutting through the darkness would appear. Suddenly and unexpectedly, a light appeared from the guy's hand that blinded the entire world around him with its brightness. Midan, in the body of a young guy, began to understand that the magic of the first circle worked stably, and that his mana was not wasted at all. He began to laugh at this. The young guy understood that he needed to master the second circle, and he raised his hand shouting something about a magic bullet. While performing various tricks, an unknown force that was very large flew away from his hands. The magic bullet flew with great force and hit the tree very hard, showing all its power. Midan, in the body of a young guy, watched all this and understood that the magic of the second circle was better than he thought, but its power was still too low. A little upset, he lowered his eyes and understood that he could not be depressed about this. He understood that the reason why the powerful spell fell was because the mana in the atmosphere resonated with his mana, and he called upon spatial magic with teleportation. Sharply and unexpectedly, after he began to call upon teleportation and spatial magic, he began to disappear from where he was. Midan, in the body of a young guy, mastered various techniques, and once again he mastered the teleportation technique of spatial magic. He teleported to another place. The guy understood that he had succeeded in everything and it turned out quite well. he continued to master various magics and techniques. He thought that since he could cast your spell at the same time, it meant that he had reached the 6th circle, and over the next 6 months he should regain his previous strength, and that the 7th circle was just around the corner. He thought that to reach the 7th circle he had to be able to maintain 3 spells at the same time, and the main thing was not to rush. He would regain his strength and increase it step by step. Raising his hands up, Midan in the body of a young guy tried to use all the magic and techniques to reach the 7th circle. The guy raised his hands up and began shouting that he would be the one who would achieve the greatness and power of the legendary dragons. Midan raised his hands up and shouted different words. He understood that he would soon reach the 7th circle and become very powerful. Time continued to pass and autumn came again. Another year passed when Hyen did not go out to his family. Nature began to be covered with snow, which meant that another winter had arrived when the parents continued to wait for their son. Spring had already arrived in the world. The trees were covered with leaves and the bright rays of the sun were warming the earth. On a summer day it was very hot. The bright rays of the sun warmed the earth, and the days delighted with their warmth. The gardener sat on the ground and thought about the boy who had been locked up for the 3rd year, and had not come out to anyone. The gardener sat thoughtfully and thought about the young guy who gave him instructions so that he would not be disturbed all these 3 years. Finally, the man saw that standing in front of him was his young master, who had been locked up all these 3 years. Midan, in the body of a young guy, smiled cheerfully and happily began to say that they had not seen their uncle for a long time. Suddenly, Hyen's father came running to the cries of joy and began calling his son with happiness in his eyes. The young guy turned around and saw his father. He greeted his father, and said how much he missed him and also missed his mother. The father joyfully took his son by the hands and said that he and his mother also missed him very much. The father asked if everything was fine with Hyen's health. The boy replied that everything was fine. The father noticed something and began to tell his son that he looked much better than ever. Midan in the body of a young guy began to say that during all these 3 years he had grown up well. His father also noticed this and confirmed it with pride. Suddenly the door opened and the general appeared. He also saw the boy and told him that he had finally left his closed training. Midan saw the general in the body of a young guy and looked at him joyfully, and was happy that he saw him 3 years later. Suddenly and sharply, the general's gaze changed and he began to look at the young guy with an angry gaze, suspecting something. The general suddenly began to ask the boy what he had been doing during these 3 years in prison. The boy was very surprised by this question. Hyen's father turned to the general and began to ask him what he was talking about, because his father told the general that the boy had been studying all this time. The general's gaze became angry, and he began to claim that it was not an easy training and began to urge Hyen to tell everyone the truth. A drop of sweat ran down the young guy's cheek, and he thought that in the end he assumed that the general could feel something. The father, having heard such an assumption from General Li, turned to Hyen and began to ask him what the general was talking about. The general continued to look at the boy with an angry look and said that his training was connected with the book he gave him. Hyen confirmed with a hard look that his training was related to the book that the general gave him 3 years ago. The general's gaze became even angrier, and he began to ask the boy if he really wanted to say that all this time he had been studying martial arts. The father suddenly turned around and, with fear in his eyes, having heard this information, began to ask if it was true. The boy began to say that he had not studied martial arts in the usual sense, and that the book that the general gave him turned out to be useful, but he simply used it as a reference. The general continued to look at the guy angrily and say that he felt his ki, while the boy continued to claim that he did not learn the technique from that book. The father turned around and began to look at his son and ask him to tell them the truth. The boy was very confused when he heard all these questions. Lowering his eyes, Midan in the body of a young guy said that it would be easier for him to show everything he had learned. The father looked at his son in surprise. There were many questions in the general's eyes and also surprise. He was waiting for the guy to tell them the truth about what he had been doing all these 3 years. Midan in the body of a young guy stepped aside and was ready to show what he had learned over all these 3 years. An indescribable power began to revolve around the young guy, which he wanted to demonstrate to his observers. The young guy demonstrated everything that he could do and what he had learned over all these 3 years. Everyone looked with surprise at his strength. The boy's father and General Li watched in amazement at the abilities of this young guy and were very surprised by his strength and magic. The young guy continued to demonstrate his abilities, and with a wave of his hand and shouting a wind cutter, he directed the power towards the tree. Directing all his powerful force at the tree, the boy sawed the tree into 3 parts with his magic, demonstrating indescribable magic. The father and General Li looked in surprise at how deftly and simply the young guy was able to saw the tree into 3 parts with his strength in a few seconds. The young guy demonstrated everything that he could do and what he had learned over all these 3 years. Everyone looked with surprise at his strength. The boy's father and General Li watched in amazement at the abilities of this young guy and were very surprised by his strength and magic. The young guy continued to demonstrate his abilities, and with a wave of his hand and shouting a wind cutter, he directed the power towards the tree. Directing all his powerful force at the tree, the boy sawed the tree into 3 parts with his magic, demonstrating indescribable magic. The father and General Li looked in surprise at how deftly and simply the young guy was able to saw the tree into 3 parts with his strength in a few seconds. The young guy demonstrated all his strength and abilities by sawing the tree with a wave of his hand into 3 parts. The surrounding people looked at it in surprise and were simply in shock. General Li looked at all this and was very surprised by what he saw and began to ask Hyen who taught him this. Midan in the body of a young guy heard the question and smiled, answering that he had never had teachers. General Li continued to look at the boy with a menacing gaze and said that in his long life it was the first time he had seen such a technique, and he could not even imagine that such a thing was even possible. Midan in the body of a young guy looked forward menacingly and said that General Li was absolutely right. In this world there was no very concept of magic, and for them it was something unknown. General Li's gaze changed. He continued to look menacingly at the guy and said that he understood that their forces were not equal, but something confused him. General Li looked at the guy menacingly and invited him to have a sparring match to compare how strong they were and who could defeat whom. The father finally entered into a conversation and was very scared. He began to tell the general that Hyen had never studied martial arts, and how could a martial artist fight with a scientist? General Li began to reassure the young guy's father and tell him that he was really right. This amazing technique made him forget, and he was too frivolous. Finally, Midan, in the body of a young guy, entered into a conversation and began asking his interlocutors what sparring was. The general began to explain that sparring was a kind of duel, so martial artists competed and studied each other's skills. Just as his father said, they were in different weight categories so the boy could forget about it. The boy decided not to obey and not to forget what sparring is, and he said that he really wanted to try it. The boy's father was very surprised when his son wanted to try sparring. He began to ask his son if he had said that he had not studied martial arts. The boy heard a question from his father and confirmed that he had not studied martial arts, but he really wanted to try out his new powers. The father was very surprised by his son's request, and was very scared because his son was interested in martial arts, and wanted to try sparring. Midan in the body of a young guy thought that there was no magic in this world. In order to test what he was capable of, he needed to fight with local masters. He asked the general to guide him on the right path. The general heard the young guy's request and said that he, of course, was also interested in learning about the guy's abilities. But something still confused him. The father turned to his son and gave the go-ahead for sparring. He asked the general to promise that he would be careful and not harm Hyen. The general turned to the boy's father and told him not to worry. The young guy joyfully thanked his father for resolving the battle. General Li stood on one side. Opposite him stood Midan in the body of a young guy. They were ready to start sparring and find out who could do what. The general began to tell the guy to remember that the goal of sparring is not to win, but to find out his shortcomings during the fight. The boy must see his mistakes and try to correct them. Any lethal techniques are prohibited in sparring. The young guy looked at his interlocutor with a menacing look, and, having heard all the instructions, said that he understood everything and was ready to start the fight. General Li looked at his opponent in battle and began to ask him if he was ready to start the fight. Midan in the body of a young guy said with confidence that he was ready to engage in sparring and start a duel with General Li. The general took out his weapon and began to tell the guy that he would give him a head start, and told him to attack, thinking that despite the fact that the boy was a scientist, his will was not inferior to the will of the general. He was a great guy. The young guy began to say that he was starting to attack and thought that General Li was a strong opponent, and he could learn a lot from this. With the power of his hands, Midan in the body of a young guy began to direct a fireball at General Li. When the young guy began to send a fireball at the general smashed this fireball with his weapon with the cry of the movement of the Golden Emperor. General Li resisted all the magic that was sent to him by the young guy. He tried to break all the magical obstacles that were sent to him. Following the fireball, Midan in the body of a young guy decided to send an ice explosion at the general with a wave of his hand. He sent this magic to the general. General Li was ready to take all the blows that the young guy sent at him, and with a wave of his weapon he wanted to break this icy explosion. With shouts and using the third move of the Golden Emperor, General Li easily smashed the ice blast that the young guy sent at him. Something did not go according to plan and General Li felt a very strong frost that was sent to him by a young guy. Midan in the body of a young guy was very happy that he could somehow neutralize the general, and he understood that everything was fine and everything was going according to plan. General Li understood that he was facing a very strong opponent, and he also understood that it seemed that he was too biased then. General Li stood in a special stance to continue to take blows from his opponent, and continue to be in sparring. The young guy understood that the general stood in such a stance for a reason, and that now something tougher might begin than before. General Li placed his weapon with which he was fighting so that the tip of this weapon touched the tip of his leg. Suddenly and abruptly, the general broke away from where he was standing and began running towards the young guy with his weapon to attack him. The young guy did not expect the general to attack like that, but he was able to jump away from the attack and avoid the injury that the general was going to inflict on him. The young guy understood that a very strong opponent stood in front of him, and that he needed to act. With a wave of his hand, he directed a magic bullet at the general. The general was ready to take the blows that his opponent was sending at him, and he saw that magic bullets were flying at him. The general was ready to neutralize them. Before Midan's eyes, in the young guy's body there was thick smoke behind which General Li hid. The guy understood that something incomprehensible was happening. He did not see the movements of his opponent, and the guy did not understand how the hell his opponent could be so fast. There was fear and panic in the eyes of the young guy because he stopped seeing his opponent, and didn't know what to do next in sparring. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the smoke disappeared and the young guy saw General Li flying at him from above. He was about to do something. The young guy managed to put up a shield so that his opponent would not attack him. General Li did not expect that the guy would be able to neutralize him. The general was shocked that this young man repelled his blow, but over time he realized that it was something else. The young guy understood that his opponent was very strong, and he decided that he needed to increase the distance between them. Standing in front of the general, the boy shouted the words teleportation and began to disappear from the place where he was, surprising everyone. General Li was shocked by what he saw. He saw only smoke in front of him, and the opponent in front of him was no longer there, as he had teleported to another place. The young guy suddenly teleported and stood behind General Li. The general had a very menacing look from the fact that the young guy could defeat him. Midan thought that the martial arts masters were much stronger than the knights from the continent, and it was very surprising. He saw this technique in the book that General Li gave him, and he also thought that it needed to be studied. The general thought that the young guy still couldn't keep up with him, and he urgently needed to take advantage of this. The sparring continued and General Li took advantage of the fact that the young guy could not keep up with him and began to run sharply towards Hyen. Midan in the body of a young guy did not expect that General Li would be so fast. He was full of surprise and misunderstanding of how to proceed in this situation. The young guy thought that what the general was doing was too fast, and what should he do in such a situation? He needed to buy a little time to deal with it. With a sharp wave of his hand and a loud voice, Hyen caused a frosty cold, thereby showing his opponent a new technique. Midan in the body of a young guy straightened his arms and realized that he needed to use other techniques and also other magic to defeat his opponent in sparring. General Li was shocked that his young opponent was using a new technique. His eyes were full of surprise. General Li began to feel that after using his opponent's special technique, his body began to freeze. He did not understand what was happening to him. The general realized that no new magic and no new technique should stop him, and he continued to attack the young guy. Midan in the body of a young guy looked in surprise at the general who was preparing to attack him again, and thought about why his techniques did not work. General Li, with an enraged look and a weapon in his hands, flew at the young guy to continue sparring. Droplets of sweat flowed down the young guy's cheeks, and he realized that General Li didn't even try to defend himself. Midan in the body of a young guy did not lose faith in himself and began to fire magic bullets at the general to neutralize him. General Li saw that magic bullets were flying at him, and with the fifth movement of the Golden Emperor he smashed them. With his weapon, General Li repelled all the attacks that were launched by the young guy, and thanks to his weapon he smashed everything. Midan in the body of a young guy understood that all his attacks were reflected and that he urgently needed to get away. He called teleportation. General Li had already run up to the young guy when he was about to teleport, and decided to interfere with his actions. This time the general was serious and shouted that the young guy's teleportation would not work for the second time. With the sixth move of the Golden Emperor, he decided to stop the young guy. Midan in the body of a young guy was afraid that he would be interfered with, and he was very surprised that someone could interfere with his teleportation. Hyen understood that he needed to act and avoid the general's attack. He put up a shield so that the general would not reach him. General Li pierced the shield with his weapon and gained full access to the young guy. They were too close. The shield that Midan had put up shattered into fragments, and General Li gained full access to the young guy. Midan in the body of a young guy looked forward and was very surprised that his shield shattered into fragments. He could no longer protect himself, and General Li was standing right in front of him. General Li looked at his sparring opponent with an angry look, and was proudly ready to continue the fight because he understood that he was winning against the young guy. General Li pointed his weapon at his sparring opponent, and showed that this weapon saved the general more than once from various magic and attacks. The sparring between the general and the young guy continued, and it was clear that the general was winning this fight. He pressed the sword straight to the guy's throat. The weapon with which the general spent the entire battle turned out to be the tip right at the young guy's throat. Beads of sweat flowed down Hyen's cheeks. He realized that he was losing. Midan in the body of a young guy understood that most likely he was losing this fight since his opponent was very strong, and he had more advantages. Frustrated, Hyen sat on his knees and thought that his opponent was too strong. He said that he lost and the fight was over. Drops of sweat flowed down General Li's cheeks. A small smile appeared on his face. He looked at the young guy and said that the battle was not bad. The father of the young guy stood and watched all this. Beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks, and there was a lot of fear and surprise in his eyes. He did not believe his eyes. The men and also a young guy were sitting at the table and discussing the sparring that had recently taken place between the general and Hyen. General Li sat and thoughtfully examined the young guy, and suddenly decided to ask him where he got such strength, and how he learned such techniques. The Midan in the body of a young guy suddenly became thoughtful because he did not know how to answer this question to the general. The guy sat and thought about what to answer to the general, and how it could be explained at all. There was no magic in this world, and he needed to come up with a convincing story. The interrogation at the table continued, and Hyen continued to be asked questions about his magic and asked to tell him how he knew so many techniques. The father assumed that his son did not want to tell them this. The young guy said that he was silent simply because he was trying to formulate his thought in his head, and only after he had formulated it would he try to tell it. Finally, the young guy began to start his story and say that as his father and the general both knew, 4 years ago he was in a coma, and he doesn't know how, but somehow he came into contact with natural energy. It was then 4 years ago, when he came out of his coma, that he met General Li, and it was then that he wanted to learn even more about natural energy. Continuing his story, the young guy said that from the general's books he learned to accumulate and absorb this energy. He said that he knew that this was a certain substance that could be freely transformed and split in 3 years. He learned to transform energy and use it. It took a lot of time to improve this technique. The father was delighted with the story. He said that it was simply incredible, and that his son had created a new way of transforming Ki. The boy was embarrassed and said that his father was exaggerating. The father turned to General Li and began to ask him what he thought about this. The general said that he also considered it an incredible achievement. The father turned to his son again, laughed, and said that no one thought that Hyen, the incredible General Li, also supported him in this opinion. The general's gaze changed sharply, and it was clear that he was thinking about something. The general said that he was worried about something. The father did not expect such words from the general. He asked General Li why he was worried and why his view changed so dramatically. With a serious look, General Li began to ask Hyen whether he knew anything about Shinseonsul, or docile. When the young guy heard these words, he did not understand what they meant. He asked the general what Shinseonsul and docile meant. The general understood that the boy did not know what this meant and began to explain that Shinseonsul and docile were techniques with the help of which it was possible to curb nature itself. Making his gaze serious again, he began to say that Hyen's techniques were very similar to them. Shinseonsul or docile is a method invented by Taoists who tried to become deities. Midan, in the body of a young guy, heard these words and was very surprised and realized that this was the main purpose of magic. Midan in the body of a young guy became more and more interested and began to ask if there were people practicing Taoism outside of martial arts. The general replied that there are almost no such people left. The teaching is too difficult, and it takes a lot of time to see progress. Perhaps the last Taoists died since he had heard about them for a very long time. The young guy sadly lowered his head and said that everything was clear to him. He thought that the general said that it was similar to his magic, but it could help him if it existed. The general said that he was worried that if the martial artists saw Hyen's abilities, they would mistake him for a Taoist, which would result in a not very favorable opinion of Hyen, which could lead to big problems. The father began to ask whether the general really believed that the martial arts masters would try to harm their Hyen, and whether it was impossible to simply hide his abilities and live as usual. The general looked with surprise at the guy's father, and answered his question that the energy could not be hidden simply by wishing it. The father was very upset, and began to ask what they should do if rumors spread among the masters that Hyen's life could be in danger. General Li lowered his head and began to say in a sad voice that he was also very worried about this. The men turned sharply to the young guy and began to ask him what he thought about all this. Midan in the body of a young guy began to answer his father, and also the general, that they were right, and he thought exactly the same. The general said that if he could, he would help defeat the masters of Hyen. He was not a martial arts master, and the general could not teach him because his techniques belonged to the imperial family. The young guy lowered his eyes and politely thanked the gentleman for his concern, and told him not to worry and that he would take his words into account. The general looked at the young guy with a smile and answered him that he believed his words and was sure that the guy would do the right thing since he was a special child. It was already evening on the street, and only at dusk the roof of the house in which Hyen's family lived was visible. The guy sat at the table and thought about what was happening to him that day and also thought about the further words that the general said to him. The young guy thought that today he definitely realized that shields using mana from his meridians could hurt him if they collapsed, which put him at great risk. The guy thought that the general's movement technique was magnificent, and if only he could learn these techniques, he would be able to dodge attacks and use magic from a distance. He thought about how he could learn such techniques. The guy had very different thoughts in his head. He was thinking about how he could learn the techniques that the general used during their sparring. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Midan in the body of a young guy rose from the floor and began to walk somewhere, thinking about the general's techniques. Midan, at the speed of light, ran up to the wall where there were many books and taking one of the books, he began to study it. On the shelf, a young guy took a book and opened the page where it was written about the walking of cloudy winds. He was very interested in this topic and began to study it. He read the book and thought enthusiastically that clouds and wind were exactly what he needed to study. There was a full moon in the sky, and in the house the young guy continued to study the topic about the walking of cloudy winds. While studying a very interesting book that could help the young guy in the future, he thought that this was a new method of moving over long distances with minimal expenditure of mana. The guy studied that this new technique made the body and mind lighter by moving mana to the legs, thereby helping the movement. The force was aimed exclusively at economy and speed. Having tried a new technique, he realized that he needed to take a step forward, pull and plant his back leg while pushing his front leg. After starting this technique, he realized that the lateral movement was similar to the all-round movement. It was just that the legs moved to the side. The next step was diagonal protection of the legs while moving along 4 diagonals. Hyen mastered this technique. After the diagonal defense, the turnaround rotation and 90-degree body rotation were studied and tested. Sitting back at the table, the guy realized that it was very clever, although not as elegant as the masters of Li Munyang. The guy began to understand one thing, that it was impossible to simply copy a technique from a book. He was a magician who could control everything, and he decided to create his own technique. Looking at the moon, he was wondering what would happen if he combined ki and mana. The same went for walking and leg techniques. If he was a magician, he should be one in everything, so how could he do it? Looking at the full moon, he thought about how he could turn this into something appropriate for a magician. In his memories, moments began to float as a child ran towards him with a scream and wanted to ask him something. Midan was sitting in a chair and reading a book, and when he saw a child running towards him, he asked him if he had forgotten how to behave. The child happily ran up and began to apologize to the master. He said that this time it was really big news that he wanted to tell him. Midan became interested in what the child told him and began to ask him what happened there. The child began to ask Midan to tell him what circle he had reached. Midan began to ask why there were such questions suddenly, and if he was not mistaken, then the child was at the third level of the circle. The boy continued to wonder from which circle it was possible to use 2 spells in parallel. The elder replied that this would only become possible when the child reached the 7th circle. Midan was wondering why the child was asking about this. After hearing this, the child began to laugh very hard. The elder suddenly asked the child why he had made him laugh so much. The child laughed, and told the master to rejoice since this proud student had already mastered double magic. Midan did not believe what he heard and began to ask the child again, and asked him to explain what it all meant. The child continued to laugh and say that it was hard to believe. He asked Midan to look at what he would now show. Midan looked at it all carefully. The child closed his eyes in a special position, folded his fingers and began to mutter something. Midan watched all this. The elder understood that the child now wanted to show him the effect of the magic bullet. Midan continued to observe the child's actions. The child continued to mutter and put his hands in a special position. The elder watched all this. The elder continued to look at the child and there were thoughts in his head about what this child was doing. Finally, after some time, the child stopped muttering and began to summon a magic bullet and a shield. With a slight wave of his hand, the little boy directed his hands forward and fired a magic bullet from them and also put up a shield. After the boy fired a magic bullet and also made a shield, he began to ask the master if he had seen all this and began to say that it was not ideal, but it was double magic. The elder laughed very loudly and began to tell the boy that he never ceases to amuse him. The boy was very surprised by this reaction and began to ask the master why he was laughing. The boy with surprised eyes began to ask why the master was laughing because he had shown him double magic. The old man laughed a lot when the boy called it double magic. Midan stopped laughing and began to tell the boy that if he has time to engage in such eccentricities, then it would be better to spend this time studying and asked him to collect his hair and forget about all this. The boy thought about what he had done wrong. Midan began to explain and tell the boy that he was wrong to think that double magic was that he used both his mouth and his hands at the same time. The boy cried and said that he used 2 spells at a time. The boy ran away from the old man with tears in his eyes and shouted to him that he hated him. The old man thought that despite the fact that the boy was cheating and said that this double magic he was very funny. Midan looked after the boy who had just made him very happy and thought that this kid was very funny. Returning to reality, Midan in the body of a young guy thought that this boy Kalen was always doing something strange and making him laugh. He was very interested in how he was doing now. Suddenly something dawned on the young guy. He opened his eyes wide and shouted Eureka, because he understood one important thing. Midan finally realized that this was exactly this method, namely the method that is applicable to walking techniques. It was already evening on the street, and in the twilight one could see the house in which lived the family of the young guy in whom Midan had moved in. The guy opened another book where there were different techniques, and thought that if he combines that technique with the magic of teleportation, then something might work out for him. He thought that the martial artist he would face would not necessarily act in the same way, and he needed to prepare for unforeseen situations. He could not allow the situation to get out of control. He should always be restrained and calm. The most important thing is to master the techniques of movement. If he hesitates for even 1 second, he will be finished. He needed to go beyond ordinary thinking. The morning came, the bright sun illuminated the house where Midan lived. He continued to study techniques while sitting in front of many books. After a sleepless night, a young guy left home and thought about how he could train and learn techniques not only in theory but also in action. With a stern look, the young guy continued to think about the magic and technology he had been studying all night. The guy began to train. He realized that he had to be more cunning. The first option of using the leg technique was when the enemy attacked from the front and he retreated and ended up behind his back. A young guy was training on the street and his opponent was an immovable product. He was training next to him. The guy began to use the second option. The second option was the opposite of the first, that is, it was necessary to move forward and suddenly move backward. The training continued. The young guy used techniques that he studied all night from a book that helped him with knowledge. Having used two options, the young guy moved on to the third option where he had to distract the enemy, then take a step to the left and teleport to the right. All the techniques that the guy learned and used in action worked for him. He was very happy about it and continued training. Continuing to train, he decided to use the fourth option, which was the same as the third option but in a completely opposite direction. He continued to practice. Having stopped, he thought that he needed to stop. He couldn't rush. He was thinking about only four options and it was necessary to identify all the flaws in these techniques. The young guy looked at the sky and was proud of himself. He was glad that he was able to combine ki and magic and decided to call it a method of energy control. Suddenly he turned around and heard his father calling him. When he saw his father, his eyes were full of surprise. The father saw an immovable object standing next to them and asked his son if he was really practicing martial arts. The young guy began to answer his father's question and said that he was dissatisfied with his progress, so he decided to train more. The father, having heard his son's answer, began to tell him that his son had to remember something, namely that no matter what he achieves, his father will always be proud of him. With a sad look, the father said that his son was already 21 years old, and he knew that they were his family, and that they had served the imperial family as judges for generations. The young guy lowered his eyes and with a smile told his father that he always remembered this and knew it. The father firmly began to say that it was time for his son to follow the traditions of their family. The young guy was very surprised by these words. The father said that his son should pass the exams and continue his work since he was no longer at that age to look for a replacement for him. And if the son refused, what would happen to their family? Hyen agreed with his father and said that he would listen to his words. The father thanked his son and said that he always knew that his son would not refuse this offer. Looking after his departing father, Midan in the body of a young guy asked himself many questions, as he was determined to do completely different things in his life. The guy lowered his eyes and began to cry. He thought that he had completely forgotten that the exam was in 6 months, and how could he manage to do everything? Midan in the body of a young guy continued to train using various techniques and magic that he studied. The young guy sat at the table and continued to study books that contained knowledge for his future. His inner child screamed inside him because he didn't have time to do anything. As time passed, thick trees covered the ground. Midan was looking for a place where he could train. Midan in the body of a young guy continued to train. He used different techniques and also different magics to reach the 8th circle. Continuing to study different techniques, he could make mistakes more than once, but he continued to train as he needed it to achieve his goal. The day of training passed and Midan in the body of a young guy, pointing his hands at a tree, shot a fiery arrow straight at him. After the young guy used the fire arrow technique on the tree, he immediately launched a water ball onto the burning tree to put it out. Each time his techniques improved and he succeeded more and more. He was very happy about this because he was close to achieving his goal. With a joyful gaze, he looked only forward and was very happy and also proud of himself that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. The day was already ending. The gray sky covered the house in which the young guy's family lived. In the evening, the family who lived in this house was sitting at the table. Everyone was drinking tea and talking to each other. A young guy sat at the table and looked thoughtfully at his father and mother, as he wanted to tell them something. Finally, Midan, in the body of a young guy, put the cup and saucer on the table and told his mother that he needed to tell his parents something. The parents were very surprised that their son wanted to tell them something. There was surprise and also interest in their eyes. The young guy began to say that there were only 3 months left before the exam. The father asked his son if he was preparing for the exam. The young guy began to say that he did everything possible to prepare for the exam and also not to let his parents down. The father looked at his son with pride and said that he knew that his son studied day and night. He assured him that he would definitely cope with everything. The son began to say with relief that he really hoped that he would pass the exam. The father began to ask what Hyen wanted to talk to them about. Finally, The young guy gathered his thoughts and told his parents that he wanted to go to Beijing tomorrow. The mother was very scared when she heard these words. There was surprise in her eyes and she began to ask why there was such a rush. The father began to say that he believed that Hyen had his own vision of the situation. But still, something bothered the father. With a sad look, he began to ask his son why he had to leave so early. The guy began to say that he had not left this house for 10 years, he would have to go a long way. So he would like to move out in advance and experience the beauty of this world. The father, with a smile on his face, agreed with his son and said that the guy really hadn't gone anywhere for a long time and this would be a good experience for him. Hyen thanked his father. The father's gaze changed dramatically. It became more menacing because the father wanted to say some important thing to his son. In Hyen's eyes there were many questions. The father raised his index finger and began to say that he would allow Hyen to leave tomorrow. But he had one request. The guy began to ask what request his father had. The father with a menacing look asked his son to promise him that he would not become part of Mirim. The young guy with a slight grin on his face began to say that he didn't even know about Mirim, so he didn't understand what his father was talking about. The guy began to tell his father not to worry because Hyen would not cause him any problems. His father's gaze finally became kind and he confirmed his son's words. The father looked at his son with a kind look and gratitude. In his head there were thoughts that he was proud of his son because he was a great fellow. The mother looked at her son in fear and asked him to take care of himself as she loved her boy very much. The young guy looked at his mother with a smile and promised her that he would take care of himself in the future, and that everything would be fine. The whole house accompanied the young guy on the journey that he so wanted to go on, and which he went on with great joy and happiness. Midan in the body of a young guy happily went on a big journey. Holding only one bag in his hands, he was happy that he was going on a journey. Before the eyes of the young guy was a huge establishment where he was happily greeted and offered to eat. In a large establishment there were a lot of people sitting at tables and talking about their business. The guy came into this establishment. The waiter offered the young guy something to eat, and he agreed and asked to bring him noodles and dumplings. The waiter invited the guy to sit at the table. A young guy stood in this establishment, and looked at the world around him, and those who were in this cafe. Looking at everything that was happening around him, he caught himself thinking that he felt nostalgia for this place. When Midan, in the body of a young guy, looked around the establishment in which he was and felt nostalgia in it, 3 unpleasant men drew attention to him. The men looked at the young guy with their menacing gaze. There was a grin on their faces. They wanted to do something to this guy. The waiter approached the table and placed the young guy's order on it, and wished the young man a bon appetit. The young guy picked up 2 chopsticks and was about to eat the food that the waiter brought him. The unpleasant men approached the young guy and began to stare at him while he was eating. Midan in the body of a young guy raised his head and he had a lot of different questions. He saw 3 huge men standing in front of him who did not take their eyes off him. One of the unpleasant men leaned sharply towards the young guy, and with a menacing look began to attract the young man's attention. Suddenly and sharply, an unpleasant man with a braid on his head slammed his hand on the table, thereby drawing the young man's attention to himself. The unpleasant man began to shout to the young guy that how dare he ignore him and that he had completely lost his fear. Finally, Midan in the body of a young guy turned his head and paid attention to these unpleasant men and began to ask one of them what he had to do with him. Suddenly, the unpleasant man with a grin on his face began to tell the young man that he was quite funny. The bald man began calling the young man unpleasant names and asking him if he really thought that they had come to him just like that. The young guy sat and looked at these unpleasant men and thought that these guys were sure that he could be easily intimidated. The bald man began to say again that this guy ignored him, and he really didn't like it because he was trying to attract attention to himself with all his might. Midan, in the body of a young guy, continued to look at these men and thought that such monsters were here too and he did not want to use magic against them. The bald man began to behave very aggressively, calling the young guy a bastard and asking him if he wanted to die. One of the men started telling the bald guy to relax because it looked like Hyen was too scared to answer him. The bald guy laughed. The bald guy turned to Hyen again and began to say that this boy had made his brothers too angry. He told him to give up all his things and kneel down, only then would they allow Hyen to leave. The young guy turned to these men and with a menacing look began to say that the bald guy was bothering him and also gave advice that they should leave there. The unpleasant bald guy thought he had misheard and asked the young man to repeat what he said one more time. The young man began to talk into the bald guy's ear to turn around before he kicked his ass. The bald guy did not expect to hear this from Hyen, and the man standing next to him asked what this young man said. Sharply and unexpectedly, with shouts and insults, the bald guy picked up the table and began to turn it over along with the food. The young man didn't expect these guys to be so frostbitten. He called the bald guy a crazy bastard. Suddenly and sharply, some kind of stick began to fly in the air and flew straight towards the bald guy. A stick that flew from someone towards the bald guy pierced his ear right through, which made the bald guy feel very painful. Crouching in pain and surprise, the bald guy screamed because he was in great pain from some kind of stick piercing his ear. The unpleasant men turned in the direction from where the wand was flying and began to scream and find out who did such an act. At the next table there were many guys sitting in black suits and black hats. They had weapons and looked menacingly at these unpleasant men. One of these guys in black suits began to wonder how such scum ended up in Shanxi. The nasty guys realized that they were faced with a volcanic wave. They realized that they had made a very serious mistake and were ready to correct it. The unpleasant guys knelt down and began to say that they had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness from the guys in black suits. Midan, in the body of a young guy, was shocked by what he heard. He realized that the volcanic wave was a group from the sect that General Li Munyoung spoke about, and it was one of the factions of the Old Moon. One of the guys in black suits stood up and began asking one of the unpleasant guys why he started this mess, and why now he asked for forgiveness because they said that they should be spared even if they had done something similar before them. The bald guy, on his knees, began to make excuses that he would not dare to do any unpleasant things in front of the guy in a black suit. The guy in the black robe began to say that the bald guy meant that he would have done more if they weren't there. The bald guy began to make excuses and say that he would not have done anything wrong and began to ask for forgiveness from the guy in a black robe. The guy in the black suit was called John San, and a man who was dressed the same began to call him. But he was older than the young guy and had a beard. The man who looked older than everyone else began to tell his student to finish with these unpleasant guys. A young guy in a black robe obeyed his master and began to stop talking to the unpleasant guys in the establishment. The unpleasant guys again raised their heads and were very surprised and afraid that this guy was not alone in this establishment, and there was also a man with priority nearby. The guy in the black robe pointed his hand at Hyen and began to say that the bald guy begged this gentleman for forgiveness, and if he forgives him, then he will spare the bald guy. The unpleasant guys turned to Hyen and began to ask him for forgiveness, and beg for him to save their lives. Midan, in the body of a young guy, asked these guys to promise that they would never do this again. The unpleasant guys stood on their knees and meekly agreed and said that this would not happen again. Midan, in the body of a young guy, looked at these unpleasant guys with a gentle gaze and said that he forgives them. The unpleasant guys began to cry bitterly and thanked the young man for forgiving them. The unpleasant guys turned to the guy who was standing in a black robe with the question of whether he would let them go, and if he would forgive them. The guy in a black robe gave a sign that he was letting them go and that he forgives them. The unpleasant guys were happily preparing to leave before their eyes. Rising sharply from their seats, the unpleasant guys began to run away from the establishment where they had just been kneeling. In the establishment where the unpleasant situation had just happened, there were people in black robes and also Hyen. The young guy with a smile on his face began to introduce himself, saying that his name was Sun Hyen, and thanked the guys in black robes for their help. A man who was older in age began to say that they should apologize for this incident that happened in the establishment. One of the guys in black also began to say his name, and he called himself Kim Johnson. Following the guy, another guy who was also wearing a black robe began to say his name, and he introduced himself as Binum. Another guy who was also wearing a black robe also introduced himself, and said that his name was Jumjongi. The guy who stood next to him said that this man was his brother, and Hyen noticed how similar the guys were to each other. A man who was much older than everyone else introduced the last person from this company, and she was a girl named Yun Sol Vi. The girl said that she was very pleased to meet the young man. Hyen replied that he was also very pleased to meet the girl. An adult man began to say that it seems that because of the incident that happened at the establishment, Hyen didn't really eat. He invited the young guy to join them. Hyen politely refused. An adult man in a black robe began to insist that Hyen have lunch with them. The guy agreed on one condition, that he would sit at the table with them, even though this might seem rude. In a large establishment where one could have a delicious lunch, there were conversations between people and also laughter. Mid ran in the body of a young guy was sitting in a company of people who were dressed in black. They were discussing something very interesting among themselves. An adult man suggested that judging by Sun Hyen's appearance, he was heading somewhere. The guy confirmed and said that in 3 months he would have an exam in Beijing. That's where he was going. One of the guys in black was very surprised when Hyen said that he had an exam in 3 months, because it was only a month away from here to Beijing. The midran in the body of a young guy began to answer that he was preparing for the exam all the time and didn't really see anything, so he decided to go out in advance and see this world. An adult man supported the young guy and said that this was a great decision and also offered to drink for a safe journey. Hyen thanked the man. All the guys unanimously raised their glasses and began to drink to Sun Hyen's final exams and wished that he would succeed. There was almost nothing left on the plates, and all the guys continued to communicate with each other and discuss their future plans for life. The girl held a glass in her hands and said that her father was the master of the plum blossom. He was the military swordsman Weakling, then asked Hyen if he knew how famous her father was. Hyen heard what the girl was telling him, and with a smile began to ask further about her father. The girl lowered her eyes and began to say that these murderers who were in the cafe were called the Plum Blossom Five. They were top-level masters glorifying martial arts. One of the guys in black clothes was the master of the Plum Blossom Ball, and his name was Jumjiangson. The second guy in the black robe was also a master of the Plum Blossom Sword, and his name was Bin Young. The third guy, who was also wearing a black suit, was also a Plum Blossom Master, and his name was Jumjianggi. The girl continued to say that Jumjiangson was the assistant to the ambassador in Oryang Sambong. Hyen listened carefully to the girl and said with a laugh that he would try to remember everything and learn what everyone was called. An adult man turned to the girl and began to tell her that Hyen is not connected with the world of martial arts, and isn't it natural that he didn't know anything? The girl thought about it, and asked how he hadn't heard rumors from Miram all this time. After the words that the girl said, the adult man turned to him and began to ask for forgiveness, and also say that this girl was still very young. Midran in the body of a young guy became embarrassed, and with a smile began to answer the adult man that it was quite nice. The girl was very happy when she heard that she was given a compliment. She grabbed Hyen's hand and began to ask if Hyen's seal was really cute. The young guy was surprised by this act, and he began to somehow smooth out the situation by smiling back at the girl. An adult man was shocked by this girl's action and began to ask her what she was doing and asked her to quickly pull herself together. The girl smiled and continued to hug the young guy. She didn't understand why she had to pull herself together because what she was doing was very cute. The girl turned to Hyen and began to ask him if she could call Hyen her brother, and whether he would be her brother. The young guy was surprised. He clearly did not expect such a question, and replied that it would be funny to have a younger sister. The girl looked joyfully at the young guy. She told him that from that moment Hyen was her brother. She extended her little fingers so that they could swear on their little fingers. Midran in the body of a young guy and a young girl took their little fingers and mentally became brother and sister. One of the guys in a black robe laughed. An adult man said that if he were Hyen, he wouldn't do this, and the guy next to him said that the girl can sometimes be rude and hard times awaited Hyen. The young guy laughed and began to ask with a laugh whether the girl would beat him in the future. Young people in black robes began to claim that if a young guy runs into the dark side of a girl, then Sun Hyen will feel uneasy. The girl suddenly jumped up from the table, hit him with her hands and started shouting at the guys. The guys began to tell Hyen that this was exactly what they were telling him about. Everyone around her started laughing at this girl, but in her head there was anger and a lack of understanding why they laughed at her. It was already evening outside, the lights came on in the establishment, and those around them began to go home as they were asked to go to bed. The gray sky was covered with clouds, beautiful hills were visible, and you could also hear how these mountains were called an incredible miracle of nature. People in black robes and midran in the body of a young guy looked at these hills. The girl said that it looked like you could refresh yourself in this scenic spot in Shaanxi province. One of the young guys in black clothes, when he heard about this place from a girl, remembered that he had already heard about it a couple of times, but only saw it for the first time in his life. Midran in the body of a young guy thanked the guys for bringing him to such a beautiful place, and if he had been alone, he would definitely have passed by Shaanxi and would not have seen this beauty. The young girl happily ran ahead of everyone and said that all this was because she offered to go with them. The young guy thanked her for this and laughed. An adult man in a black robe called out to the young guy because he wanted to tell him something important. The man's gaze became menacing and he began to ask the young guy if he had ever studied martial arts, since judging by his gait, he mastered them. His body was in excellent condition and a small amount of energy also emanated from him. The young guy was very surprised by this question. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He was sure that he had cast a spell to hide mana and did not understand how an adult man guessed about its power. The guy began to answer that his skill in martial arts was not great, only at the level of self-defense, and it was not enough to fight with masters. An adult man understood why no one noticed Hyen's ki then. An adult man understood why no one noticed Hyen's ki. It was because he did not really train his energy. Hyen confirmed this and said that he only studied self-defense. Everyone turned around sharply and unexpectedly because they heard something incomprehensible that very sharply attracted their attention. In the clearing where all the guys were, screams were heard, someone asking for help because they were in danger. All the young guys in black suits, as well as Midan and Hyen's body, jumped up and ran to the aid of the man who was screaming and asking for help. Everyone ran to the place where they were screaming and saw that the young girl was lying on the ground and some old man was tearing her clothes, trying to rape her. The guys in black robes and Hyen stood opposite the old man. The man noticed them and stopped tearing the clothes on the young girl. The oldest of the men in a black suit realized that in front of him was Nang Sa. All this time they believed that this old man was already dead, but as it turned out, he was alive and continued to do terrible things. An old man with an unpleasant appearance smiled disgustingly, and began to say that he was only 80, and why he had to die before an adult man in a black robe. Hyen was very surprised at how old this man was, because no matter how much he looked at him, this grown man was not even 40. The girl who stood next to Hyen began to explain that this vile man maintained youth by extracting voices from young girls with his unique method of absorbing sound. Hyen was very surprised by this information. The man who was extracting voices from young girls began to say that if the guys quietly left right now, he would forgive them for interrupting his meal. An adult man who was wearing a black robe took out his sword and said that he couldn't just leave after seeing a bastard like the old villain. Today his terrible deeds will end. An adult man in a black robe pointed his sword and began to send the 24th movement of the plum blossom art at the villain. The 24th movement was directed at the old villain. He was defeated by the art of the plum blossom as a lot of flowers flew at him. The old villain thought that his opponent immediately started with the 24th plum blossom movement. This movement was very strong. The villain man understood that this battle would be more difficult than he thought, but he was ready for this battle and began to fight for his safety. With a sharp jump, he moved to the young guy Hyen and grabbed him by the throat, thereby switching the attention of his opponents. The guys in black clothes saw how the old villain grabbed Hyen by the throat. Everyone began shouting his name because they were very worried about him. The old villain with a nasty smile continued to hold Hyen by the throat and began to brutally strangle him. Hyen was very painful and unpleasant because he was being strangled. Everyone around looked at this and saw that the young guy was being strangled very badly and that he was about to be killed. When they started strangling Hyen, he thought that it seemed that the elder knew that he was not able to defeat the elder and decided to focus on the weakest as the old man thought, that is, Hyen. The young guy looked at the guys in black robes and thought about whether he should have waited for the guys to save him, or whether he needed to act on his own and very quickly. The nasty old villain began to say that this old man was too lazy to fight, and if he didn't want to see him break the boy's neck then he needed to freeze and not move. The oldest man in a black robe began to shout that the young man Hyen did not know martial arts, and also asked the scoundrel to let him go, and not be a coward. The old bastard laughed at being called a coward. He confirmed that he was a coward, but also did not see anything wrong with it. The old bastard continued to laugh and with a menacing face said that it was Hyen's own fault for not studying martial arts. The bastard villain continued to strangle the young guy. Hyen thought that all this was amazing and that the problem arose literally out of nothing. With a grin on his face, the young guy thought that this was not what he expected, but it would be nice to live just such a life. With sharp movements and shouts, "Freeze!" Hyen began to demonstrate all the magic and the power that he studied and that he knew. The old bastard began to feel something incomprehensible. He felt some strange energy and his body became immobilized. He was completely unable to move. When Midan was in the hands of the old man, He realized that he needed to get out, and it was time to try out the technique from the book. Midan, in the body of a young guy, began to use various techniques, namely the grabbing technique, to get out of the hands of the vile old man. The young guy easily used various techniques and managed to knock the old man to the ground thanks to the techniques he learned from books. The guys in black robes watched carefully everything that was happening and were very surprised that the young guy was using techniques from martial arts. Having knocked the old man to the ground, Midan jumped away from him and thought that he had worked perfectly, and that knocking the old man down was too easy. Midan understood that it was not worth stopping at these techniques, and he continued to fight with the old man. With a wave of his hand, he launched a fireball at him. The old man stood up from the ground and saw something very large flying at him, and a fireball launched by Midan was flying at him. The crazy old man was afraid that something very large and red was flying at him. He did not understand what was happening at all and began to run away from the place. Trying to get up from where he was lying, he wondered what was happening and why this young guy was so strong. The vile old man saw Yun Sol standing next to him. He thought that he needed to get out, but still continued to watch the girl with delight. Sharply and unexpectedly, the old man broke away from where he was standing and began to move towards the girl who attracted him. The girl stood and saw the old man flying at her. She was very scared because she did not expect that she would be grabbed now. The vile old man grabbed the girl and began to threaten her with a weapon. The girl screamed very much because she did not expect this from the old man. The guys in black robes were very scared because they saw that the vile old man had grabbed their friend. They looked at it all in fear. The vile old man began to laugh and say that he was caught completely off guard. But don't let them think that he will repeat his mistake, and if anyone comes closer to him, he will cut the girl's neck. Midan, in the body of a young guy, looked at the old man with menacing eyes and began to ask him if he could cut the girl's neck. The old man saw that the young guy was trying to come closer to him and began to tell Hyen not to come because if he took another step, the old man would cut the girl's throat. The young guy continued to look at the old man with a menacing gaze, thinking about something of his own. He was thinking about how it was safe for him to free the girl from the old man's hands. The old man continued to hold the girl hostage with a sharp weapon leaning against her neck. He was afraid that the young guy would come closer and closer to him. The old man saw that the young guy was trying to come closer to him and began to tell Hyen not to come closer because if he took another step, the old man would cut the girl's throat. The guys in black robes began to call the young guy so that he would pay attention to them and listen to them. The eldest of all the men in black robes began to call Sun Hyen so that he would listen to him and not move on. The girl continued to be held hostage, and she called Sun Hyen brother and begged with her eyes that he would save her as soon as possible. The young guy saw that the girl was counting on him very much, and he told her not to worry and to trust him. The old man heard the guys talking and thought that the young guy was mocking him and assumed that the guy wanted to say that he didn't care about the girl's life. Finally, the young guy decided that he needed to start acting and save the girl. With a wave of his hand, he sent a seismic impulse towards the old man. The elder did not expect that the young guy would use magic and martial arts techniques and send a seismic impulse at him. He lowered the girl and she was able to get out. All the surrounding dust was in bewilderment. They did not expect that the young guy possessed magic and also martial arts techniques, thanks to which he was able to free the girl from the hands of the old man. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that there was no need to stop at this, and he continued to use various techniques, and with a wave of his hand sent a frosty cold at the old bastard. The old man did not expect that various martial arts techniques and magic would be used against him. He saw that another blow of the frosty cold was flying at him. The young guy did not stop and continued to use various techniques that he knew. With a wave of his hand he sent a magic bullet at the old bastard. The old man did not expect that many magic bullets would be sent at him, and he screamed in pain as these bullets killed him. Finally, the young guy stopped using various techniques and shouted to the guys in black robes to grab the old man and neutralize him. The gentleman in a black robe took a weapon out of his pocket, and screaming, ran towards the old man to neutralize it. The gentleman with the weapon ran straight at the old bastard. He was going to hit him with this weapon, thereby defeating him once and for all. The gentleman ran up to the old bastard and with a wave of his hand he pierced his body with a sharp dagger, thereby neutralizing him once and for all. After the old man was pierced with a dagger, he fell to the ground and darkness fell in his eyes. The girl ran up to the young guy who saved her and began to hug him, calling him brother. the young guy calmed the girl down and said that everything was over and everything was fine. The guys in black robes looked at how the girl and the guy were hugging, and there was surprise in their eyes. They did not understand who this young guy was. The gentleman looked at this young guy and there was surprise in his eyes. He did not understand who this guy was and what kind of power was in his hands. Evening came and the guys decided to return to the establishment to have dinner and discuss what happened to them during the day. The men were sitting in a place where they could have dinner and discussing what had happened to them throughout the day. There were a lot of people in the establishment, and at one table sat guys in black robes and Hyen. They discussed what had happened to them throughout the day. The gentleman began to tell Hyen that he could not help him, but something else bothered him. He looked at the young guy with a menacing gaze. The young guy understood that the gentleman wanted to ask him something, and Hyen was ready to listen to the question from the gentleman. The gentleman began to say that his question was about what Hyen was doing. The gentleman thought that it was something like a new shinseanso or dosel. The young guy said that this was neither shinseanso nor martial arts. The gentleman in black robes was satisfied with this answer, and said that he did not know much about shinseanso or dosel, but the young guy's techniques were so accurate. The gentleman was still worried about various questions, and he apologized to the young guy for asking him a lot of questions, but asked him to also tell him about the technique that Hyen used. The young guy saw that everyone was interested in hearing about the techniques he used in the battle with the old scoundrel. Hyen watched everyone around him with a thoughtful look. All the guys looked attentively at Hyen, and also the girl who was saved by the young guy also looked at him and waited for Hyen to start talking about the techniques he used. The girl looked very carefully at the young guy and said that she also really wanted to listen to the story about the techniques that Hyen used. A guy in a black robe sat next to the girl and asked various questions. The gentleman began to tell the girl not to behave like a child, and if Hyen did not want to tell, then asking him again would be a rude gesture. The young guy finally began to say that he was just thinking about how best to explain, and he was ready to talk about the techniques he used in the battle with the old bastard. The gentleman was glad that the young guy would now tell them about the techniques, and said that they would be happy to listen to his story. The young guy began to say that he did not use shinseanso or martial arts. Although he studied martial arts a little, his level left much to be desired. The young guy said that he was undoubtedly a scientist, but it seemed that the elder and others saw him as a martial artist. The gentleman thought about his words and asked if he was a martial artist. The guy, with pride in his eyes and a smile on his face, began to say that the power he used in battle was magic. Everyone around them was surprised. They did not believe that all the techniques that were shown by Hyen were magic. The girl continued to look at the young guy in surprise and began to ask him what magic is. The guy looked at the girl with a smile. The young guy said that for simplicity of explanation, one could imagine it in the form of transforming accumulated energy into tangible force, as they did, but something was still wrong. Midan said that it was different from Ki Shinseanso or Dosel. One could say that it was similar to the use of natural energy in martial arts. And the guy also heard that martial arts were mainly used in conjunction with physical strength. The guy said that magic did not use physical force or nature, but interacted with natural force and transformed it. The guys were shocked by what they heard and asked the guy if he had talked about what he had shown earlier. Hyen said that if you make a comparison, you need to imagine that the swords were made of iron, and it is obvious that they are all made of the same iron, but they could be used differently depending on the place and the owner. The guy continued to say that Kidosel, the art of wielding a sword, and magic were all connected with the use of the energy of nature, but it was all done in different ways. The guy wanted to add that magic is a type of science, and one could say that it is the science of tangible power. The gentleman asked that instead of transforming natural energy into physical force or using it in its pure form, she used the properties of this energy after the transformation, and he would never have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. The girl told the guy that he shouldn't try to explain with words, it would be better to show them something just not as large as during the battle. The guy said that this was a good idea and maybe it would be easier for them to understand if they saw it for themselves. The guy drew everyone's attention to himself and began to tell them to take a closer look at the glass that was in his hand. Pointing his hand at the glass and saying the word invisibility, he began to demonstrate the magic that was shown on the glass that stood next to him. With various movements of his hand, he made the glass invisible. The glass gradually disappeared from the table and everyone was shocked by what they saw. The guys in black robes watched all this and did not understand how the glass could disappear from the table. They were shocked by the magic that Hyen showed them. The girl watched what was happening and did not understand what was happening and where the glass went from the table. The glass disappeared from the table and everyone was shocked and perplexed at how interesting the magic worked and how professionally Hyen could control it. There was a saucer on the table and a glass had been knocked over. Those around them did not understand how, with the help of magic, the young guy was able to remove the glass from the table. The young guy saw how everyone looked in surprise at his actions and explained this by saying that it was simple magic. The guys looked at the young guy in surprise, and Hyen explained this by saying that he was using a technique to control light in the atmosphere. The young guy explained that thanks to this light they can see everything around, and they saw this glass thanks to the light reflected from it. But how could they make the object invisible? One of the guys in a black robe suggested that if they only saw light reflected from the object, then perhaps they should make it stop reflecting it. The young guy confirmed what the young man in the black robe was saying and said that he made it so that the light passed through the glass and did not reflect from it, so he became invisible. The girl suddenly shouted with delight that this magic was very amazing. The young guy asked Hyen to tell him how he learned this magic. Hyen wondered if the young guy really wanted to know who his teacher was or where he learned this magic. The guy in the black robe confirmed and said that this was exactly what he was asking about, and Hyen replied that he had not studied with anyone, and he thought that he was the only one who used this magic. The gentleman and everyone around were shocked by what they heard and assumed that Hyen himself created this art. The young guy was surprised that everyone around him thought that he himself created this art. The gentleman was interested in what kind of strange words Hyen uttered when he used magic. The guy laughed and began to say that everyone could think that he had invented a new language. It just seemed to him that these words were suitable for magic. The gentleman with a sad look continued to look at the young guy and asked him how Hyen came to the magic that he used in battle. Hyen said that he was from a family of officials who served at court from generation to generation. Every day he buried himself in books and one day noticed a powerful force emanating from his father's friend that this man was staying with them. He was a military man. General Hyen's mastery of martial arts was not surprising, but he felt the natural energy emanating from him. From that very day he began to study this energy, and after many attempts he finally managed to master this power. The gentleman listened carefully. The gentleman was interested in the fact that the guy also knew martial arts. He moved like a martial artist, so he also related to them. The guy said that he learned this from a book about martial arts that his father's friend gave him. The gentleman assumed one thing and began to ask the guy that, apparently, he could not learn the techniques from the book. The young guy said that he was a wizard and not a martial artist, and if he didn't have enough strength, he could fight some martial artists, but he decided to learn the little that was needed for self-defense. The gentleman said that the guy should definitely learn the techniques, and looking at him, he now realized how little he knew about this world. He was proud that he was a member of the Plum Blossom Squad. What Hyen showed him was simply incredible. Midan in the body of a young guy smiled and said that he was always happy to help people, and he was happy that his magic was interesting to someone. One of the guys began to say that he would strive for the same thing that Hyen knew and could. Starting from that day he and Hyen were friends and rivals. The young guy smiled. All the guys finally got up from the table and began to say goodbye to the young guy, seeing him off on his further journey. It was already evening on the street, and only the light from the windows of the establishment where the guys were having dinner illuminated the surrounding street. Finally, dawn came and the bright rays of the sun began to cover the earth and warm it with their warmth. A team of guys in black robes, led by a gentleman, escorted the young guy on his further journey. The gentleman began to say that although his acquaintance with Hyen was short-lived, it brought a lot of joy. The young guy thanked the gentleman and said that he, too, was glad to meet you. The gentleman finally began to tell Hyen to be extremely careful on the way, because if someone sees his magic, he can get into big trouble if he finds enemies in the world of martial arts. The young guy lowered his eyes and said that he remembered this and would be extremely careful on his further journey. The girl began to say that she was sorry to part with the young guy like that. She told him to stop by some time. The guy with a smile on his face began to say that he had a cute little sister, and of course he would visit her. The young guy began to turn around and leave. The guys in black robes waved their hands at him and watched Hyen go on his further journey. Beautiful mountains were located under a gray sky. There was a thick fog around them. This is where Hyen's journey took place. The young guy continued his journey. Around him there were many mountains that were in thick fog. Hyen climbed one of the high mountains, straightened his arms and felt unity with nature. With a smile on his face, the young guy straightened his arms and thought about how fresh the air was. It was a real miracle in his life. Suddenly and abruptly, the young guy heard that someone was next to him, and turning around, he saw some kind of person in front of him. In front of Hyen stood a guy who was the same age as Hyen himself. They looked at each other, not understanding how they both ended up in this place. The young guy who stood in front of Hyen was thinking about what it meant there was someone else there, which surprised him very much. Hyen greeted the guy standing in front of him with a smile on his face, and said that he would never have thought that there could be anyone else here. The young guy in the red robe also responded with a smile on his face and bowed to Hyen and introduced himself as Ki Jong. The young guys stood in front of each other, and there were different questions and thoughts in their heads. They did not understand how they both ended up in this place. Hyen, with a smile on his face, told the guy standing in front of him to go forward as Hyen politely let him pass first. The young man smiled in response, and said that he was in no hurry and could pass after Hyen, letting him go ahead. Hyen understood that he and this guy were not moving, and it was necessary to take some other measures to continue traveling. Midan, in the body of a young guy with a smile on his face, said that he was going to have breakfast there. In response, he heard encouragement from the young man and that he would not interfere with him. A conversation ensued between the young people. Hyen said that people said that if you drink in the middle of the day, then you won't recognize your father, and the mother responded by saying that it seemed like he no longer recognized his older brother. Hyen began to tell his interlocutor that he should be polite to him since he was a powerful wizard. The young man laughed, and said that wizard sounded like the name of a drink. Beautiful huge mountains were located under a gray sky. There was a thick fog around them which added a feeling of power. The young guys stood in front of each other, discussing something and thinking about their own things. There was a gray fog around them. The young man in the red robe said that although it was short, the memories of the time spent with his brother were priceless. Hyen began to think about the fact that his older brother was standing in front of him, and for him this time was also useful. Meeting his older brother was the best thing that happened to him during this journey. The guy in the red robe said that when he looked into the distance from the top of Hengshan Mountain in fascination, his brother was there. A young man in a red robe stood on the top of a mountain and looked into the distance at the mountains that were in front of him. A young guy in a red robe turned around to look back and saw something interesting. His gaze was very menacing. When the young guy in the red robe turned back, he saw that Hyen was standing behind him, watching him. Midan, in the body of a young guy, looked at his brother who stood on the top of the mountain with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the menacing look of the young guy in a red robe changed. He became kinder as he saw his brother. The older brother in a red robe began to approach Hyen to greet him, and also talk about life. The young guy began to say that he stopped there to look into his past, and he succeeded. The guy in the red robe said that for the last couple of days he had been traveling side by side with Hyen, as if they had really been brothers all their lives. Midan in the body of a young guy smiled back and said that he was glad to call such a wonderful person like this guy in a red robe brother. The guy in red clothes said that before he treated scientists with disdain, that they read a couple of books and boasted of knowledge. But after meeting Hyen he is free from prejudices. The guy in the red robe wished his brother to pass the exams and be happy. Hyen thanked him and asked why he spoke as if they would never see each other again. The young man in red clothes answered the question that didn't it look like their paths would now diverge. Hyen was surprised and asked why their paths would diverge. The elder brother closed his eyes and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He answered that he was sorry to say this, but there was no other way out. Hyen was very frightened by such words and was surprised. He said that they couldn't break up like that, and in response Hyen received that they couldn't do anything about it. The guy in red clothes began to push Midan in the guy's body by the shoulders and tell him that he had to leave already. Hyen tried to linger, and said that he couldn't just leave. Suddenly and abruptly, an unknown person approached them from the other side and began asking them what they were doing there. A gang in black robes that completely covered their bodies stood next to the young guys. At the head of this gang was a man with long black hair. He told the guys if they would have to kill them. Another man who was also at the head of this gang had short gray hair and began to ask who wanted to die first. A young guy in red clothes began to tell one of the men that the situation between them concerned only the two of them, and asked to leave Hyen alone. A man with long black hair said that only he could decide who to leave alone and that the assistant priest told him to get rid of the guy in red clothes and not leave witnesses. The guy in red clothes was surprised by the statement of the gang leader and began to tell him that he was the priest's bodyguard, while he could serve as a sneaky assistant to the priest. A man with long black hair began to explain that the priest's assistant would soon become the head of the church, so why shouldn't he, the priest's bodyguard, start serving the assistant now? A guy in red clothes with a menacing look asked a man with long black hair if he really thought that he could survive after betraying the priest. A man with long black hair began to say that the priest would only know who killed the guy in red clothes in the afterlife when they met. The brother turned to Hyen and began to say that it looked like they wouldn't let him go, and he would delay them as long as he could, and Hyen should run away at this time. Midan, in the body of a young guy, began to calm his brother down and tell him not to worry about him but to concentrate on his work. The elder brother began to shout to Hyen that these were not some ordinary warriors. They were the elite army of the church. Hyen said with a smile that he understood everything. A man with long black hair began to tell the gang that stood behind him to accompany the senior servant on his last journey with all the comforts. Suddenly and unexpectedly, all the guys who were in the gang took out their swords and began to attack the guys. The guy in red clothes took out a sword and shouted to Hyen to stand still while he ran to fight the villain. With sharp movements of the sword, the elder brother began to kill the opponents who attacked him. The man with long black hair told the guy in red clothes that he was still fluttering, but he was just a minister. A man with long black hair pointed his palm at his opponent and began to direct the blood formation of the popcorn towards him. The guy in red clothes fought bravely for his safety and also for the safety of his brother. He was ready to defeat and neutralize his opponents. The guy in red clothes saw one of the gang guys behind him who wanted to attack him with a sword. The guy in red clothes saw more and more opponents flying towards him. They surrounded him and were ready to tear him to pieces. The guy in red clothes thought that the formation of blood in a pack was a formation that cut the skies and shed blood, and if it was used by the elite army of the church, then no one would be saved. There were a lot of guys in black clothes. They surrounded the guy in red clothes from different sides and ran around him in a circle. The guy in red clothes thought that there was only one way to get out of the situation he found himself in. The guy in red clothes thought that there was only one way out of the situation he was in. But something confused him. Drops of the hood flowed down his cheek. He was embarrassed by the fact that behind these bandits stood his brother, who was watching what was happening. Another man who was also the head of this gang with short hair told the bandits to take care of the boy. The guys in black clothes began to come closer and closer to Hyen, taking swords out of their pockets. The guy in red clothes saw that the bandits were approaching his brother. He began to shout that they should not touch him and should not come near him. One of the gang leaders began to shout at the guy in red clothes to take care of himself first and not think about his brother. The guy in red clothes thought that if this continues, then he will have no choice to save the boy. He did not have to use the art of the heavenly blood sword. The guy in red clothes continued to fight with the bandits in black clothes. They attacked him with swords. Using various movements and techniques, the guy in red clothes tried to neutralize the bandits who were attacking him and also threatening his brother. It was very difficult for the guy in red clothes to fight the bandits. There was blood on his face, but he bravely continued to fight the attackers. The guy in red clothes bravely fought for his own safety and also for the safety of his brother. He had a sword in his hands. The guy in red clothes cursed a lot because it was very difficult for him to fight opponents, but he continued to do it for the sake of safety. Gathering his thoughts, the guy in red clothes was going to use magic that would neutralize all opponents, and they could escape with Hyen. The guy in red clothes raised his sword up and began to shout for the world to plunge into darkness and begin to use the art of the sword of heavenly blood, the first movement of the world of darkness. Using the heavenly blood sword technique, incredible magic began to emanate from the sword. Everything around became gray. The guys who were wearing black clothes looked in surprise at what was happening. They did not expect that the guy in red clothes would be able to defeat them. The guy in red clothes did not stop and continued to summon the bloody breath of the abyss that would hit everything in existence. He also summoned the art of the heavenly blood ball of the second movement. Something incredible was happening around. Everyone froze and watched as everything around turned gray and the opponents could not do anything about it. Many bright flashes flew to the ground, hitting it, and also hitting the scoundrels who wanted to attack the guy in red clothes and also his brother. Bright flashes were swords. They pierced the bandits in black clothes through and through, thereby killing them. The heads of the gang considered these incredible. They said that this guy mastered the art of the sword of heavenly blood, which only a priest can learn, but they didn't care and they assured that this bastard would not leave here alive. The gang leaders began to lead their wards and tell them to attack at the same time. The art of the heavenly blood sword Sogyoju is still imperfect, and they must kill him. The guy in red clothes did not stop and began to shout for the heavens to open and began to use the art of the heavenly blood sword, move 3. The guys who were members of this gang with swords were heading towards the guy in red clothes to continue killing him. One of the guys who was a member of the gang cut a guy in red clothes with a sword and he began to bleed. The guy in black clothes cut the hand of the guy in red clothes with a sword, thereby neutralizing him. Midan in the body of a young guy looked at what was happening to his older brother. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek. He was very upset. Hyen understood that his older brother was weakening and could no longer use the techniques that he used. He also saw that 3 guys from the gang were approaching him. 3 guys walked straight towards Hyen to kill him. Raising their sword, they told him not to twitch and then he would die without pain. Midan in the body of a young guy stood with a calm face. He smiled and realized that now he would have to work again. The guys in black clothes were surprised by what their opponent said and assumed that he was completely crazy. They began to point their swords at him to hit him. Hyen stood with a menacing look. He saw that swords were pointed at him and that now they would try to kill him. But he was ready to fight with the guys in black clothes. Midan in the case of a young guy began to direct an ice arrow at the guys who wanted to kill him. Aiming an ice arrow at the guys who wanted to kill Hyen, he thought that he could neutralize them. The guys were surprised that this young man possessed magic. The bandits did not expect that the young guy knew the arts of combat. They were in shock and did not understand what was happening. Hyen completely neutralized the opponents who wanted to kill him with an ice arrow. They lay on the ground and were defeated. The rest of the guys from the gang did not expect that this brat could defeat their guys so easily. The next 2 guys with swords approached Hyen. Midan in the body of a young guy understood that he needed to act further, and with hand movements he sent fireballs at his opponents. When Midan, in the body of a young guy, launched fireballs at his opponents, these fireballs completely defeated his enemies. The bandits began to scream terribly as they were hit by fireballs. Everyone was shocked that this young guy possessed magic. Despite the fact that some guys from the gang were defeated by Hyen, the rest of the guys from the gang ran after them and attacked the guy in red clothes with swords. The Midan in the body of the young guy did not stop and he ran to the aid of his older brother and launched a water ball at the scoundrels in black clothes. The elder brother looked at how the guys in black clothes who stood in front of him and attacked him were defeated by the water balls that Hyen launched at them. The young guy ran up to his older brother and asked him if he was okay. The guy in red clothes told the little one to leave from there because he wouldn't be able to protect him. The young guy began to convince his brother not to worry, since these bandits would need protection. The older brother replied that it didn't matter how many tricks Hyen had. Midan in the body of a young guy began to tell his older brother that these were not tricks, this was magic. The older brother asked Hyen about magic. The older brother convinced Hyen not to waste his strength since the guys were not at all like the bandits he had met before. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks from fatigue. Midan in the body of a young guy began to convince his older brother not to worry about this since he was a difficult wizard. The older brother wondered what this meant. Hyen, with a smile on his face and also strength in his body, began to say that he was a great wizard and therefore his brother did not have to worry about him. The gang leaders began to realize that the young guy was able to do something because he knew different techniques. They decided to see how he would work with building the blood pack. A young guy with a smile on his face and great potential began to say that there was no place in the world where his magic would be powerless. Suddenly and sharply, guys from the gang began to attack him from the side with swords, trying to kill him. Midan in the body of a young guy thought that this was incredible because the guys from the gang were very fast and also attacked him from unexpected sides. Hyen understood that the fact that he was attacked so harshly was very unexpected and also it was too close, and he decided to act trying to protect himself. The young guy understood that it was time to act since the bandits were too close. Hyen decided to put up a shield to protect himself. The bandits did not expect that when they attacked, their barrier would be the shield that the young guy would put up. They hit it, and fell to the ground screaming. The gang leaders saw how deftly this guy dealt with all the obstacles and began to call him a bastard and asked how he could deal with them directly. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that he could not stop there, and he saw how the gang leaders flew to attack him, and he launched fireballs at them. The gang leaders flew to attack Hyen, and when they saw that fireballs were launched at them, they took out their swords and were going to smash them. The gang leaders were very strong and they easily smashed the fireballs that the young guy launched at them with their swords. The young guy understood that the fireballs on the bandits did not work, and he followed them with a wind cutter to try to neutralize them. When a young guy used wind cutters on the gang leaders, with one wind cutter he was able to neutralize a man with short hair. One of the leaders was neutralized by a wind cutter. He screamed in pain, and his comrade was perplexed that some young guy could wound one of them. The man with long hair continued to fly towards the young guy to attack him, and shouted to him that Hyen would definitely die today, and launched a fourfold cut at him. The young guy, screaming, began to put up a shield so that the weapon that the man with long hair launched at him would not hit him. The man with long hair, who was the head of the gang, continued to attack the young guy, trying to kill him. A man with long black hair landed near the shield that Hyen had placed against him, and tried to break it with his sword. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that the man with black hair was stronger than he thought, since he could easily repel all the attacks of the young guy. The gang leader was very angry with the young guy because he understood that this daredevil was very strong and easily fought his gang, and Hyen understood that if he didn't come up with something now, it would be the end for him and his brother. He saw that his shield was slowly beginning to crack. The young guy looked with frightened eyes as the shield he put up cracked under the bandit's weapon. The shield that Midan placed in the body of the young guy in front of him cracked and shattered into fragments. Hyen fell to the ground along with his older brother, and the shield he had placed in front of him shattered into fragments. The young guy began to realize that nothing would work out for him this way, and he had to find another way to defeat the bandit. A man with long black hair began to ask the young guy if he really wanted to sneak away and use the art of the sword of death sentence on him. The young guy realized that a new attack was launched on him, and he decided to respond by launching an ice ball at a man with long black hair. The magic that the young guy missed on the man with long black hair affected the bandit's attack and repelled it. The second bandit who was defeated was already ready to fight again, and with a sword began to attack the guys. A man with long black hair began to blow the poisonous breath of a viper. The bandit with short hair decided to support his partner, and launched a fourfold cut at the guys with a viper's cage. The young guy saw how the bandits launched something very terrible at him, and he saw something black in the shape of a viper flying at him. There was great fear in Hyen's eyes, as well as a lack of understanding of what the bandits had unleashed on him, and why it looked so scary. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that he needed to use magic that could protect him from the viper. Hyen decided to use a teleport. Thanks to the magic of teleportation, the young guy was able to protect himself from the attack of the viper that the bandits launched at him. Midan, in the body of a young guy, landed on the ground and was glad that he could get out of the bandits' weapons. The bandits did not stop and continued to attack Hyen. They began to shout that now he was finished. The sword of a man with long hair was full of the lamentations of the souls of the dead. The man launched the art of the sword of a death sentence on Hyen. Midan, in the body of a young guy, was ready for any attacks, and he put up an ice wall to protect himself from the art of the death sentence sword. The bandits did not expect that a huge ice wall would appear in front of them. They tried to break it somehow, but they couldn't do it. Behind the wall stood Hyen, and also his older brother was lying on the ground. The bandits decided not to give up, and a man with long black hair tried to break the ice wall that Hyen put against them with his sword. The young guy saw that with their sword the bandits could break the ice wall that Hyen had put against them, and he understood that he would not be able to hold them back for long. The young guy turned to his brother who was lying next to him on the ground and thought that he would no longer be able to hold back the bandits, since they were much stronger than he thought. Midan, in the body of a young guy, jumped up and approached his older brother with the thought that they urgently needed to get out of there as the bandits would soon be able to kill them. The bandits with their weapons were able to break through the ice wall that the young guy put up against them, and they began to approach the guys to kill them. Midan, in the body of a young guy, ran up to his older brother and began to tell him that he would surround him with his mana and take him away. The bandits began to cast distortion on the guys. Suddenly and abruptly, instead of the guys, some kind of bright light began to appear in front of the bandits, which blinded them. The bandits did not understand what kind of light was in front of him, and why it blinded them so much. They closed their eyes because the light was very bright. When the bandits opened their eyes, the light had already stopped blinding them, and they saw something that made them very angry. The bandits saw that there were no guys in front of them. They were shocked by what they saw and did not understand where the young guys had disappeared. The gang leaders did not understand what the hell was happening to them, and they thought that they had been fooled because the young guys simply disappeared. The church residence was built next to large rocks. The sky was gray, the lights were on in the room, and screams could be heard. A man in a beautiful robe slammed his fist on the table and angrily asked his charges what they told him. A man with long black hair was on his knees and asked the assistant priest to forgive him because he had failed in his task. The assistant priest sharply shouted at the man with black hair to shut up. He was very angry and his face was very disgusting. The priest's assistant shouted to the man that he had gone there with the entire Imadeju detachment, and could it really be that even the iron spirits could not grab that boy, as he explained that most of the guys were dead and many died from non-combat wounds. A man with long black hair was on his knees and with a sad look began to justify that the young scientist who was with Ki Jong had mastered impossible tricks. The assistant priest did not want to listen to anything and shouted at the man with long black hair to shut up and not say anything. The priest's assistant was very angry because he expected that his charges would bring to him the boy with whom he wanted to deal with. The man with long black hair continued to kneel. He felt very guilty. Beads of sweat were flowing down his face, and there were different thoughts in his head. The assistant priest began to say that he would give one more chance to the man with long black hair. He would need to gather all the capable people in the order and strengthen his squad and wait for the next orders from the assistant priest. When the man with long black hair heard that the priest's assistant would give him another chance, he thanked him with delight and joy and was very happy. With a hand gesture and an angry look, the assistant priest told the man with long black hair to get out of his sight. The priest's assistant continued to stand with an angry look and watched as his ward left the room where they were. A man with long black hair left the room, slamming the door. The assistant priest opened his eyes and his gaze was angry. Behind the assistant priest stood a man who asked the assistant priest why he left a man with long black hair alive. The assistant priest began to answer the man who stood behind him that he did not intend to save the life of a man with long black hair. The man who stood behind the assistant priest was dressed in gray clothes, and with a grin on his face and an evil look, he was surprised that the assistant priest would not leave the man with long black hair alive. The assistant priest continued to say that the scientist who defeated the iron spirits turned the tide of the battle and that Jin Chonghu is the only one who can recognize him. The assistant priest with an evil look and a grin on his face said that he would spare the life of the man with long black hair until he gets to that brat. The man in gray clothes who stood behind the assistant priest understood that this whole situation reminded him of waste disposal. The men continued to talk about their own while in the room and also laughed at everything that was happening. It was already very dark on the street, and only from some houses there was light shining from which it was possible to understand that someone was in the house. There was no light in one of the rooms because those in this house did not light it, and also did not light candles. Lying on the bed was a man whose entire body was wrapped in bandages because he was terribly wounded. The man who was lying on the bed and was wrapped in bandages grabbed the bed with his fingers and made sounds of pain. Midan and the body of a young guy stood over the bed on which lay his older brother, who was wrapped in bandages. Hyen pointed his hands at the sick person in front of him and said that thanks to the healing properties of mana, the injuries to his older brother were being healed. The guy who was wrapped in bandages was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and Hyen was trying to heal him. Midan and the body of a young guy looked at his older brother and droplets of sweat flowed down his cheek. He tried with all his might to heal the wounded guy. The older brother gritted his teeth, beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He was in a lot of pain, but the energy of his younger brother helped him heal. Using mana energy, Hyen tried his best to heal his older brother, who was terribly wounded. With his hands on the wounded body of his older brother, Hyen tried with all his might to heal him and help him. Midan and the body of a young guy stopped treating his older brother with his hands, sat down next to him on the bench and watched the wounded guy. Hyen, with a sad look, sat next to his wounded brother and thought that to some extent, recovery had begun and now whether his brother would come to his senses depended only on himself. Suddenly Hyen put his hand on his face because he was very tired. He realized that it seemed like he had gone too far with the use of mana. Midan, in the body of a young guy, sat on a bench and thought that it would not be difficult for him to restore the depleted mana energy. Sitting in a certain position and also folding his hands in a special way, Hyen tried to restore the depleted mana energy. When Midan, in the body of a young guy, placed his hands in a special way, a ball began to appear between his hands, which was the restoration of his depleted mana energy. The ball between Hyen's hands began to increase and the young guy felt the energy being restored in his exhausted body. Suddenly and abruptly, there were a lot of large balls around the guy. This was the mana energy that needed to be restored. In the room where the guys were, a light came on. A huge ball flew out of this room and illuminated it. The older brother, who was lying on the bed and was bandaged, squinted his eyes. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheek and he began to make sounds. Finally, the elder brother opened his eyes and saw Hyen in front of him, who was trying to heal him with his energy, and also with his energy. Hyen saw his older brother open his eyes. He ran up to him and began to ask if he had finally come to his senses. Finally, the older brother, seeing Hyen in front of him, began to call him by name. The young guy told his brother to lie still, since he was not yet allowed to move. The older brother was bandaged. He rose from the bed and began to ask what happened because it seemed to him that he lost consciousness during the roar of the bloody ball of the heavenly waves. Hyen began to say that his older brother was very lucky and now he needs to forget about everything that happened then and focus solely on recovery. The older brother understood that the young guy had saved him. He thanked Hyen in response and heard that Hyen, with a smile on his face, offered to skip such an embarrassing greeting. Midan, in the body of a young guy, continued to tell his older brother that since he woke up, he needed to go somewhere for a while and asked if the older brother could be there alone. The older brother got up from the bed and said that of course he could stay alone and wished Hyen a good journey. Hyen paused awkwardly and decided to ask his older brother if he could borrow his sword. The young man was shocked that Hyen needed his sword and he began to ask the young guy why he needed his sword. Midan, in the body of a young guy, laughed awkwardly and said that he needed the sword for something and for what more specifically he could tell later. The older brother said that Hyen could take his sword. Hyen was very surprised because he thought that his older brother would refuse him. He had previously heard that when a warrior trusted his weapon to another person, it was commensurate with trusting his own life. The older brother, with a smile on his face, began to say that he really didn't owe his life to Hyen. Midan, in the body of the young guy, began to tell his older brother that the fact that he saved him did not mean that his brother should lend him his sword. However, he thanked him for the fact that his brother allowed him to take his sword and said that he would return it. Midan, in the body of a young guy, went on his journey with his older brother's sword behind him. People who lived in the nearest houses saw that a young guy was walking in front of them. They were surprised because this guy looked very interesting. A young guy with a smile on his face and power in his eyes walked past people and thought that he would need to make a magical weapon. When Midan, in the body of a young guy, was walking along the roads of the city where he was, he saw a sign in front of him that interested him, and he decided to go into this room. Having entered the store that Hyen was interested in, he went up to the counter and began asking the seller if he had a ring that would fit on a man's finger. The seller began to ask why the young guy had a man's ring. Hyen replied that he needed the ring, of course, in order to put it on himself. The seller laughed because he was surprised that the guy wanted to put this ring on himself because for the first time in his life the seller had heard of a man wearing rings. Hyen was very surprised at this statement. The young guy became very embarrassed and began to understand that the seller was saying that men here did not wear rings. Midan, in the body of a young guy, provided the seller with papers on which was drawn a sketch of the ring he would like to buy. The seller carefully examined the papers that Hyen provided him and realized that a rather complex pattern was drawn on the papers. The young guy began to tell the seller that there should not have been a single discrepancy between this drawing and reality. The seller stopped looking at the papers and said that making the ring would take a lot of time, and besides, it would be very expensive. Hyen said that he would give as much as needed, and there was something else he wanted to say. Hyen began asking the seller if he could engrave a pattern on a certain side of the sword that he placed on the counter. The seller was very surprised that his client first asked to make a ring, and then engrave a design on the sword. The Midan in the body of the young guy continued to say that he had two types of designs and he asked the seller to make one design on each side. The seller with a thoughtful look continued to say that all this would not be done very quickly and would also cost 10 gold nannies. With joy in his eyes, the young guy asked the seller how much it would cost because the price seemed very low to him. The seller was surprised by the young guy's question and asked if it was really expensive for him. Hyen said that he would bring him the money when everything was ready. Later, Hyen thought that he had spent all his money, and the only option to pay was that he could borrow money from his brother. Leaving the store, Hyen thought that when the magic weapon was completed, everything would become much safer, and besides, he would be able to step over the current limits of his magic. In the house where only Hyen's brother remained, shouts of training could be heard as someone was training on the territory of that house. Hyen's older brother had already recovered and he began to train on the territory of the house. Raising his hand up, he used the art of the Sword of Heavenly Blood, the first drawing of the world of darkness. Continuing to train, the brother did not stop and began to use the art of the Sword of Heavenly Blood, the second pattern of Bloody Rain of Demonic Wind. The elder brother's training continued and he continued to train invoking the Heavenly Blood Sword art of the third pattern of the Flow of the World. On the territory of the house where Hyen's elder brother was located, a lot of magic was used and enormous energy and power from these magics was felt. The magic was very strong, and it was clear that everything in the house was illuminated as Hyen's older brother was training. Drops of sweat flowed down the elder brother's cheeks, and he thought that training without a sword with bare hands was somehow empty. The guy was thinking that Hyen had not yet returned the sword he borrowed from him, and today he also asked his older brother for 10 golden nannies. Suddenly and sharply, the elder brother began to think about something. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and in his head there were different thoughts about Hyen. The elder brother drove away various thoughts about Hyen and began to think about the fact that he knew well what kind of person his brother was. Stopping in place and looking at the sky, the older brother thought that Hyen said that it would not be long so he would find out everything when Hyen returned. In the house where the light was on there was Hyen's older brother, whom he left alone while he went about his business. Finally, the young guy in Midan's body returned and showed his older brother his sword on which something was written. When the elder brother saw the inscription on the sword, he was shocked by what he saw and began to ask Hyen what it meant. Hyen replied that it was his sword that he borrowed from him. The older brother began to ask Hyen about the fact that he had engraved on the sword. Hyen said that he did not ask his brother for permission in advance and apologized for it. A smile appeared on the elder brother's face, and he said that he really liked this engraving because it was the first time he had seen such an unusual design on his sword. Midan in the body of a young guy began to tell his older brother that this pattern would give great strength, and he and his guy's sword were surprised by the fact that this engraving could give some kind of strength. After Hyen showed his older brother the sword, he took a ring out of his pocket and handed it to the young guy and said that it was a gift for him and asked him to put it on. The older brother was very surprised that the younger brother decided to give him a gift in the form of a ring. He was surprised to reach out his hand to take the ring and try it on. Hyen said that he knew that men did not wear rings, but this thing would also give the elder brother great power. The elder brother began to try the ring on his finger, and said that he would accept this gift because it was from Hyen, but he did not understand at all what Hyen was talking about. The young guy began to tell his older brother to try to collect his internal energy and place it in this ring. The older brother was very surprised by the words about internal energy. Hyen assured his older brother that he just needed to believe his words and follow them. His older brother agreed with this. Finally, the older brother put the ring on his finger and extended his fist forward and realized that he began to feel some kind of strength inside. An invisible energy began to spread around his older brother, as well as a force that he could feel only with his body, and all this was thanks to the ring that Hyen gave him. Stretching his fist forward, the older brother felt like there was an invisible energy around the ring that circled around his hand and also around his body. Suddenly and sharply, the elder brother's gaze became very sad. He began to tell Hyen that the ring was absorbing his internal energy. In a harsh voice and with a menacing look, Hyen told his older brother to repeat after him and shout out the word flicker. In an uncertain voice, the elder brother also said the word flickering. There were different thoughts in his head and a sad look on his face. Hyen didn't like the fact that his brother said the word flicker in an uncertain voice. He asked him to concentrate and put all his power into it and say the word flicker again. The older brother understood that he needed to put all his energy and also all his power and shout out the word flicker. He did just that and began to feel something incredible. The elder brother continued to look at the ring that was on his hand, and he felt how energy filled his body. The elder brother was very happy and began to ask Hyen what kind of mysterious feeling it was. Hyen said that he once talked about what it was called magic. After hearing the elder brother ask what magic was, Hyen's head had a lot of questions. He was going to gladly tell his brother what it all meant. Midan, in the body of a young guy, began to tell his older brother that on the day they first met, he thought that he had told him everything then. Returning to his memories, the young guy thought that on that day when he stood on a cliff near the mountains, he did not expect that his older brother would come up to him from behind. With strength in his eyes and a smile on his face, Midan in the body of a young guy looked into the distance, and was in anticipation of what a wonderful trip to Beijing awaited him. Suddenly and abruptly, Midan, in the body of a young guy, saw that next to him there was someone who was also standing on the table. When Hyen turned around, he saw that literally a few meters away from him on the cliff of a mountain stood a guy who was a little older than him. The young guy saw that standing next to him was a man who was wearing a red robe and also had long hair tied in a ponytail. The look of this young man was menacing, as was his face. Midan in the body of a young guy. When he saw a young man next to him, he decided that he needed to get to know him. He approached him to say hello. Hyen approached a young man who was in red clothes and greeted him. The young man's gaze was menacing, and Hyen smiled. Midan in the body of a young guy introduced himself, and said that his name was Sun Hyen, and he did not think that he would meet a person in such a place. The young guy in red also introduced himself, and said that his name was Chio Mu Jang, and it was also a surprise for him to meet another person in such a place. The guys started talking among themselves, and Hyen said that there was a beautiful view in front of them. Cole said that this was a place where one could enjoy the grandeur of nature. Midan in the body of a young guy began to say that since they had met, should they have a glass of alcohol? Cole was surprised that Hyen wanted to drink in that very place. Midan in the body of a young guy laughed, and said that wasn't this a great place to have a drink. The guys finally enjoyed nature under the gray sky and also sat near the cliff and drank alcohol. The guys laughed and enjoyed life. Hyen said that the great magician of the continent Midan, who reached the boundaries of the seventh circle one fine morning, returned to oblivion, and Cole could imagine how absurd it sounded. Cole laughed and asked what Hyen was talking about. Hyen continued to talk about the seventh circle and the fact that only 3 people on the continent reached him, and besides, only he was a master. Hyen was absorbed in thoughts of reaching the 8th circle, but at first he thought that he would go crazy. Cole's face was already red, but he was interested in hearing the rest of the story and began asking Hyen what he did next. Hyen continued to say that, as they said there was a way out of any situation. He learned that mana also existed in this world and that the more mana, the stronger the person, so he decided to start all over from the very beginning. Cole asked that Hyen, being a scientist, began to show interest in the great masters of Murim. Hyen confirmed and continued to say that the more skill the more mana, and in order to reach the 7th circle again he needs to learn a lot from the great swordsman. Cole asked Hyen if he had really met many masters of the Murim blade, and Hyen replied that he ended up here not so long ago, so from now on he will look for them. Cole raised his glass and began to say that they need to drink for what Hyen told him. With joy on his face, Midan in the body of a young guy also raised a glass and offered Cole a drink for the 7th round. The guys hit their glasses and drank to the great magician of the 7th circle with joy on their faces. At that moment they were very happy. The laughter continued to sound and the guys returned to reality. Cole said that, to be honest, at that time he did not understand anything from Hyen's words, because then he was so drunk that he simply agreed with everything that his interlocutor told him. Midan in the body of a young guy laughed, and was surprised because he thought that Cole was the only person who understood his words. Cole asked Hyen for forgiveness, and asked him to tell him again about it because he very vaguely remembered what he said that day. It seemed he said that he was from the continent where this place was located, and what else was the mana that was necessary for magic. Midan in the body of a young guy laughed, and asked Cole if he was asking him to repeat that long story. Cole asked Hyen for forgiveness. Midan in the body of a young guy said that when the reason appears, he will tell Chul again that funny story. Now it was not the most important thing. Chul tensed, beads of sweat flowed down his cheek. Hyen's face became more serious, and he asked Cheol if he shouldn't have returned to his place as soon as possible. Cole was very surprised when Midan in the body of a young guy told him about some place. The older brother asked Hyen what place they were talking about. The look of Midan, who was in the body of a young guy, became even more serious and harsh. He said he meant the place of Maggio. This was the place that the rebel detachment took control of, and this particular place was the place of Cheol. Under the gray sky around the mountains there was a building where the priest and his assistant were located. A man with a large black beard slammed his palms on the table and began shouting at his charge and asking if he still hadn't even found a trace of Cheol. The man was on his knees, beads of sweat flowing down his cheek, and he asked for forgiveness from the assistant priest and began to say that they dug through all the places where Cole could look to cure the wounds received from the demonic squad, but they did not find him. The assistant priest calmed down a little and asked if Cole had really been injured. The man replied that the sword master restored his breathing with the help of pranayama, but Cole was so seriously injured that he could not move. The priest's assistant began to scream terribly again and asked the man with long black hair why they couldn't find Choi then. A man with long black hair sat on his knees and with a sad look began to make excuses to the assistant priest, suggesting that Cole was dead. The priest's assistant began to scream terribly and call his charge empty-headed and that he really thought that Cole was such a weakling. A man with long black hair lowered his head closer to the floor. Droplets of sweat flowed down his face, and while they were shouting at him, he was thinking about something of his own. The assistant priest began to say that he was sure that Choi's wounds were not as deep as they thought, so he could come here for revenge on his own 2 feet. The man with long black hair finally raised his head and with a smile on his face began to say that if Cole's wounds were really not so serious, then he should have overtaken them by now. With a calm voice, but still with a terribly serious look, the assistant priest began to ask whether all the forks leading to them were well guarded. A man with long black hair, but already exhausted, began to answer that the best warriors and demonic troops were stationed on each path and that not even a fly could slip past them. The assistant priest calmed down a little, but still with an angry look, he began to say that he was glad that the territory was guarded, but if Cole appeared, something would need to be done. The man with long black hair understood what the assistant priest was talking about, and continued the phrase that if Cole appeared, they would mercilessly deprive him of his head. The man with long black hair was still on his knees and bowed his head to the floor. The assistant priest told him to try harder this time. A man with long black hair began to leave the room where they were talking with the priest's assistant. The assistant priest continued to stand in the room and with a sad look he was thinking about something of his own. Suddenly, the assistant priest turned his gaze and he saw Commander Chi-Ma standing next to him. The assistant priest stood in the room and turning his gaze in the other direction, he saw a black shadow standing behind him. A huge man with a very pumped-up body stood with a menacing look and said that he was waiting for an order from the assistant priest. The priest's assistant finally began to say that if that scientist appeared with Choi, then he, too, would need to cut his throat. A huge man with a pumped-up body bowed and said that he obeyed and would carry out the order of the assistant priest. The priest's assistant stood with a menacing look and thought that Cole would come to him as soon as possible, because it seemed to him that Cole had lived too long, and this time the priest's assistant would end his life at all costs. Under the gray sky was the house where Cole was after he was wounded. Midan, in the body of a young guy, sat on the carpet and moved his hands through the stones that lay next to him on the floor. Cole approached Hyen and began to say that he saw that Hyen was focused and he did not want to distract him. But Hyen said that it was time to leave and why they were still there even if they walked at a fast pace, the road would take 2 whole days. Midan in the body of a young guy continued to sit on his knees on the floor, sorting out pebbles, and Cole stood next to him. Hyen heard how his older brother was worried and began to ask Chol if he believed him. Chol answered that of course he believed Hyen. Midan, in the body of a young guy, called his older brother to him to show him something. Stretching out his hand, Midan in the body of a young guy began to tell Cole to take his hand because they were going to Maggio. Cole's look was very serious, and he was ready to go with his savior to Maggio. The young guys held hands and were ready to go to Maggio with the help of the magic they would use. The guys continued to stand in the middle of the room and were waiting for them to soon go to Maggio. Midan in the body of a young guy said that thanks to the power of mana, they can go to any place they want. Bright flashes began in the room where the guys were. They began to use the power of mana to go to Maggio. Midan in the body of the young guy began to cause distortions so that he and Cole could get to Maggio. Cole shouted because he began to feel as if he and Hyen began to fall somewhere thanks to the power of mana, so they could get to Maggio. The young guys really, thanks to the power of mana, began to fall somewhere in order to get to Maggio. Using the power of mana, the young guys continued to fall somewhere in order to get to Maggio. Bright flashes continued to flash in the eyes of the young guys and they kept getting closer to Maggio. Finally, the young guys were able to land on the ground after flying for a very long time and seeing bright flashes in front of them. Midan in the body of a young guy happily ran up to his brother and began to ask if Cole was okay because there were different emotions on his face after a long flight. Cole finally came to his senses and opening his eyes, he saw something very familiar in front of him and beads of sweat ran down his face. Cole saw a building in front of him that was very close. The guy didn't expect that they would end up in that place and was shocked. The young guys stood in front of a beautiful building and Cole did not understand how they got there. Cole began to ask Hyen how it happened and how they ended up there because they had just been in the Midan tavern in the body of a young guy. He answered that they simply distorted space. Cole was surprised by the phrase that they distorted space. He did not understand what it meant and decided to ask Hyen about it. Hyen began to explain that in simple words they teleported. He used eternal jades that he put on the map. Thanks to this they moved from one coordinate to another. After hearing this, Cole began to ask Hyen if it was also magic. Hyen answered that it was magic. Cole began to think about what magic was, because it seemed to him that it was something very incredible. Suddenly and sharply, Cole turned his head and saw two people walking towards them. Beads of sweat flowed down his face from what he saw. The men who approached the young guys were surprised by what they saw. They could not believe their eyes and said that they were greeted by the leaders of So. Finally, Cole relaxed, smiled and began to tell the guys that they worked great while he was away and also asked that while he was away, nothing happened within the walls of the school. One of the men began to answer that after Cole left for Gango, there seemed to be nothing unusual within the walls of the school. Choi's gaze suddenly became menacing and he thought that his enemies had not yet started an uprising within the walls of the school. Finally, Cole smiled and told the men to continue working. The men replied that they were obeying him. Midan in the body of a young guy and Chio walked around the school grounds and looked at everything around. Hyen walked and looked at everything around with bated breath. He considered everything simply incredible, because in front of him there was a huge fortress that was very beautiful. Chio laughed and began to explain to Hyen that Maggio was one of the two largest mountain ranges in Mirima. Hyen said that it was amazing. Hyen thought that everything looked much more majestic than the capital of the royal empire. Not everything was beautiful, but the grandeur and energy were simply incredible. Hyen's thoughts were interrupted by Cole and also told him to stop admiring Hyen because they were going to a certain place. Hyen asked where they were going. With a smile on his face, Cole began to explain that since they had arrived there, he would like to introduce the master of this educational institution to Hyen. Hyen, with a smile on his face, began to say that this was correct and that he should first greet the master of this educational institution. A man began to approach the young guys and was glad to see the leader So in front of him. Cole was glad to see the man who approached them and he began to greet the man with a smile on his face. The man began to say that he had committed a mortal sin. He realized too late that that guy Kuyen Su sent a demonic squad to Cole and the man in a hurry sent children to him. But it was too late because he didn't know whether Cole was injured then or not. Cole said that everything was fine with him and began to ask the man that when he said about children, he meant a detachment of heavenly spirits. The man confirmed this. Cole began to thank the man for sending the children to help him. But Cole was in perfect order, so the man could not blame himself for anything. The man said that he could not even think that that scoundrel would openly create such chaos for Choi. Cole said that that scoundrel was probably confident in his actions. The man asked that the man who stood next to Cole was a gentleman who used strange martial arts. Cole was very surprised and did not understand how the man found out about Hyen. The man replied that he was not completely sure of this. His informants reported this to him. Cole laughed and said that the man correctly understood that the person next to him was his Hyeonim. Cole asked him to love and favor him. Midan, in the body of a young guy, greeted the man with his hands in a special way and introduced himself that his name was Sun Hyen. In response to Hyen, the man also introduced himself and thanked him for helping the leader. So Hyen said that there was no need for gratitude because he only did what he had to do. Hyen's elder brother called out to the musketeer again to tell him something. The musketeer turned around to hear a question from Headso. Headso suddenly blurted out that what Hyen used was not strange martial arts, but was magic. The man looked at the young guys in bewilderment, and began to ask them what magic was. The young guys laughed loudly, and the guy in red began to say that he himself still didn't understand this well. The room with high ceilings was alarming. This room also had a huge inscription hanging at the top. The young guys opened the doors to the room they wanted to go into to do something. Suddenly, Hyen's gaze became confused and menacing. He began to feel that there was a strong sense of pressure in the room, and obviously there were owners of rich manna there. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. When the young guys entered the room, in front of them they saw a man in a white robe who was sitting in the middle of the room on the sofa, and behind his back there were magical drawings. The man who was sitting in the middle of the room on the sofa was dressed in a white robe and also had long gray hair and a long gray beard. Hyen continued to look warily at this man and realized that he had such a feeling for the first time. He had never felt such a feeling while on the continent, and he had not felt such strong energy even from the monarch of the empire. Cole decided to come closer to the man in a white robe and, calling him a teacher, began to say that he had completed his trip to Gango and came to greet him. The man with gray hair looked at the young guys and began to tell Cole that he tried very hard, and the man with gray hair asked if anything had happened during the trip with Cole. Cole began to answer the man that thank God everything went well. The teacher asked whether Cole was able to learn much during the trip. Cole replied that he really was able to learn a lot during the trip, and even now he continued to learn and learn many things. Sharply and unexpectedly, the teacher turned his gaze to the young guy who was standing next to Cole and began to ask Hyen who he was. Midan, in the body of a young guy, folded his hands and introduced himself. Cole said that it was his Hyen, and he met him while in Gango. The teacher looked at the young guys in surprise and asked Choi if he had found an older brother. Cole lowered his eyes with a smile on his face, and confirmed the words of the teacher that he had indeed found an older brother. A man with long gray hair and a long gray beard continued to stare intently at the young guy who stood next to his student. The young guy didn't understand why the teacher was looking at him so intently. Beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks, and his gaze was rather tired and sad. Finally, the man called out to the young guy and asked him that his name was really Sun Hyen. The guy confirmed that his name was really that. The teacher continued to say that it seemed like Hyen had already achieved a lot at such a young age and asked Hyung if he was a warrior. The guy looked warily at the teacher and thought that he could not even assess the abilities of this man. But the teacher had already seen right through his abilities, and he was sure that the man was much more outstanding. The man in white continued interrogating Hyen and asked him maybe he was not a warrior. Droplets of sweat flowed down Hyen's cheeks. He lowered his eyes and asked the teacher for forgiveness, and said that he was not a warrior. The teacher began to say that it didn't matter whether he was a warrior or not, as it was said by Maliakvikjan. This term was often used by the Murima people, which meant that all types of combat exercises in the end still operated on the same principle. The residence of the church was surrounded by large mountains that inspired fear as they were very powerful. The teacher continued to sit in the middle of the room in a white robe, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a man in a black suit appeared from the side and landed next to the teacher with a jump. The man who jumped next to the teacher had a black mask on his head. He approached the man with gray hair and began to say something in his ear. After the guy in a black robe said something in the teacher's ear, he began to move away from the teacher and take his starting position. The guys stood in bewilderment because they saw something very strange in front of them. Hyen looked in surprise at what was happening and had various questions in his head. Cole stood with a menacing look, watching what was happening. Sharply and unexpectedly, the guys turned in the other direction because they heard some voice saying that Leader Pooh wanted to greet the majesty of the teacher. The teacher's face became very menacing. He closed his eyes and lowered his head and waited for Leader Pooh to enter the room. The huge doors in the room swung open and everyone saw a black shadow of a man standing in the passage. The shadow disappeared and a man who was the priest's assistant began to enter the room. It was he who wanted to see His Majesty. When the assistant priest began to enter the room, he saw in front of him the very young guys whom he had been looking for all this time and whom he wanted to kill. The young guys looked at the assistant priest and were not happy to see him. Cole watched this man with a menacing gaze. When the assistant priest began to approach Cole, droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks and his gaze was both sad and confused. He could not believe his eyes that he saw Cole in front of him. There was pride in Choi's eyes and also a small smirk as he saw that the assistant priest was very sad and confused when he saw him. The assistant priest's face was too distorted as he saw in front of him the one whom he had been trying to catch and find for several days. The priest's assistant closed his eyes and thought that Cole was an impudent guy, and how dare he grin at him. He'll see who will defeat whom. Mid ran in the body of a young guy, at the sight of the assistant priest, began to feel that this guy was a dubious scientist because he felt some kind of energy, and Hyen did not like it. Finally, the assistant priest approached the teacher and greeted His Majesty. The teacher also greeted the head of Pooh and asked for what reason he came to them. After asking a question from the teacher, the assistant priest turned to look at the young guys who stood behind him. The teacher understood the hint of the assistant priest and told the young guys that they could already go. Cole listened to the teacher, and he and Hyen began to leave the room. Cole was very dissatisfied with the fact that the teacher escorted him out of the room, and Cole continued to look with a menacing gaze at the assistant priest. Cole continued to leave the room and thought that soon he would take off the vile mask from the assistant priest and show everyone his true face. Hyen thought that 20 years had already passed since he found himself in this place. He was too self-confident in his skill, which he had achieved during this time. In Murim, in comparison with him, there are many truly outstanding warriors. A man with long black hair who was supposed to catch the guys stood with his eyes closed as various objects flew at him and screams were heard. The priest's assistant screamed terribly at the man with long black hair and said that he had ordered to deal with Choi before he crossed the threshold of the school. A man with long black hair with a sad look began to make excuses to the assistant priest and swear that not a single fly flew through them. The words of a man with long black hair infuriated the assistant priest, and he began to ask who was walking in front of him with an important air. The man with long black hair continued to look at the assistant priest with a sad look, and he did not know what to answer to the question that his boss asked him. Suddenly and sharply in the memories of a man with long black hair, moments flashed by as they fought with young guys. A man with long black hair made excuses and said that, to be honest, something very strange happened last time. The assistant priest said that he did not want to listen to any excuses and ordered to get out. A man with long black hair began to say that he didn't mean it at all, and he didn't make excuses. The assistant priest continued to scream terribly at the man with long black hair and say that he was not going to listen to anything. The man with long black hair understood that the conversation would not lead to anything good, and he obediently began to leave the room. With different thoughts in his head, a man with long black hair left the room without explaining anything to the assistant priest. The assistant priest continued to be indignant and turned to the commander of the Chima detachment, telling him that he also disappointed him. The commander of the detachment, Chima, convinced the leader that no one really passed by them. The assistant priest was indignant and perplexed. He asked how those two ended up within the walls of the school. The detachment commander, Chima, began to mumble something and lowered his eyes. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He did not understand how to justify the fact that the guys were within the walls of the school. The assistant priest began to say that if the Chima detachment starts a sudden civil war, they will have to face a detachment of heavenly spirits, so they need to keep all members of the group ready and not let anyone relax. With his hands folded in a special way, the detachment commander, Chima, said that he listened to his superior and was ready to carry out any instructions. The man who stood next to the commander of the Chima detachment began to ask the assistant priest what would happen to the demonic detachment. The priest's assistant said that the demonic squad was complete garbage, and that there was no point in thinking about it. A man with long black hair walked along the corridors of the church residence, and thought that he was going to get rid of the guys by sending them to the advance group during the Civil War. A man with long black hair thought that this couldn't happen since they risked their lives and were so faithful all this time, and just because of one mistake, the priest's assistant wanted to throw them away like slop. The man with long black hair continued to walk along the corridors of the church residence, and think about how cruelly the assistant priest treated them. A man with long black hair stopped and turned his head to look at the room where the priest's assistant was located, who had just scolded them so cruelly. The look of the man with long black hair became very menacing. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and he thought that he would not allow this to happen because their loyal demonic squad would not die just like that. There were cups on the table and conversations were going on. The guy said that he could not understand at all what the teacher was thinking about. Cole said that he was sure that the teacher knew what happened that time and that Ku Yang-su was planning to start trouble. But why didn't the teacher say anything? The man replied that if the master had opposed it at that moment, then the whole commotion could have ended. Unexpectedly, Hyen asked Chul if he could get his word in. Chul, of course, gave the go-ahead for Hyen to say something. Hyen said that even though he was a foreigner, he didn't know in detail what was happening. But he thought that his teacher knew and understood everything about everything, and being such a majestic emperor, he probably had his own spy squad. The interlocutor confirmed that the gentleman had a detachment of spies about which no one knew, but how did Hyen know about it? Midan in the body of a young guy grinned and said that this was just his guess. Cole said that this was not a problem and it was strange why the teacher, knowing in about everything that was happening, simply remained silent. Hyen suggested that there were two reasons for this. Chul was very surprised that Hyen suggested that the teacher had two reasons. Chul was wondering what his brother meant. Hyen began to explain that the first reason was that if there was a riot that Chul and Musketeer Song were thinking about, then this would be an excellent opportunity to clearly find out about those who are against their policies. Cole and Musketeer Son were very surprised by this assumption. They looked at Hyen with surprised eyes and continued to listen to him. Raising his finger up, Hyen continued to say that the second reason was Chul. Everyone was shocked by such an assumption. The guy didn't expect Hyen to say that the second reason was Cole, and he looked at his brother with surprised eyes. Hyen explained that the lion did not protect his cubs, but on the contrary, he raised only those who survived in the deadly place to which they were sent. By treating the cubs in such a rude way, the lion tried to raise a real brave king of beasts. Hyen thought that the teacher was watching how Cole would solve the current situation in order to ultimately make him an emperor. Beads of sweat flowed down Chul's cheeks from the assumption that Hyen expressed to him. A crescent moon sparkled brightly in the sky, which meant that it was night outside. At night, the guys were discussing what was happening. Hyen stood under the moonlight on the street and looked ahead, thinking about something, because in front of him he saw something interesting that attracted his attention. Hyen watched his older brother who was sitting on the top of a rock and thinking about something, his red clothes fluttering in the wind. Musketeer Dream continued to sit in the room with his eyes downcast. He thought about what had been happening to them lately. The musketeer thought about Hyen. It seemed to him that the face of this scientist was unknown to anyone, but he had truly outstanding analytical skills, and he also possessed an unusual power called magic, which confused the enemy. Cole mentally asked about the reason why the teacher was silent despite the fact that he knew about everything. Apparently the teacher wanted to raise a strong man out of him, but did the teacher really want him to gain skill commensurate with their heir? Cole assured that he would never disappoint the teacher in his life because he would cope with all the difficulties facing him much better than the teacher could expect from him, and then he would justify what the teacher wanted to make of him as his follower. Hyen stood and thought that he had underestimated the warriors of this place too much when he fought last time against the demonic squad. He realized that their martial skill was much more incredible than he expected. Despite the fact that the shield is the magic of the lowest level of the second circle, members of the demonic squad who did not own magic could not break through Hyen's shield. He did not know them just as they did not know him, and with this ignorance it was impossible to win. Hyen paid too much attention to the shield, and he could not rely on it alone. The head of Magio, Yan Waiso, was the one who overcame the boundaries of the Sword Master and rose to the pinnacle of the great master that all the knights dreamed of. Looking at the stars, Hyen understood that he, too, could reach the 8th circle and he could even reach the 9th circle, and now this was his main goal. The sun was shining brightly outside and delighting the surrounding world with its bright rays. The day was very warm. Cole and Hyen walked side by side, surrounded by huge rocks that frightened with their power. Hyen began to ask his older brother where he suggested he go in the morning. Chul looked at Hyen with an enthusiastic look, who was a little scared. Cole said that he thought to see the followers who lived near the outer wall of the fortress. He had not been at school for a very long time, so he wanted to find out how the followers lived and at the same time show Hyen the local surroundings. Midan in the body of a young guy smiled at his older brother, and said that he was absolutely sure that Cole would become an excellent leader. Cole blushed a little at the words Hyen said to him and thanked him for such nice words. Sharply and unexpectedly, the young guys heard some nice girl call out to Choi. The young guys saw a beautiful young girl with red hair and a beautiful robe walking towards them. The girl was very beautifully dressed. Her hair was fiery red as well as her eyes. Hyen saw a very attractive girl. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and there was surprise and delight in his eyes. Finally, Cole smiled and greeted the girl. She stood with a menacing look, and Hyen still looked at her in surprise. The girl began to tell the guys not to pretend that they were happy to see her, because she heard that they returned yesterday, and they didn't even notify her about it. Cole, with a smile on his face, suggested that this upset the girl very much, and did she really miss her Oroboni that much? The girl insisted that the guys should not think that they could just get away with it. Cho calmed the girl down and began to say that a very valuable guest was standing next to him, so the girl should calm down. Suddenly, a girl with brown eyes and red hair drew attention to Hyen standing next to her, who had been watching her all this time. Midran, in the body of a young guy, looked attentively and with a smile at the beautiful girl who stood in front of him. Suddenly and sharply, the girl's gaze changed. She became frightened, and she continued to watch Hyen. Cole introduced Hyen to such a beautiful girl so that they could meet, and the girl behaved more reserved. Cole was glad that this girl with red hair and brown eyes came to him because she was very beautiful. Unexpectedly and sharply, Cole laughed loudly and the guys stood next to each other and looked at each other, while their cheeks were red. Finally, the girl started screaming again and asking Cole why he was laughing. Cole asked the girl not to get angry, but rather to greet the guest. Cole began to bring the girl with red hair up to date and tell her that he cared about the guy as his own Hyenim. The girl was very surprised when she heard about Hyenim, because the guy who stood in front of her didn't look like a warrior at all. Cole explained that Hyen looked like a scientist, but behind his soft smile hid outstanding martial arts. Hyen, having heard such a characteristic, told Cole to himself that he was clearly overpraising him. Hyen folded his hands in a special way and introduced himself. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. The girl with red hair also introduced herself, while her cheeks turned red. Cole said that the girl was his same and also the master's daughter. Drops of sweat flowed down the cheeks of the girl with red hair, and she covered her mouth with her hands and fear was visible in her eyes. The guys watched the girl and didn't understand why she had such a reaction. Beads of sweat ran down their cheeks. The girl with red hair suddenly and unexpectedly turned around and took off from her place. The guys did not expect such actions from her. The girl with red hair ran and was frightened by what she had just done. She could not believe that she had said her name in front of the guys, thereby making a terrible mistake. Beads of sweat flowed down Chul's cheeks, and he explained that there was such a way of life among women that they did not say their name. Hyen, with a smile on his face, suggested that the girl made a mistake and that's why she ran away. Cole grinned and began to claim that he was not sure that it was a mistake, but the grin never left his face. Hyen blushed and beads of sweat were running down his face. He asked Choi what he was talking about and what he meant. Cole continued to smile and suggested that perhaps the girl with red hair herself wanted to tell her name. To Hyen, the guy blushed and with a smile on his face said that this could not be. Cole put his hand on Hyen's shoulder and said that he would soon prepare a position for him. Hyen laughed and asked Cole to stop teasing him. The guys walked happily next to each other, and Cole claimed that in this way he was simply supporting Hyen. Under the gray sky, the guys continued on their way and Cole brought Hyen up to date, telling him that in the village there were only old men, women and children. The guys stood nearby and watched the beautiful nature in this village, and Cole continued to say that all the young people worked within the walls of the school. Sharply and unexpectedly, Hyen turned to Cole and began to ask him if he could protect them. Hyen was sure that Cole would be able to protect them. With a menacing look, Cole looked at the sky and said in all seriousness that he would save those people at all costs. Suddenly the guys heard some voices and also saw that young guys with some kind of sticks were climbing up the mountain towards them. One of the boys suddenly and quickly ran up to Choi and hid right behind him from the rest of the guys. 3 guys stood with sticks and shouted for the boy who was standing behind Cho to come out, because hiding behind the elders was cowardice. The boy appeared from behind Kolya, stuck out his tongue and showed it to the guys, and he also said that this was a strategy, because he had heard that if there was not enough strength in tactics, then it was necessary to retreat. Cole laughed loudly and said that the guy who stood behind him was quite nice. Hyen confirmed this and laughed the same way. A young woman was running behind the guys and telling them to stand. Sweat was flowing down the guys' cheeks, and they decided that it was time for them to run away from there. The young guys suddenly jumped up and began to run away from the woman who was chasing them. The little boy who stood behind Cole was very glad that his offenders ran away. He again came out from behind Cole and began to stick his tongue out at the guys who were running away. Suddenly the boy disappeared from behind Cole. He was very fast, thereby surprising Cole and Hyen. The woman ran up to Choi and Hyen and began to ask for their forgiveness. She explained that her sons were still very stupid, so they started this mess. The boy was again behind Chul. When he saw his mother, beads of sweat ran down his cheeks and he was very scared. His mother told him to come out from behind Chul. When the guys and the boy's mother were standing next to them, 2 more people approached them and began to ask what happened. The woman began to tell her father that the boy was causing trouble for the Nari gentlemen because they were playing around a lot. People did not expect to see that same person in front of them. They were in shock, beads of sweat flowed down their cheeks, and there was great surprise in their eyes. The men sharply fell to their knees as they saw the head of So in front of them. They said that they had committed a mortal sin because they did not know that it was Cole himself. They asked not to execute them. The woman also knelt down and placed her little son, who had just recently been hiding behind Cole, on his knees next to her. Cole assured people that everything was fine and they shouldn't worry because all children were like that. Cole asked people to quickly get up from their knees. A man with a white bandage on his head said that it was a sin of infidelity towards the head of So and they deserved death. The man asked to forgive the young and cut their old throats. Cole grinned and began to say that he could not ignore until the very end the desire to take responsibility for the parents, for the mistakes of their children. Hyen was very surprised when he heard such words from his brother. There was fear and surprise in his eyes, as well as a lack of understanding that Cole would really be able to execute people. The old people continued to kneel. There was fear in their eyes and droplets of sweat flowed down their cheeks. They were waiting for the head of So to execute them. Under the bright sky of a sunny day there was a small house that was about to fall apart because it was very old. On the table on a large plate lay a whole baked chicken that was already ready to be eaten. Cole was sitting at the table, and Hyen, next to him, were old men who asked for forgiveness for serving them such unsightly food in such an untidy home. Cole began to ask the old people not to worry since all people lived like this, and asked them not to call their house untidy. Hyen confirmed this and pointed out that these old people had set such a wonderful table for them by catching a chicken. A sweet old man with a white bandage on his head smiled and said that after their words they became even more uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Cole began to ask the old people and also the woman sitting next to him why there were only 2 bowls of rice on the table. People asked what head So meant. Cole began to explain what he said, that there were 6 of them there, and there were only 2 plates on the table for rice. An old man with gray hair and a white bandage on his head leaned over and began to explain that low people like them simply had no right to eat at the same table with Sogyoju himself. Cole smiled. He was very awkward. He explained to people that he had only come to them as a guest for lunch. Cole asked to quickly bring bowls and chopsticks for rice. The old man with a white bandage on his head was very surprised. For some reason there was sadness in his gaze. The woman sitting next to him also thought about what was happening and closely watched her father. The woman turned to Cole. There was sadness in her eyes and there were a lot of different questions in her head. Cole assured that everything was in order and asked to quickly bring the utensils for rice. The owners of the house looked intently at the woman and the woman understood that she would need to get up and bring rice utensils so that she and the owner could sit at the same table and eat. Finally, the woman got up from the table to go bring rice and also utensils for it so that everyone could sit at the same table and eat. The old man with a white bandage on his head began to assert that despite all the inconveniences, they would accept Chiol's good nature. The guy with a smile on his face thought it was great. Choi's look was very kind, but at the same time serious. He claimed that the food tasted even better if everyone ate it together. The house stood under a bright sunny sky. You could hear many different conversations coming from there. All the guys had already eaten and went outside to say goodbye, because it was time for Cole and Hyen to leave to further explore the village in which they were located. Midran, in the body of a young guy, watched what was happening and with a smile on his face, he saw how Cole was having fun with the boys. Midan in the body of a young guy continued to watch what was happening in his head with a smile on his face. There were different thoughts in his head. Finally, the guys got to the room where Cole took Hyen to show him this beauty. The room had high ceilings, and these ceilings held sculptures of huge men. Hyen told Cole that their training site was very huge. He also asked how many warriors they had. Cole replied that they didn't have that many warriors in relation to the number of warriors. The site was excessively huge. Midan in the body of a young guy was very surprised by Cole's answer and began to ask whether this was not a waste of space. Cole answered with pride and a smile on his face that the local warriors, in addition to practicing martial arts, had an even more important goal. Midan in the body of a young guy listened carefully to his interlocutor, and was very surprised when he said something about another important goal. Cole with a menacing look began to explain that they lived constantly preparing for war with Chongpa. If a war broke out between them, they would move the people who were engaged in farming outside the school here in order to protect them from the enemy. Hyen lowered his eyes because now he understood what his interlocutor meant. Hyen was very interested to hear about this. Finally, having accepted all the information, Hyen thought about everything and decided to ask Sheol that perhaps he meant So Jeju. Suddenly and abruptly, two strong and tall guys entered the room. Cole turned around and recognized them as defenders Meng Sa Dal and Wa Un Su. Two huge men with unpleasant appearance greeted Cole when they entered the room where Cole and Hyen were. Cole turned around and saw two large men behind him who greeted him and began to ask them what business they were here for. One of the men with an unpleasant appearance began to answer Choi that they were going to inspect the walls of the school, so they came to this room. One of the men with an unpleasant appearance, and also with a menacing look, continued to say that he had not seen Hyen before, and was it possible to let strangers in as recklessly as Cole did. Cole thought that this unpleasant man already knew that it was his Hyeongnim, and was this unpleasant man deliberately running into an argument? Cole began to answer that this gentleman was his so-called elder brother. One of the men with an unpleasant appearance was indignant. He asked Cho from whom Hyen received the invitation, and what was the reason for Hyen's presence in this room. Cole was very surprised that he was interrogated so persistently. He repeated what he had already said, that the person standing next to him was his Hyeongnim, and it seemed that these unpleasant men did not hear him well. The unpleasant men continued to argue loudly and said that Hyen was close only to Choi. He had nothing to do with them, therefore Hyeong had no right to be in this room. Cole was very angry, and he looked at the unpleasant men with a menacing look and asked them if they were now openly running into a conflict. One of the men with an unpleasant appearance continued to shout at Choi, telling him that his words were too rude. Hyen watched in surprise what was happening. It was clear that a conflict was about to break out between the guys, which could turn into a fight. They stood opposite each other, and their looks were very menacing and intense. The unpleasant-looking man continued to look at his interlocutor. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks and his gaze was very menacing. Cole also looked at the unpleasant-looking man with a menacing look, and droplets of sweat were running down his cheeks. He didn't understand how this man dared to argue with him. Hyen watched all this closely, and his eyes were full of fear and also misunderstanding of what was happening between Cole and the man with an unpleasant appearance. Cole was very angry. Beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks, and he began to ask Meng Sa-dal since when did he start contradicting him like that, and was so brave. An insidious smile appeared on the face of a man with an unpleasant appearance, and he began to explain that he addressed Choli with respect only because he had such a status. Choi's look was already very angry, and he began to ask the unpleasant-looking man if he was really going to go against him. Pointing his hand at Cole, a man with an unpleasant appearance began to use some kind of technique and say that no matter how you look at it, only the strongest survived in this place, and he would cut Cole's throat and reveal his location to everyone. Cole understood that he would now also have to fight for his safety, and he folded his hands in a special way and was ready to fight with a man with an unpleasant appearance, calling him an arrogant donkey. A man with an unpleasant appearance began to use martial arts techniques and point his hands at Choi with the bloody demonic hand of soul repose. Midan in the body of a young guy saw that his brother was in great danger. He watched everything that was happening and decided that he would need to help his brother so that he would not get hurt. Hyen raised his hands up and began to speak so that a flame would flare up, which would create a wall and block the path of the advancing creatures. Hyen caused a wall of fire. After Hyen summoned a wall of fire, A man with an unpleasant appearance saw only a huge smoke in front of him, and nothing else, as a result of which he could no longer harm Chiol in any way. The man with an unpleasant appearance did not understand what was happening and why his attack was defeated by this young daredevil. Another man with an unpleasant appearance who was silent all the time also did not understand what was happening and why nothing worked for them. One of the men with an unpleasant appearance began to jump away from the place where he stood because Hyen's magic was used against him, and the man did not like it very much. The face of the second man, who was mostly silent, was very distorted because he did not expect that some boy would be stronger than them. Finally, the men began to understand that in front of them stood the same man about whom there were various rumors, who possessed very strong magic, and it was useless to fight with him. Cole and Hyen, as well as two men with an unpleasant appearance, continued to be in the room, and there was a lot of smoke around them. The guys and also two men with an unpleasant appearance continued to be in the room where they had just wanted to fight. There was a lot of smoke around them. Finally, Hyen began to speak and ask for forgiveness from the guys. He assumed that the men were too excited because of him, so he invited them to calm down and just talk, after which Hyen finally introduced himself. The man pointed his hand at Hyen and began to say that as someone like him, he had the right to interfere. The man could not believe that Hyen directed his strange power at Magio itself, and did Hyen really want to die? Hyen replied that he only wanted to resolve the conflict. A man with an unpleasant appearance took out his weapon and began to run towards Hyen to attack him, telling him that he was the source of all the problems, so they just need to get rid of him. Cole understood that he needed to help Hyen in this battle, and taking out his weapon, he began to attack him with shouts from Man Sa Dao. The sword of another man with an unpleasant appearance touched Chul's shoulder, thereby stopping him. Chul was at a loss. He did not understand what was happening. The man who touched Cole's shoulder with his sword began to say that at such a time, simple observation of what was happening was considered etiquette. Cole didn't understand why these men were so brave and what they could be planning against him and also against his brother. The man with a smile on his face continued to say that it was a very funny sight, and he also asked not to interfere, but just to watch what was happening. With a menacing look, Cole began to ask the defender Hwa, who was blocking his path to Hyen, who was in danger, to get out of the way. The man with an unpleasant appearance understood that Cole just wanted to ruin all the fun that he so wanted to watch. Cole understood that there was no way back, and in this case he had no choice but to use force, and he began to use the art of the Sword of Heavenly Blood, the first drawing of the World of Darkness. A man with an unpleasant appearance was going to repel the attacks, and told Cole that with these attacks he would only bring himself to the grave. In response, the man with an unpleasant appearance unleashed icy blood and a cold soul on Cole with the art of the sword. A fight broke out between two men indoors. They fought each other to prove to each other who was stronger. Cole bravely fought with a man with an unpleasant appearance. He launched various attacks at him, as well as various martial arts techniques. A man with an unpleasant appearance repelled Cho's attacks because he wanted to prove to him that he was much stronger, and that he was right in everything. Cole thought that he saw what was expected from the protector of Hwa. Even if a man with an unpleasant appearance stood in 8th place in position, yet he did not get his place as a protector for nothing, since his sword art was neat and precise. The man with an unpleasant appearance was very angry because he thought that Chul was an ordinary sucker. But his skills are not that bad. But he still could not cope with him. The second man who wanted to prove to the guys that they laughed harder and continued to attack Hyen. A man with an unpleasant appearance pointed a sword at Midan, who was in the body of a young guy, in order to destroy him, but he saw that Hyen began to split into two. Midan in the body of a young guy, when he saw that a man with an unpleasant appearance was pointing a sword at him, decided to use the flickering technique, thereby making his opponent very surprised. A man with an unpleasant appearance stood with a sword in his hands and saw in front of him only light smoke. Hyen disappeared from the place where the man stood. He was very surprised and did not understand where his opponent had disappeared. Hyen appeared behind a man with an unpleasant appearance, and folding his hands in a special way, was about to use the following magic against his opponent in order to neutralize him. Midan in the body of a young guy began to use ball lightning magic against a man with an unpleasant appearance in order to neutralize the enemy. Hyen bravely cast various magics on his opponent, thereby greatly surprising him, since the unpleasant-looking man had never encountered such techniques before. A man with an unpleasant appearance saw how there were various flashes under his feet that blinded him greatly, and also prevented him from moving forward to continue fighting with Hyen. Hyen's opponent covered his eyes with his hands because the bright flashes blinded him greatly, and also the smoke got into his eyes and prevented him from continuing to fight with Hyen. The man with an unpleasant appearance was very angry because he could not see anything due to the fact that Midan in the body of a young guy was shooting bright flashes at him that blinded him and prevented him from continuing to fight with him. The vile man fell to the floor and began to crawl like Hyen. He read him like a bastard, but was sure that today, no matter what, he would blow his head off his shoulders. The battle between the guys continued, but suddenly they heard someone's voice asking them what the defenders of Meng and the defenders of Hua were doing among themselves. Everyone in the room where the battle was taking place suddenly stopped and turned towards the voice that was trying to stop them. When everyone in the hall turned to the voice that was trying to stop them from fighting, they saw an assistant priest at the door who came straight into the room to them. It was he who tried to stop the men. The assistant priest approached the young guys and began to ask for their forgiveness, because he believed that he had poorly managed his defenders. The assistant priest also apologized to Hyen and said that his inattention was to blame for everything. Cole said that it was his mistake, but in his head he had thoughts about whether such a facial expression meant that the person was really sorry. The corners of the assistant priest's lips only said that he was having fun to death watching all this. The assistant priest smiled disgustingly and began to say that Choi's words made him feel even more guilty. The priest's assistant finally began to address his defenders and ordered them to apologize to Cole Hyen. Meng's defenders were very unhappy that they were ordered to apologize to the young guys they had just fought with. The men understood that they had to carry out the order, and they began to tell Choli that they were very sorry and also asked for forgiveness from Mr. Scientist. Cole stood with a menacing look. Next to him stood Hyen, whose gaze was also menacing. Cole told the defender Meng that everything was in order. Hyen also believed that nothing terrible had happened. Hyen continued to stand with a menacing look. He approached the priest's assistant and asked that if this was all, then let the priest's assistant allow them to bow out since it was time for them to leave. The assistant priest easily released the young guys as he assumed that they were very busy. Cole told Hyen that it was time for them to leave. Hyen with pleasure also began to leave together with Cole from this room where there were people unpleasant to them. The priest's assistant and his charges looked after the departing Hyen and Chiol, who were leaving the room where there had just recently been a battle. A man with an unpleasant appearance began to ask the head of Pu why he did this, because he himself said to get rid of Cole and his minions and for them now it would not be any problem. The priest's assistant explained that if the hunt was too simple, there was no interest in it. Today they were just having fun, and after the real fun of the hunt would be the moment when they cut Choi's throat. Head Pu laughed disgustingly after the words were spoken. It was very dark outside and only the crescent moon slightly illuminated the surrounding village where the guys were. Suddenly and abruptly, a girl with long red hair and brown eyes suddenly opened the door and began shouting something to the guys who were sitting in the room. The girl with red hair, after opening the door to the room, saw in front of her the guys who were sitting at the table and drinking tea and also talking with each other. Cole was very surprised why this girl with red hair burst into their room and he began to ask her what happened at such a late hour. The girl with red hair blushed very red and began to justify her visit at such a late hour by saying that she thought that Chul was alone in the room without Hyen. Hyen understood that he was the odd one out in the room and he got up from the table and said that then he would leave for a while to leave the guys alone to talk. Sharply and unexpectedly, at the same time, the girl with red hair and Chul began shouting at Hyen so that he should not leave the room under any circumstances. Because of such a strong scream, Hyen almost fell off the table. The girl with red hair and Chul realized that they shouted too loudly, which was not very correct in this situation. The girl with red hair blushed very much and Chul began to laugh loudly as he found this situation quite funny. Finally, Hyen said that since the three of them were gathered in the room, perhaps they should all have a drink together to get to know each other better and also talk to each other. The girl with red hair continued to stand with red cheeks. Her eyes were full of surprise. She was very awkward and shy to be in the same room with an attractive guy. Midan in the body of a young guy sat with a smile on his face. He was also embarrassed to be in the same room with such a beautiful girl with red hair. The girl with red hair began to think about Cole's proposal, who suggested sitting together at the same table in the evening and having a drink. Midan, in the body of a young guy with a smile on his face, began to say that it was late at night. Cole was very surprised by these words. After all, they had just started sitting at the same table, and didn't Hyen really want to have a drink with Yang Same? The young scientist blushed very red after Cole asked him such an intimate question. He began to make excuses and say that he didn't mean that at all. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks from embarrassment. Cole, with a playful look, began to say that in this case they should sit at the same table and spend this evening drinking. Cole turned sharply to the girl with red hair and invited her to sit with them at the table, and also have a drink with them that evening. The girl with red hair blushed even more. She stuck out her tongue and began to say that she had not yet said that she agreed to sit at the table with them and have a drink with them. When Cole heard such words from a girl with red hair, he said that if she didn't want to, then nothing could be done about it. The girl with red hair became very angry after Cole's words and began to shout that who said that she did not want to sit at the table with them and drink, after which she abruptly sat down on the bench next to the guys. The guys thought the behavior of the girl with red hair was very funny. She really was very funny, and you could laugh at her. Cole began to ask the girl to tell why she burst into them. Such an angry girl with red hair answered that she heard about what happened during the day at the training ground. Choi's gaze became more menacing. He asked the girl with red hair if she was talking about the protectors Meng and Hua. The girl answered that it was about them that she was talking and asked that Kuyen-ju leader Pu had been planning something lately, and because of this, people close to him were arrogant in front of the guys and started a quarrel. Drops of sweat flowed down the cheeks of the young guys from what they heard. They began to think about what the girl with red hair had said and realized that she was absolutely right. Sharply and unexpectedly, the girl began to shout that she was no longer a child. She knew that there was a strange atmosphere within the walls of the school. The girl asked not to hide anything from her anymore, but to talk to her. Cole began to make excuses to the girl that he was not going to hide anything from her. The girl said that she was the daughter of the head, so it seemed to her that she should be aware of what was going on inside the school. Suddenly and sharply, the look of the girl with red hair and brown eyes became very menacing. She began to ask the guys that Yen-su was planning to organize an uprising. Cole's eyes were full of surprise because he understood what the girl was talking about. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks. The girl with red hair suddenly opened her eyes in great surprise because she understood that this meant that the scoundrel was really plotting a riot, which is why he treated the young guys that way. Cole began to calm down the girl with red hair and tell her that they could not say for sure yet, and asked the girl not to make such hasty conclusions. The girl with red hair was very angry. She asked the guys if they were still planning to calm her down and not tell her the truth. Cole claimed that he spoke in all seriousness, and even though it also seemed to him that the scoundrel was making some kind of dark plans, but for now he was trying to make sure of all this, he asked the girl to just not think too much and calm down. The girl with red hair calmed down a little and asked Chul if he had told her the truth in this situation. Cole claimed that, of course, he told the girl the truth, and as soon as he figures everything out, he will tell her about everything. The girl with long red hair closed her eyes and asked Cole to promise to tell her everything. Cole promised and also continued the conversation and clarified with the girl that she had said that she was no longer a child, so if something happened, he would tell her everything. Finally, the girl with red hair calmed down and said that if the guys said that, then she wouldn't ask anything else and wouldn't bother them with these questions anymore. Cole meekly agreed with the girl and was glad that she would no longer interrogate them about the scoundrel who was going to start a riot. The girl continued to ask the guys about what she was told, that they were attacked by two men, Sa Dal and Waun Su, after which the girl asked that the guys really couldn't resist both of them. Cole began to explain that due to the fact that Hyen detained Meng Sa Dal, Cole took over only Waun Su. After Cole mentioned Hyen in his story, his expression changed very much. The girl with red hair suddenly jumped up from her seat and began enthusiastically asking Hyen how he was able to stop Meng Sa Dal. Chul, with an enthusiastic look, continued to explain that he always said that Hyen was much stronger than he looked, and he was much more powerful than Chul. The girl with red hair was very surprised that Cole said that Hyen was much stronger than him. She asked Cole if the guy really was more powerful than him. Unexpectedly, Hyen decided to intervene in the conversation and said that Brother Cole was exaggerating a little. Cole replied that not everyone would have stood up against Meng Sa Dal, such a rude warrior. Suddenly, Hyen began to say that he agreed that Ming Sa Dal's sword art was really rough, but thanks to this, Hyung also learned a lot. The girl with red hair was full of surprise. She assumed that Hyen really knew how to fight very well and was a very cool fighter. Cole interrupted the girl and began to say that Hyen didn't just know how to fight, he was actually very strong. A funny smile suddenly appeared on Cole's face. He turned to the girl and asked her to remember what she had told him since childhood. The girl blushed very much and asked Cole what he was going to tell her. Cole suddenly blurted out that the girl with red hair had been saying since childhood that she would marry a man who would be stronger. Cole Hyun was very surprised by this fact about the girl. Cole continued to joke and said that then all they had to do was set a date for the wedding. The girl with red hair began to shout at Cole and she also blushed very much. The girl abruptly jumped up from the table and began to run away from the room where the young guys were sitting. She began to cry and scream that she knew nothing. Cole began to laugh very hard and shout after where they ran away. Yan So-lin Hyun asked Cole to calm down as he also blushed, and he was very embarrassed by the situation. The girl stood in a dark room behind the wall and heard laughter continuing to sound in the room. She was very embarrassed. The girl with red hair cried bitterly. There were different thoughts in her head, and the most important thing was that she felt very embarrassed by the current situation. The sun was shining brightly outside and warming the surrounding world with its warm rays, delighting everyone. Young guys were sleeping on the sofa after a fun night of drinking. There were a lot of empty bottles of alcohol lying next to them. Musketeer Dream suddenly burst into the room where the guys were sleeping after a fun night, and began loudly waking them up with screams. The young guys woke up, they were a little rumpled, and Cole asked Musketeer Sun to talk a little more quietly because they had a very bad headache after drinking. With a frightened face, Musketeer Sun began to say that something very terrible happened last night. Chul, with a frightened look, asked what happened last night, what made the Musketeer come to them so early and notify them about it. Musketeer Dream finally said that His Majesty was poisoned last night, and the Musketeer began to cry after speaking the words. The young guys did not expect to hear this and were very scared and surprised. Droplets of sweat flowed down Choi's cheeks after hearing what he heard, and he began to scream and ask how this could happen. The Musketeer assumed that Kuyen Su was to blame for everything. They did not know that this scoundrel would act so quickly and poison His Majesty. Hyun looked thoughtfully at Musketeer Sun and thought that something was wrong here. He didn't like something, or rather the disordered feeling. Hyun thought it was very suspicious. All the assistant priests' wards were nearby and looked ahead. Their gazes were cruel and menacing. The assistant priests' wards continued to be nearby, each with a weapon. Their looks were angry and cruel. In front of all the wards of the assistant priests there was a huge figure of a man behind whom they stood, and then walked. With firmly clenched fists, the assistant priest stood in front of everyone. His gaze was cruel and evil, and he himself personified the fiend of hell. The residence of the church was surrounded by many mountains that frightened with their power and size. The assistant priest pounded his fists on the table and asked his charges how it could have happened that the head was poisoned. After all, just a little more and they could have completed their great work. The assistant priest also asked who was the culprit of what happened. One of the assistant priest's wards said that he thought that this was not done on their part. On the contrary, it seemed to him that it was just a trick by the leader, so His Majesty wanted to pull something off. The assistant priest thought for a second about the words of his ward and he understood that perhaps this really was some kind of trick from the head. The man continued to say that all this time they secretly used powdered poison on him of 10 dizzying aromas, as well as poison in powder that had neither color nor smell. Maybe the head realized this and hid himself in a safe place. The assistant priest understood that the man's words had some meaning and His Majesty could really just hide, and the statement that he was sent was simply an excuse. The man said that the proof of all this was that no one knew his whereabouts. All that was known was that he left with Kwanian USA and Kwanian Chwasa. There was a possibility that the leader had long been planning to escape. The man suggested that the head may have already neutralized the poisons they planted. It seemed strange and illogical to the assistant priest that the head already knew everything. Head Poo said that if His Majesty had known everything about their actions, he would not have sat idly by all this time. Nor did he think that the head took refuge only after he realized that his body contained a large dose of colorless and odorless powdered poison. The man said that the head would need quite a lot of time to neutralize the poison, so they should have seized the opportunity and attacked the main school building, and after that, when the head returned, they would engage in battle with him. The assistant priest unexpectedly asked everyone about Sogyoju. The man replied that Cole had not yet taken any action. Head Poo assumed that there was a possibility that the head gave some instructions to Sogyoju, so the wards should not dare take their eyes off him for a second because it was very important for them. The man obediently obeyed the assistant priest and was ready to carry out any of his instructions, no matter what the orders were. The priest's assistant began to turn to the rest of those present in the hall and ask if perhaps anyone had other opinions about the current situation. All the assistant priest's wards present thought about the question of Head Poo, but there were no more thoughts in their heads about the current situation. The priest's assistant thought this was excellent, and in addition to what the defender Su Suk said above, he believed that it would be much better to infiltrate the school as quickly as possible, so early tomorrow morning they will launch an organized attack. Defender Su Suk said that why did they need to wait until tomorrow morning, because since that was the way things were, they could start everything right today. Head Poo was against it. They didn't know what the head was actually hiding. He also said that using Sogyoju the head could leave a trap for them and rushing was not always good. First you need to see if the enemy's situation has changed and then act. Defender Su Suk closely watched the assistant priest and listened to everything he said. After what the assistant priest said above, a certain puzzle formed in the defender's head. Finally, the assistant priest began to address everyone else present in this room, namely the commanders of the demonic and devilish squads. The commanders obediently responded when they were called. The priest's assistant began to give the detachment commanders instructions that tomorrow at dawn, as soon as the first rooster crowed, they would have to launch an attack on Sogyoju. Having folded their hands in a special way, the commanders of the detachments obediently obeyed the head of Poo and took note of the task that the assistant priest gave them. The assistant priest began to give instructions to Watanju, who, together with the blood demon Tanju, was supposed to unexpectedly attack a detachment of heavenly demons in order to destroy the forces of Sogyoju. One of the assistant priest's wards began to ask what he planned to do with the demonic squad as well as with each of the defenders. The man responded by hearing the priest's assistant say that they were pure garbage. He was going to get rid of them by sending them to the advance group during the civil war. The man was very angry that the head of Poo was going to send a demonic detachment to the advance group in order to destroy them. The man decided that Ku Yen Su would not succeed. The day was cloudy and under the gray sky there was a house in which Cole and Hyen were located. A girl with long red hair suddenly opened the door, as she quickly rushed to Cheol to find out what happened to her father. Cole quickly grabbed the girl with red hair so that she wouldn't fall because she was practically out of her mind from what had happened. With tears in her eyes, the girl with red hair asked Chul how such a misfortune could happen to her father, and where he was now. Chul did not know what to answer the young beauty to the question asked. Tears and beads of sweat flowed down Cho's cheeks. He answered the girl that everything was unknown to him, because he himself had literally just heard about everything that happened. The girl with tears in her eyes screamed that the guys told her not to worry, and that everything was not accurate. Chul said that they also did not know that Ku Yang Su would start acting so quickly. A girl with long red hair screamed with tears in her eyes that she didn't want to hear anything more, and that was how Sogyoju should have said. Musketeer Song, who stood behind Chul, justified the young guy because what happened was not his fault. They sent people to search for the head, so they should soon receive news from them due to the fact that Cole only recently arrived back at the school and did not have time to understand the current state of affairs. Hyen approached Cole and the Musketeer Song, who told the girl to sit down first because she looked like she was about to fall off her feet. Cole agreed with Hyen because the girl really didn't feel well. A girl with long red hair was placed on a bench. She continued to think about the poisoning of her father. The girl did not understand how this could happen to her loved one. Cole also said that he did not understand at all how this could happen to the master, because he was in such good health that he was not afraid of even 1,000 different poisons. Musketeer Song said that he was told that so far there are only assumptions that it was some kind of new poison without color or smell. Cole asked the musketeer whether the master's recovery was possible. The musketeer replied that the head would definitely recover and return back. And he also said that he had heard that His Majesty, along with his shadows Kwangmian USA and Kwangmian Chwasa, were hiding in an unknown direction. Cole smiled and closed his eyes for a second. He said that now he was glad even about this, and it would be very good if the master left him at least some instructions before he left. Unexpectedly, Hyen turned his attention to Chul and began to ask him why he was so downcast, because people from the walls of the school were looking at him, and first, he should at least think about his same yang and come to his senses. Cole was indeed very downcast, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks. He was surprised and frightened by what happened to the master. Musketeer Song said that Mr. Scientist was repeating the right things, because everyone was now in confusion, and at such a time Sogyoju should have led them all. Cole closed his eyes. He considered it absolutely true that he lost his mind for a second due to the current situation, and it was impossible to do that because he had to control everything. Finally, having gathered all his strength, Cole opened his eyes and began to ask the musketeer whether he was tracking the movements of the assistant priest. The musketeer replied that there was information that now all the enemies were in their residence, and he also said to immediately report to him if the enemy began to somehow manifest itself. Cole was worried that the enemies could immediately go on the attack. The musketeer didn't think so. The head of Pooh was good at building tricks. He liked to use his head more than his fists. Perhaps there is a high probability that the head will spread the poisoning incident to a third party. Head Pooh, under the pretext of controlling the situation, will act as His Majesty's deputy because this is a way in which he can take Magio Cole into his hands without shedding blood. He believed that this would be even better. They would have time to prepare. Suddenly, Hyen intervened in the conversation and talked about what needed to be thought about and about the opposite situation, because the head's henchmen also looked suspicious and no one knew. Maybe they were planning to seize the school and then wait for the head's return. Cole considered this to be true. He thought that first of all it was worth following the movements of their people and the defenders maintaining neutrality. The girl responded that she would also go with the guys on the mission. Cole looked at her menacingly and began to calm the girl down and tell her that she would stay here because she had not yet recovered from the shock. The girl with red hair began to say that she was completely fine and besides, all this concerned her too, since her own father suffered. Hyen intervened in the conversation and said that first they needed to entrust the matter to Choi and, on the contrary, it could become unprofitable for them if they moved in a group, so the girl needed to stay at home. The girl with red hair really wanted to go with Chul, but she understood that it would be better for her to stay at home. Her look was lost. Cole put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked her for forgiveness, and also asked her to trust him again as they would apprehend the traitors and save the master at any cost. The girl listened to Cole with tears in her eyes. Beads of sweat flowed down her cheeks. She asked Cole if he could promise her to cope with everything and return her father to her. Cole looked at the girl with red hair with a menacing look and told her that he was making her a promise, and even if he had to give up his life, he would complete this matter properly. Cole stood opposite a girl with red hair and tried to prove to her with his eyes that he was very serious and would help her save her father. Cole asked his brother to take care of the girl with red hair. Hyen assured Cole not to worry because everything would be fine and he would take care of same. Musketeer Song and Cheol turned around and prepared to leave the room to go solve matters that would help them finally save His Majesty. Hyen looked after the leaving guys. He thought that they had a lot to do since saving His Majesty was very important. The girl with red hair continued to be in the room. She was still crying bitterly, and in her head there was only fear for a loved one who could suffer because of the scoundrels from the church residence. Droplets of sweat flowed down the cheeks of a girl with red hair. She was very afraid for her father, since he was a very dear person to her. Hyen looked at the girl and with a sad look thought that she was very worried about her father, and if she got even the slightest shock, she would definitely fall off her feet. Hyen thought that it would be better for the girl if he put her to bed. With a wave of his hand, Midran and the body of a young guy began to send sleep to the girl so that she could finally sleep and take her mind off all the events and nervous shocks that had happened to her lately. The girl with red hair suddenly began to close her eyes as she fell into sleep, which Hyen sent to her so that she could rest. The guy understood that the girl was about to fall to the floor. He grabbed her with his hands and began to drag her onto the bed so that she could sleep in a comfortable place. Hyen picked up the girl with red hair and began to carry her to the bed to put her to sleep, since the girl was very exhausted from the events that had happened to her lately. Having laid the girl with red hair on the bed, Hyen understood that she was very tired and she should have had a good rest in order to survive all the nervous shocks that had happened to her lately. The girl was already lying on the bed. She was fast asleep and began to rest from the events that had happened with her father. Midan, in the body of a young guy, looked at the girl with a sad look and understood how much she had to go through lately. Midan, in the body of the young guy, continued to calm the girl down, placing his hand on her head so that she could rest a little and take her mind off everything that was happening. Suddenly, Hyen leaned right towards the lips of a girl with red hair. There were different thoughts in his head, as if he felt something very unfamiliar to him. The guy calmed down because he had different thoughts in his head about the girl with red hair. For a second it seemed to him that he really liked her, and he had something to honor her. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that he had to leave already. He calmed the girl down so that he had nothing more to do there. Hyen thought about the fact that he had already put Mrs. Yang to bed, so now he can calmly go in search of the head. With his hands folded in a special way, Midan, in the body of a young guy, began to use the magic of invisibility to go in search of His Majesty. After Hyen decided to use invisibility, he began to gradually disappear from the room where he was next to the girl with red hair. The room became completely empty as Hyen, using invisibility, went in search of His Majesty. Hyen, after using the magic of invisibility, began to use the magic of flight to quickly go in search of the head. Midan, in the body of a young guy, almost reached his destination where he needed to go in search of His Majesty. Continuing to fly high in the sky, Hyen examined the area where he decided to go in search of the head. Midan, in the body of a young guy, was flying high in the sky. He thought that first he would need to use a mana detection technique, since perhaps the mana, the amount of which cannot be accurately determined, would belong to the head. Thoughtfully, Hyen examined the territory over which he was flying high in the sky. He understood that he would soon find His Majesty thanks to his magic. Continuing to fly high in the sky through different mountains, Hyen headed towards the place where he hopes to find His Majesty. Hyen was flying high in the sky, but at the same time he felt something very strange. Hyen definitely felt the mana of 3 people, but he didn't see anyone in the area. Suddenly, Midan, in the body of a young guy, began to think that apparently Murim also had abilities similar to magic. Then he had to try to look through it. Folding his hands in a special way, Hyen began to use the magic of clairvoyance. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that thanks to the magic of clairvoyance, Hyen could sense and find out where His Majesty was. Suddenly, Hyen menacingly directed his gaze at something that seemed very strange to him, as if he felt that the head was somewhere nearby. Finally, Hyen saw that His Majesty was sitting on one of the mountains, and next to him there were 2 more people who were guarding him. Hyen looked at them enthusiastically, and was very happy that he had found the head. Hyen saw that it was impossible to approach His Majesty since he had put up some kind of shield to protect himself from evil. Midan, in the body of a young guy, saw the shield that His Majesty had put up and understood that it would not be possible to easily get through its defenders. Hyen continued to fly high in the sky. He understood that for a start it was already good that the head was alive, and Hyen thought that this was worth returning home. His Majesty began to tell his guards that it was now possible to reduce the tension since the danger had passed. The guards asked His Majesty what it had just been. With confidence they could say that they felt someone's energy, but no one seemed to think that the energy was coming from the sky and was a person really capable of fending off the air for so long. His Majesty sat on the ground and answered that he also did not see anything. Like his guards, he only felt someone's energy. The guys were wondering who was fending off the sky. The old man in a white robe began to assume that, judging by the energy, it seemed that this was the same scientist whom Ko brought as his elder brother. The guards began to ask if His Majesty was talking about that same newcomer. They could not believe that he had such mystical abilities, and had he not already reached the level of Wagyong. His Majesty said that if Hyen was a warrior, it would be possible to see whether he had reached the level of Wagyong or not, but Hyen said that he was not a warrior and His Majesty saw such abilities for the first time. The head said that if it really was that scientist, then he should have returned to the fighting position. Cole and his daughter were probably very worried. The head was very guilty before them, but Cole had to cope with everything himself if he, of course, wanted to become his successor. His Majesty's guards stood with a very thoughtful look. They did not understand what it all meant, and why the head was saying all this. His Majesty closed his eyes and told his guards that now he should rest a little, since a lot of different events had happened lately that had tired him. All sorts of turmoil continued to occur in the house as everyone expected the return and salvation of His Majesty. Midan in the body of a young guy stood in the room and turned around to see Cole walking behind him and Musketeer's song next to him. Hyen greeted his brother and began to ask him how everything was going. Cole replied that so far everything had been going very smoothly. The Musketeer said that after the neutral defenders heard the news about the poisoning of the head, they agreed to help Sogyeoju. Hyen was glad to hear this information, but he was curious about the movements on the part of the assistant priest. The Musketeer replied that he assumed they would not shed blood. He heard that, under the leadership of the assistant priest, his minions guarded the walls of the school and tried to prevent chaos. It seemed calm within the walls of the school at the moment. Cole's gaze suddenly became very menacing. He began to ask whether that cunning guy was pretending to be worried about the master. Cole couldn't believe it. The Musketeer told Sogyeoju that he didn't need to let his emotions get the better of him every time. Cole knew about this, and that's why he endured everything. The look of the young guys was very intense because there were a lot of tests ahead that they needed to go through. Some kind of arrow suddenly and unexpectedly began to fly into the room where the young guys were. A large long arrow flew at the speed of light into the room where everyone was and saw how sharply and unexpectedly it flew into the room. An arrow that unexpectedly and sharply flew into the room where all the guys were was stuck in a wooden post in the room. Cole and Hyen looked at this arrow. Cole approached the arrow and tried to pull it out. Musketeer's son said that he didn't see anyone, so he concluded that they were shooting from afar. The young people began to look closely at the arrow and saw that there was a piece of paper on this arrow. The guys assumed that it was some kind of letter from an unknown person. The men read this letter. It was written that this letter was for Strategizing leader Gu Yensu. The letter was written that currently no steps had been taken, but with the first roosters, Ji Maid and In Maid would attack Chong Maid to seize power. It was also written that the battle would begin tomorrow morning when Ji Maid and In Maid would strike Kian Maid in Midan. Jin didn't think that the guys would be able to trust him because of what he had done before, but he just hoped that they would trust him. Cole turned to Musketeer's son and asked him what if this was true, weren't they in danger? The Musketeer replied that he didn't know that Gu Yangsu could be so evil and cruel. Hyen assumed that if it was Jin Chongwei, then wasn't this the man who Gu Yangsu sent to kill Chul, and now Chul was going to believe him? Didn't he think that it was just a trap? The Musketeer said that there was a high probability that this was true. Gu Yangsu is known for not tolerating the mistakes of his men. The Musketeer thought that it would be strange to leave this to In Mage, who had already failed twice. The Musketeer said that perhaps Jin Wei knew that they were going to sacrifice and made Hyen with a stern face, although he was glad to hear it, but for some reason it seemed too false to him. Cole assumed that his brother was worried because he didn't know how everything worked here. Hyen said that they couldn't be sure of anything. Cole said that even if this letter seemed very suspicious, now they simply had no choice and had to act. Hyen's gaze was very menacing. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He believed that if this letter was true, then the tragedy would happen in just a few hours. Gathering all his will into a fist and with a menacing look, Cole said that they urgently needed to move out right now in order to prevent a tragedy. At the church residence, everything was still a large building standing among many mountains that frightened with their power and size. An assistant priest with an unpleasant face was communicating with a man in a white robe who was telling him some information in his ear. The assistant priest sat at the head of all his charges, stood in front, and listened to all the orders that the boss was going to tell them. Finally, the assistant priest with a menacing look began to say that he invited them here again because he needed to say something about the uprising. One of the wards said that they were already actively preparing for battle early in the morning. And didn't they finish talking about it earlier? The priest assistant began to say in a rude tone that their plans had changed and they would need to act completely differently than they wanted. Gu Yangsu said that their ward Inimadaiji Jin Chongwei divulged their plan to Sogyeoju, and now everyone knew about everything and were ready to attack. The assistant priest's wards were completely bewildered and also in shock. They could not believe their ears that their colleague was able to tell everything to their common enemy. All the guys who were in the church residence were completely shocked by the information they received. They began to talk among themselves and also find out the reason why their colleague did this. The priest's assistant managed to assure all his charges that they had nothing to worry about since everything was going exactly as he had planned. One of the men was very surprised by these words from the priest's assistant, because he was shocked that all the actions took place as Gu Yensu had planned. The priest's assistant knew that the traitor was spying on them and also overheard what they were talking about. The assistant priest was thinking about getting rid of the traitor right now, but then he realized that everything would be more fun if they left him alone. This guy did exactly what he was thinking about. One of the assistant priest's wards understood that the plan was very ingenious, and his leader did everything simply amazing. Finally, the priest's assistant called one of his charges to give him some task to complete. The man answered obediently, and was ready to accept any tasks that the assistant priest wanted to give him. The priest's assistant asked his ward if he was really going to strike at Pandan with Jin Chong Wai. The ward answered that that's exactly what he was going to do. The assistant priest's face became very angry and he began to say that as soon as his charges arrived in Paekyeondan, they must destroy the enemies. The man who was given the task was shocked by what he heard. He could not believe his ears that the assistant priest wanted to destroy his colleague. The face of the assistant priest became very menacing and angry, and there was a small grin on his face. He asked his charges if they had ever heard of 100 commanders. The faces of the wards became very surprised when they heard information from their boss about 100 commanders. One of the men suggested that the assistant priest meant a detachment of 100 people. He thought that these were just rumors. The other man said that he knew about it, and there were only rumors about his existence, but no one had ever seen him. The help of the priest began to say that the commanders of the 100 existed only for him. These were deadly weapons that could kill even his parents and brother, and they were the ones who would lead them to victory. All the wards stood with surprised faces. They were shocked by the information they heard from the assistant priest. The sky above the church residence was very cloudy. Nothing was visible around. Even the mountains became even more powerful and larger. Many men in special clothes quickly ran to launch an attack on Paekyeondan. A huge team of men, led by the ward of the assistant priest with weapons, fled to attack Paekyeondan early in the morning. Behind the huge team of fighters was already running another huge group of people who were also ready to attack Paekyeondan with swords. A man with long black hair was at the head of one of the teams where the guys were in black clothes and they were also ready to attack Paekyeondan. Men in white robes, led by their commander, had already run up to Paekyeondan and were ready to begin attacking her. There were a lot of fighters. There were two teams. One of the teams had guys in white robes, and the other team had guys in black robes. They were all ready to start fighting. The sky was very dark, gray clouds hung over Paekyeondan, which the fighters were about to attack. There were also many fighters in the room who stood with weapons and were ready to repel the attack. Screams were heard and one person was also heard saying that today would be Hyuk Shimyeon's last day. The man who was within the walls of Paekyeondan said that the enemy commander would not have thought that their Sogyeoju would be informed by Jin Chong-wai about his attack on Paekyeondan, and that they would be waiting for him. The man who was in the Pancheondan premises began shouting to his fighters to attack everyone. The doors swung open sharply and the fighters were ready to run into the attack to protect themselves and Pancheondan. Many fighters ran out of Pancheondan with weapons to attack enemies and also to protect themselves and Pancheondan. Many fighters in white robes with weapons began to run out of the doors of Pancheondan to rush into the attack and protect themselves and the building. A man with long black hair began to shout to his fighters that the Paekyeondans had left the building and now was the time to attack them. They needed to destroy them all. Suddenly and abruptly, a group of fighters began to run towards the team of a man with long black hair. He was very surprised because he did not expect such a turn of events. A man with long black hair with crazy eyes looked at what was happening, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks, and he did not understand how this could happen. The guys in gray robes and also the guys in black robes began to fight terribly among themselves. A lot of screams and wheezing were heard. A man with long black hair looked at the battle and did not understand how this could happen and what was happening between the fighters now. The commander of the other team began to say that the leader had long known about his betrayal. The man with long black hair pretended that he did not understand what the commander of the other team was talking about. The commander of the other team pointed his weapon at a man with long black hair, who responded by also placing his weapon between them. This would start a fight. A man with long black hair suddenly noticed that another people decided to attack them, namely those who were in Pancheondan. There was a huge fight on the territory between a team of men with long black hair and a team of another assistant priest's ward, and the guys from Pancheondan began to attack them. The guys from the room were very serious. They had already pointed their swords to protect themselves as well as their building where they were. The guys who were fighting among themselves were distracted because they saw that they were about to be attacked by fighters from the room they wanted to attack. A huge fight broke out between the men. Screams and wheezing were heard as the fight was very serious and large. The commander of the Pandan fighters told his guys not to panic as the number of enemies was only slightly higher. The fight between the men continued and screams and grunts were heard as everyone got what they deserved. The commander of the Pandan fighters saw that his guys were coping and he considered it very incredible. The commander of the fighters told the man with long black hair that how dare he betray the leader, and did he really think that he could survive after this? A man with long black hair told his opponent not to make him laugh since an maid had already been requested before. He had just done everything possible to save an maid. The commander of the other fighters said that then there would be no regrets, and with a laugh he continued to say that after this they would no longer have a detachment named in maid. There was a gray sky above the school where the guys were. In the room they continued to talk about upcoming plans. There were a lot of guys in the room. They were discussing among themselves upcoming plans that needed to be carried out for their safety, and also for His Majesty to return home. With a menacing look, Cole began to ask the guys that the decisive battle was supposed to begin today. Musketeer's son replied that the battle had already begun. A few minutes ago he received a message that a bloody battle had also begun in Pandan and Chongmaid. Cole with a menacing look said that he believed that the guys would succeed. But they could not sit still and just wait for the results. They also needed to do something to bring victory closer. One of the men who was also in the room with the guys said that they needed to quickly finish this and launch an all-out attack on the main enemy, or rather on Gu Yensu. With a menacing look but also with a smile on his face, Cole began to thank the men who helped him in this battle. The men obediently stood in the room next to Cole and listened to all his thanks as well as all the orders that he gave them. The guys began to slowly move to begin implementing the plan they had come up with in order to bring their victory closer and destroy Gu Yensu forever. The men began to run in order to quickly take action and begin to destroy the priest's assistant. Suddenly Cole stopped. His eyes were full of surprise because in front of him he saw his terrible enemy who had arranged everything. The assistant priest stood in the middle of the road and asked Choi where he was in such a hurry. A smile was visible in his gaze. Choi's gaze became very menacing, beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and he asked the assistant priest whether he was asking him about this because he knew nothing about what had happened. The assistant priest began to laugh and say that the youth in their days had a very hot temper, which is why they behaved the way they did, which he really didn't like. Cole continued to stand with a menacing look, and replied that they would see how long it would take to help the priest to laugh. Gu Yensu asked Cole that there was really a reason why he would no longer be able to laugh. Cole lowered his eyes for a second as he thought that the assistant priest could use his cunning trick. Unexpectedly and sharply, when Cole turned his head, he saw fighters walking straight towards him. He was surprised that Hyen was approaching him. One of the men from the team fell to his knees and began to beg Sogyoju's forgiveness, as the enemies already knew about their plans so they could not fight properly, and came to ask for reinforcements in a hurry. Beads of sweat were flowing down Choi's cheeks. He couldn't believe his ears because the information was very shocking. The priest's assistant said that he expected that Jin Chongwei, who once betrayed the master, would betray him too, and wasn't it easy to predict? Cole turned his menacing gaze towards the assistant priest, and was surprised by the information he heard from Gu Youngsu. The priest's assistant said that he thought it was time to take Sogyoju's head and it was time to take action. Cole's team was very surprised. Beads of sweat flowed down Seojaeju's cheeks. He turned in the other direction because he saw that he was about to be attacked. The priest's assistant began to raise his hands up and give commands to his charges to kill everyone present near Cole. The assistant priest raised his hands higher and higher. At that moment he felt how strong he was in all plans and could easily finally kill Sogyoju. The assistant priest raised his hands higher and higher. At that moment he felt how strong he was in all plans and could easily finally kill Sogyoju. The commander of the fighters began to shout to his charges to protect Sogyoju as he was in great danger. The guys began to run to the rescue because they needed to help save Sogyoju, who was in danger. A huge fight broke out between the men. They fought with dignity since Sogyoju was in danger. The guys fought bravely. Screams and wheezing were heard as a certain number of men were defeated. Swords stabbed straight into the bodies of the men as the fight continued between the fighters. Cole stood with very surprised eyes, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks. He thought that if he resisted even more, only new deaths would fall on his shoulders, because he had already lost. Sharply and very unexpectedly for everyone, Cole began to call the assistant priest because he really wanted to talk to him. The fight between the men stopped and everyone heard Cole shouting and calling for the assistant priest with whom he wanted to talk. Sogyoju began to say that since the goal of the assistant priest was his head, then they needed to fight one-on-one. The assistant priest contorted his face very much and began to ask Cole why he should do this, and did Cole really think that it would be beneficial for him. Beads of sweat flowed down Sogyoju's cheeks with a menacing look. He said that the guys were innocent and for him they were the whole family. With a grin, the priest's assistant asked Chul about his family. He continued to say that it would probably be more pleasant for Chul if they were all buried in the same grave. Clenching his fists, Cole begged the assistant priest to agree to his proposal and they fought one-on-one. With a smile on his face, the assistant priest decided that since Cole begged him, how could he refuse him? Cole continued to stand with very surprised eyes and wait until the assistant priest agreed to his application, and they fought one-on-one. Finally, the assistant priest began to say that they would have to do something a little differently, namely, if the guys surrender, he would leave Choi alive, and if not, he would cut off his head. Sogyoju's fighters began to shout that they would be with him to the end and let the priest's assistant not think that they were cowards who would just give up. Sogyoju's team continued to fight their opponents because they really wanted to protect their commander. Cole took his weapon and began to run, attacking his opponents with the words that they will go to the very end. When Cole ran with weapons to attack his opponent, he was also attacked by guys who considered him their prey and wanted to kill him. Sogyoju repelled all the attacks that were made on him with his weapon. He killed his opponents. There were a lot of men crowding around Cole who served Guyensu, and who were ready to tear Cole apart. Cole bravely repelled all the attacks that were launched at him by the assistant priest in order to destroy him once and for all. The men continued to fight, attacking again and again the enemy they had to destroy so that the assistant priest would be pleased with them. The fight between the men continued. They gathered again and again around Choi to begin to destroy him. Sogyoju bravely repelled all the attacks that were launched at him. There were no more men left around him since they were all defeated. The weapon touched Choi's hand. He looked at his wound and beads of sweat flowed down his cheek because he did not want to be defeated. Suddenly, smoke appeared in the room and some kind of butterfly was flying while there was a fight between the fighters around. Cole continued to fight. He understood that the fighters were very strong and it was necessary to continue to fight with them. Suddenly and abruptly, Cole stopped because he understood that he saw something very strange in front of him, and he did not understand anything. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks. Cole understood that he was dizzy and the world around him seemed completely different. He did not understand what was happening to him. Everything around became strange and the mind also became clouded as opponents used strange weapons against Choi. Cole suddenly began to realize that his enemies were using poison against him, which made his mind cloudy. The beautiful building in which Hyen and the girl with red hair remained was located between mountains that fightened with their power and strength. A girl with red hair was sitting on a bench. She was very worried about her father, who had disappeared. Hyen stood nearby and supported her. Hyen began asking the girl with red hair if she wouldn't mind staying home alone because he had to rush to help Choi. A girl with long red hair looked at Hyen embarrassedly, and with her eyes made it clear that she could easily stay at home alone. Hyen said that his brother told him to take care of the girl so that she would be safe and okay, but he was very worried about her. Yang Same replied that she knew everything perfectly well and understood the seriousness of the situation, but she believed that Hyen needed to go and help Sogyoju. Midan, in the body of a young guy, thanked the girl for letting him go to help Kul and told her to wait for him here and not to go anywhere. The girl saw how her beloved Hyen was about to leave and she hesitated as if she wanted to tell him something else. Hyen saw that the girl with red hair was about to tell him something. He turned to her and asked again. The girl with red hair, I was very worried about the guy. She blushed and told him to be careful. Midan in the body of a young guy smiled at the girl and told her that he would definitely return with good news and would take care of himself. Hyen began to walk away. Behind him stood a girl with red hair who looked after him and mentally wished him good luck. Midan, in the body of a young guy, walked along the corridors of the building and thought that he really wanted to be in time for the battle where he needed to help his brother. Hyen thought that he needed to hurry so that he could help his brother destroy their main enemy. Sharply and unexpectedly, the young guy's eyes widened as he began to think and remember something important. The young guy's eyes were still wide open, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks. He realized that his brother was in danger. Hyen realized the seriousness of the situation and began to loudly shout the name of his brother Cheol, who urgently needed his help. There was a lot of smoke and an unknown substance in the air that poisoned everything around and made it impossible to properly understand what was happening. The man ran up to Cole, who was kneeling, and asked him if he was okay, because his appearance indicated that Sojieju was very ill. Cole replied that he was fine and he would still be able to fight his main opponent, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks, and his gaze was very menacing. The look of the man who was running up to Cheol suddenly became very interesting and completely different, as if this man was plotting something against Sojieju. The man suddenly and unexpectedly took out a weapon and with a wave of his hand pierced the body of Choi with a sword, who did not expect this from his comrade. Only when Sojieju was pierced with a sword did he begin to understand that his comrade was a traitor who wanted to kill him on the orders of the assistant priest. Cole did not believe what was happening, and that his comrade was a traitor. The traitor took the sword out of Sojieju's body. Blood was flowing from the body, and Cole was in great pain both physically and mentally from the betrayal. Cole fell to his knees and the man continued to point his swords at Sojieju to finally kill him. The traitor began to say that before Sojieju died, he should let him say something that Cole did not know, namely that his real job was to spy on Cole. After the traitor's words were spoken, droplets of sweat flowed down Choi's cheeks. His eyes were full of surprise since he did not expect to hear such a thing and did not expect betrayal from his comrade. The fight between the men continued. Cole's assistants fought stubbornly for their honor, and the enemies killed those who were Cole's assistants so that Gu Yangsu would finally become the head within the walls of the school. The assistant priest closely watched everything that was happening in front of him, namely the fact that in front of him there was a huge fight between the fighters. There was a grin on his face, and the joy of the fact that he would soon be able to become the head of the school walls. The traitors who tried to kill Sojieju raised his sword high, and began to say goodbye to Cole. There was a huge smile on his face and joy from what was happening because he wanted to quickly destroy his enemy. Unexpectedly and sharply, some kind of magic began to push the traitor away from Cole in a wave, and the traitor was in great surprise because he did not expect that some force could interfere with him. Cole continued to kneel. He also did not understand what was happening. The traitor, due to the great power of the wave of magic, jumped to the side and the sword with which he wanted to kill Sojieju also flew off in the other direction. Cole suddenly saw that his brother was running to meet him screaming. They were very glad to see each other since life was on the verge of death and they might never see each other again. The fighters who came to the aid of Cole, along with Hyen, were ready to fight to the end and protect their Sojieju. Hyen fell to his knees in front of Cole and asked him if everything was okay with him. With a sad look and pain in his body, Cole answered that it was a very severe abdominal injury and, in addition, the weapon was also poisoned and it was completely unknown what would happen to Sojieju next. Hyen understood the seriousness of the situation and told his assistants that Cole would not be able to hold out for long, and they would have to take him away from there, and droplets of sweat from tension were flowing down his cheeks at that moment. In a quiet voice, Cole began to say something about the cave to which he wanted to be taken. Hyen asked where his brother wanted to go, and what cave he was talking about at that moment, when he was in great pain. Midan in the body of a young guy suddenly exploded and began shouting to his assistants that they had to urgently take Choi away from there, and the assistants had to gather everyone there so that they could all escape from there together. Musketeer's son shouted in response that let the brothers leave it all to them and run to freedom so that Sojieju could finally be helped and he would not die from his wound. Their comrades would cope with the enemies themselves. Midan in the body of a young guy continued to stand his ground. He shouted that they just needed to hold hands and make a circle so that they could all move together to a safer place and save Choi. Musketeer's son in response shouted to Hyen that they were not playing games there, and therefore Hyen should do exactly as the musketeer told him because this was an alternative option for everyone. Hyen continued to shout and tell the musketeer that he also did not play games with him, and ordered the musketeer to finally stand in a circle and then they would move to a safer place and help Cole. Sojieju's assistants looked at Hyen with a surprised look. They understood that the young guy was very serious and perhaps they would still have to stand in a circle to move to a safer place. Finally, the guys realized that this was the most alternative option for everyone, and finally they held hands in a circle to move to a safer place in order to help their Sogyoju. The guys held hands and also expected that they would soon move to a safe place and help Choi get back on his feet after being severely wounded in the stomach as a result of the battle and betrayal of a comrade. Cole began to shout to his brother to try to concentrate because he had to think about the place where they were supposed to go, that is, about the cave that he had recently told Hyen about. The assistant priest understood that his enemies began to do something very strange. They were clearly planning something, and therefore Gu Yensu ordered his charges to cut off their heads so that they could not get away from him. The men continued to stand in a circle. They abruptly and suddenly saw that many guys with weapons began to run behind them. They wanted to cut off their heads on the orders of the assistant priest. Hyen explained to the men that they would move wherever they wanted using the power of mana. Then he began to use this same power to move to a safer place and help Choi. Suddenly and unexpectedly, everything around became bright as Hyen had already begun to use the power of mana to move to a safe place with the guys to help Choi escape from being wounded in the stomach. The assistant priest did not understand what was happening. He saw that some kind of power unfamiliar to him was used. His eyes were full of surprise, and also on his face it was clear that he was dissatisfied with what was happening. Many fighters who served the assistant priest stood with weapons. They saw only bright flashes in front of them, as a result of which after this bright flash the guys who were standing in the circle disappeared. The assistant priest was approaching the place where his enemies had just stood. He did not understand what was happening and began to ask his charges what it was and where all the men had gone from the place where they were. One of the men in a white robe made excuses to the assistant priest and answered him that the assistant priest himself saw what had just happened and that they were unable to resist it. Gu Yensu ordered the man in white to shut up and also asked him how he allowed his enemies to escape from the scene of the fight and why his charges allowed such a scenario to develop. All the fighters told the Lord that they had lost his enemies. The assistant priest did not believe what the fighters were saying, and he also weakly believed his eyes. He did not understand how this could happen and why their plan went downhill. The assistant priest ordered the fighters to surround the area and watch Yang Xiaolan since she was very important to them now and let the fighters not even think about hurting her. The men in white robes obediently agreed with all the orders that the assistant priest gave them. They understood that soon they would need to catch and destroy Sogyoju in order for the assistant priest to become the head. Gu Yangsu considered the fighters to be bastards because they allowed Cole to escape from under their noses. But since this happened, he must rise to the rank of lord before Cole and Yang Huiso appeared again. Maggio's people might have already begun to get used to him. The evening was very dark. The mountains were frightening with their power because they were very large and very high. In some cave there were guys who managed to escape from Guyensu. In one of the caves located in the mountains, there was a bright flash, as a result of which the guys could move to a safe place to help Choi and protect him from further fights. The cave was frightening with its depth. Somewhere at the end there continued to be a bright flash. The guys could now find themselves in a safe place, namely in the very cave that Cole was talking about. Sharply and unexpectedly, the flash began to gradually dissolve and in its place appeared all the guys who, with the help of strength and magic, were able to move to a safer place and escape from the priest's assistant. The men were perplexed. One asked Hyen how they could get there. The other man also did not understand what was happening to them. He asked Hyen how this could happen to them. Midan in the body of a young guy at first refused to answer questions. He tearfully asked to help him since first they had to put Cho in a comfortable position to help him. The men understood that it would be better to get answers to their questions later. They obediently listened to their savior and began to help Hyen put Choi in a comfortable position to help him with the wound. The musketeers said that they must immediately treat Cole if he was poisoned. Then they urgently needed to find a way to extract the poison. Hyen stated that he would take care of Cole's wounds and asked the musketeer to watch the entrance to the cave and not disturb him. Musketeer's son also obediently obeyed Hyen and agreed not to interfere with him but simply to guard the entrance to the cave so that enemies would not come to them again and start killing them. Hyen leaned over the wounded body of his brother with a serious look. He thought that first he would need to get rid of the poison in his head. He already understood what he needed to do for this. Hyen thought that he would expel all the poison from his brother. Midan in the body of the young guy directed his hands at Choi and, with the help of magic, began to expel from him the poison that had entered his body when he was wounded. Midan, using the force of his hands, began to direct detoxification to his brother, with the help of which he hoped to get rid of the poison that had entered Chul's body through the sword that was poisoned. The men watched everything that was happening. Their eyes were full of surprise since they had seen such techniques for the first time, and they really believed that Hyen would still be able to save Sogyeoju from poisoning. The man asked the musketeer about who this person was and how it was even possible that this kind of thing was very strange, and how long they would have to train to become like Hyen, and whether it was even possible. Musketeer Dream with a serious look said that the techniques were not similar to the martial arts that they knew, therefore the guy used completely different techniques that were not known to them. The men kept asking that if the techniques were not similar to the martial arts they knew, then what it was and what Hyen used to cure Chiolo poisoning. Musketeer's son replied that he did not know that he used Hyen to cure Sogyeoju of poisoning and wounds, but something was still obvious to him. The musketeer considered it obvious that Hyen's ability could save them Sogyeoju, and if Hyen was on their side, then the heavens themselves were favorable to them and would be able to defeat the impudent priest's assistant. The cave was very dark. There had been no bright flash for a long time since the guys had already escaped and Hyen was working to save his brother from injury and poisoning that the vile people inflicted on him. Cole lay unconscious. There were many droplets of sweat on his face and apparently he was still very ill. But Hyen continued and tried to save his brother from injury and poisoning. Midan in the body of a young guy looked at his brother and understood that the situation was very difficult and he would have to try harder to help Choi. The musketeer watched everything that was happening. The musketeer said that Hyen had a very pale face. Hyen replied that Choi's condition was worse than he expected, and it might seem a little strange, but he needed to go out and then he would return in the morning. The musketeer was very surprised that the young guy was going to leave somewhere. He asked him where he was going and why he left them alone in the cave with the sick Kul who needed help. The cave was very dark. There had been no bright flash for a long time since the guys had already escaped and Hyen was working to save his brother from the injury and poisoning that vile people inflicted on him. Finally, the wounded Kul began to regain consciousness. Opening his eyes slightly in the dimness, he saw the musketeer's son and also his comrade who were helping him cope with the enemies. Kul sharply opened his eyes, droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks, he was completely without strength. He could only see and understand who was standing in front of him. His gaze was very sad and lost. The musketeer and comrade Sogyeoju were very happy because the guy finally regained consciousness. They asked him with joyful faces if he was okay and how he felt. The guy was in a lot of pain. He got up from his seat to understand how serious his injuries were, and also to understand whether he could continue to save his village from enemies. Sogyeoju asked the guys what all this meant. Musketeer's son replied that it was still difficult for the guy to move and he could not believe that Sogyeoju remained alive after being injured in battle. The musketeers said that they thought that Sogyeoju would not be able to survive and if Gu Yensu's people used poison, then it should have been fatal. In addition, it penetrated the abdominal cavity, and it was very bad. The guy's mind was still cloudy. Cole asked the musketeer how long he had been sleeping. The man answered him that not even a day had passed since Sogyeoju went to bed after being wounded in battle. Sogyeoju was very surprised by the answer he received. He also did not understand how it could happen that he slept very little, or whether the injury was not as serious as it seemed to him from the first moment. The musketeer explained that Hyen again demonstrated the mysterious ability that he possessed, thereby quickly healing Cho from the wound and poisoning received in battle. The guy's gaze suddenly became very sweet and affectionate with tears in his eyes. He understood that his brother had saved him again, and thanks to him he was now alive and could talk with his people. Musketeer's son with a sad face began to say that he had something to tell Sogyeoju about Hyen. The wounded guy asked if his brother had really had any troubles while he was sleeping. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the men saw that Midan had approached them in the body of a young guy. Hyen was glad that his brother woke up after being seriously wounded. He quickly began to approach him. Cole said with gratitude that he heard that his brother saved him again. He thanked Hyen. The guy interrupted him and suggested that he say this after he fully recovered. He also asked Cole how he felt. Droplets of photos flowed down Sogyeoju's cheeks with a sad look. He told Hyen that when he woke up his stomach hurt badly, and apparently this was after a serious wound that he received in battle. Hyen said that this was probably the case because it took too much effort to get rid of the poison. And the guy also said that the pain in the stomach would go away after a while and he would have to be treated 1 or 2 more times. The musketeer interrupted the conversation of the guys. He was talking about the fact that since Hyen was present next to them, he needed to say something. Beads of sweat flowed down Hyen's cheeks. He was very interested in what the musketeer wanted to talk about. With a sad look, Cole told everyone present in the cave that General Sung had something to tell about his brother, and everyone was waiting for this story because everyone was very interested in hearing it. Midan, in the body of a young guy, was very surprised by the information that General Sung had something to tell about Hyen. The guy really didn't understand what the man wanted to tell everyone present. Musketeer Song asked Sogyeoja to stop Hyen. Cole did not understand why he needed to stop his brother, and what was the reason, and why the musketeer was so worried about Hyen. The musketeer's look was very sad and the information he spoke was not pleasant. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and he told Sogyeoja that Hyen insisted that he would return to Magio alone at dawn. Sogyeoja was very surprised by the fact that the musketeer told him. He did not understand why Hyen had to return to Magio completely alone. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks and his eyes were full of surprise. Midan, in the body of a young guy, stood with a sad look. He explained his action by saying that he left the girl with red hair completely alone and promised her to return soon. Beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks from a tense conversation. Chul began to think about both sisters. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks due to the tension that was in his head from the information received. Chul did not understand what he needed to do next. Musketeer Song also said that they were also concerned about Yang Seolin's condition, but if Hyen went blindly, he could lose his life before saving Yang Seolin. The look of Midan, who was in the body of the young guy, became more menacing. He told everyone present not to worry about him, since he would take care of himself and protect himself from various disasters. Musketeer Song said that it was their responsibility since Yang Seolin was the daughter of their master, and they could not help but interfere in this situation that happened with Hyen and the girl. Cole said that his son's words were true and it was not that he doubted his brother's abilities, but it did not matter at all that his brother, who knew nothing about Magio and his troops, went alone to save the young sisters. Midan, in the body of a young guy, was very surprised by the words that his brother said. With a surprised face he asked his brother why he said that, and was it really bad that he decided to visit the girl with red hair. Sogyeoja said that if his brother goes somewhere, he will also follow him. Kolya's gaze was very menacing, beads of sweat flowed down his cheek, but he was very serious and was ready to always be by his brother's side. Midan, in the body of a young guy, asked his brother if it was difficult for him to move now because he still continued to be interested in his condition and was very worried about his health. With a stern attitude, Cole understood that they wanted to stop him, but he was firmly convinced that he, too, would go with his brother wherever he went. Cole would always be by his side. Midan, in the body of a young guy, reassured his brother, who was very serious. But Hyen first suggested that he just lie down and lie there until he recovered. They would not go anywhere. Sogyeoja earnestly asked his brother to promise him that he would never go anywhere alone. Hyen did not understand why he should give such a promise, because it was convenient for him that he could move around completely alone. The wounded guy understood that his brother did not hear him. He began to shout to Hyen in an intensely menacing voice so that he would promise him not to go anywhere alone and that they would only go on business together. Midan, in the body of a young guy, understood that his brother was very serious and Hyen agreed that he would go on all sorts of things only with him, and he also promised this to his brother. Sogyeoja said that he still wants to save 2 sisters like we did. He was also worried about them, but the guys should stick together and not make rash decisions. Cole hoped that his brother understood this too. Hyen began to convince his brother that he still hoped to save the girls as soon as possible. His gaze was intense and beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks from the conversation that was between him and Cole. Sogyeoja said that it was true that they had to save the sisters in the near future, but they also had to wait until Chul recovered and then gather their strength and begin to act. Hyen said with a serious look that if the enemies had Yang Sojo, then they could become familiar with the leadership of Magio, and then events could have turned out much sadder, and it is unknown what this would have led to. The musketeer narrowed his eyes and said that it was for this reason that they must save Yang Sojo as soon as possible in order to prevent a disaster that could happen to them. With a stern look, Hyen understood that the men thought the same as he did, and if this was so, then they must find a way that will allow them to do two things at the same time, and then everything will be fine. Cole thought about the fact that his brother suggested doing two things at the same time. Beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks and his eyes were very intense. There were different thoughts in his head about what was happening to them. The men were in their narrow circle. They continued to discuss the events that happened to them, as well as the events that would happen to them. It was necessary to develop a clear plan to help everyone and save everyone. It was no longer so dark in the walls of the cave, as a bright flash appeared in the middle of it, which would allow the guys to teleport to another place to help save everyone and take care of the sisters. Cole sat down behind him. Hyen, who, with the help of his magic, began to heal him again so that he could again get back into line and help them get rid of the enemies who were causing various disasters in their village. Sogyoju screamed from how much it hurt him. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks. But he consciously understood that he needed to heal in order to get back into action and get rid of his enemies. Drops of sweat also flowed down the cheeks of Miran, who was in the body of a young guy. He thought that he needed to cure his brother as soon as possible so that they could all act together against their enemy. The cave was again very dark. The bright light stopped shining at the end of the cave, as this meant that Hyen had stopped using his magic in order to cure his brother after being wounded and poisoned. Beads of sweat flowed all over Seojaeju's body. He finally exhaled since Hyen stopped treating him. Choi felt much better, and he exhaled. Hyen sat behind him with a serious face. Midran, in the body of a young guy, asked his brother how he felt. Sogyoju replied that his body felt incredibly comfortable, and he really felt better after the treatment his brother gave him. Hyen said that Choi had a very strong and healthy body, so the treatment was going well. At the moment Choi should rest, and when he wakes up, after a good sleep, he will only have a slight pain from the injury. Midran, in the body of a young guy, began to leave the cave, but then suddenly and unexpectedly he heard Cole calling him. Hyen was very surprised, but was in the mood to listen to what his brother wanted to talk to him about. Cole told her brother not to worry because both sisters will be fine. Hyen shouldn't worry too much because everything will be fine, and they will handle everything. There was a smile on Hyen's face. He was glad to hear the information. Hyen looked at his brother, and felt that this man had really become his soul mate in a short time, and they would really cope with everything together. Hyen nevertheless began to leave the cave, leaving her brother to sleep alone. Cho looked after her leaving brother, and for some reason his gaze became very sad and as if he still wanted to tell his brother something. Droplets of sweat flowed down Sogyoju's cheeks. He was very serious. His gaze indicated that he was worried about something, and in his head there were different thoughts about the events that were happening and would happen. Midran, in the body of a young guy, was sitting on the floor. There was a bright light around him. Folding his hands in a special way, he felt some kind of magic inside himself. The magic around Hyen became much greater. He continued to sit on the floor and folded his hands in a special way and continued to radiate the energy that was inside him. It was very dark outside. The high mountains were frightening with their power. In one of the mountains there was a cave where Cole slept and rested after being wounded in battle. Sogyoju was fast asleep on the white sheets. His body was very strong and muscular. He was resting after being wounded in battle. Musketeer Song and his comrades sat next to Cole and guarded him, since at any moment someone could sneak into the cave and do something terrible. Near Hyen, a man lay sleeping on the ground. Hyen continued to use his magic. A huge energy emanating from his body shone around him. Midran, in the body of a young guy, was exhausted. He got up from the ground after using magic and slightly bent over and walked somewhere. Midran, in the body of a young guy, walked through the cave. He was thinking about something of his own because he was determined to do something very seriously. Hyen understood that it was impossible to hesitate and had to act quickly to save the village. Finally, Midran, in the body of a young guy, left the cave, and with a serious expression on his face, he thought that he could not hesitate any longer and had to go there before everyone woke up. Sharply and unexpectedly, a voice came from behind, saying that they weren't supposed to go on a mission together. Beads of sweat flowed down Hyen's cheeks. He didn't expect anyone to understand his intentions. Behind Hyen stood the entire crowd of men who were his friends. Cole had already woken up and gathered his entire team. Drops of sweat were flowing down Hyen's cheeks. He did not expect that the guys would hear that he wanted to leave alone. So Gyoja said that he knew that his brother would not be able to retreat. The musketeer said that no matter how strong Hyen was, it was too reckless to go alone on a mission. With a menacing look, Midan in the body of a young guy asked the men that even the time would come not to be reckless, because they needed to act as soon as possible in order to save and protect the village. Musketeer Dream stood with a thoughtful look, droplets of sweat flowing down his cheeks. He decided to ask Hyen what he was talking about, and what he meant, because they were already trying to protect everything. Hyen said that in any case, in a total war with them, there will never come a moment when they can afford not to be reckless, be it a numerical advantage or superiority in strength. To cope with them they have no other choice. Hyen said that yesterday Cole was seriously injured after that they fled. The enemies could not have guessed that they would return the next day, and no one expected this, although perhaps they are improving their own safety. So Gyoju stood and looked at his brother with surprised eyes. He understood that everything that his brother said was the pure truth, that they should become reckless and start acting against their enemies. Hyen assured his brother not to worry about him, but rather let them go in and rest a little. Hyen will only pick up the young sisters and immediately return from the task he decided to complete. So Gyoju stood at the head of all the male assistants and said with a serious look that in any case they would only go on a mission together, and would not let the young guy alone deal with different matters. The cave was very dark. At the end there was nothing visible. Men continued to be in the cave. They were going to go on a mission together with Midan, who was in the body of a young guy. Hyen told his brother to look at himself, and where he was going to go in such a state. Hyen was really very scared, beads of sweat flowing down his cheek from the tense state. So Gyoja said that he was still healthy enough to take on several. No matter how weak the soldiers were, they still had a numerical superiority. So his brother needed someone who would cover him while he looked for his sisters. Musketeer's son completely agreed with Sogyoja's words. He also believed that they would have to go on a mission together, since together they could do much more and protect each other in case of anything happening. Hyen said with a sad look that he didn't know what would happen even if he went alone, but if they all went together they could be in even greater danger, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks. The assistants began to intervene in the conversation. They said that even if there were more of them and the risks increased, they would leave a couple more guys in Magio, thereby their safety would become much better. The man said that the enemies were high-level warriors, so Gu Yensu would try to win them over to his side before he seized power. It was unlikely that he would kill them. The man said that these guys are in prison. If they can get into the prison safely, then they will be released. This will help Hyuncho's plan. He said that it was a good idea and not all of them will become his enemies. Hyen had a very frightened look. Droplets of sweat were flowing down his cheeks, and something confused him in this regard. He wanted to share his thoughts with his brother and decide what to do next. So Gyoju told his brother that this was a one-way road and it would be better not to hesitate any longer and move forward only so that they could defeat the enemies and secure the village. Midan in the body of a young guy understood the seriousness of the situation. His gaze became very menacing and he completely agreed with his brother and was ready to act according to the plan that he heard. Hyen continued to stand with a serious look. The guy told the men to all join hands as they will return with the help of the circle to Magio from where they came yesterday, and will be able to act further. Hyen told the men to think about where they would have to go, so they could use the circle to get to the place they thought about and begin to act. Midan in the body of a young guy closed his eyes. He stood with a very serious face and said that they would move wherever they wanted with the help of the power of mana, and only in this way could they begin to act. Bright flashes began to sparkle in the cave, as a result of which all the men could move to the place where they wanted. The bright flashes were huge. They illuminated the entire cave. The residents of the church stood around huge mountains that frightened with their power, and there were a lot of them. It was from this place that the men thought that they would have to start acting. The men were in complete surprise. Beads of sweat were flowing down their cheeks. They were very frightened by the fact that they found themselves in a place where they did not expect to be because they had not thought about this place. Screams were heard. Men began to push because they were very cramped. They did not understand where they were, and why they were in the wrong place to which they had planned to move. The men began to ask each other where they were, and why it was so crowded there, and why someone started pushing them. They were in obvious bewilderment because they did not understand at all what place they were in. Hyen told his brother that he told him to think about the place where they were going before calling the warp. Then why did they end up here? Chul apologized because he was thinking about the right place but did not know how they ended up there. Sharply and unexpectedly, a voice began to greet Sogyoju. Everyone around them was alarmed when they saw that standing in front of them was the same Sogyoju who suddenly disappeared from the place where he was wounded. The people around who were in the room did not believe their eyes. They saw that the same Sogyoju was standing in front of them. But it was very strange that he so suddenly appeared in the place where they were. One of the men who was in this room began to shout where Sogyeju was. He began to push and shout to everyone to get out of the way because he wanted to see Cole as soon as possible. Hyen decided to calm all the men down. He tried to calm them down by saying that Sogyoju had come to save them. The men were happy that Cole finally got to them to free them. One of the men who was in prison was very nervous. He began to ask his friend that what was the point of Sogyoju coming here because now he is also in prison like them. When Cole heard the question from the man, he also began to get nervous. Droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks. He tried to make excuses in front of the men, but Hyen calmed him down and told him to wait a little before starting to make excuses. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Cole saw how behind him Hyen began to use his magic of movement. Bright flashes began to blind everyone, and Hyen's body gradually began to disappear from the room where he was. All the men who were in prison were shocked by what was happening. They did not believe their eyes because they saw that something very incredible was happening in front of them, and Hyen was really moving. Unexpectedly, Hyen found himself behind bars. All the men who were in prison were shocked by what they saw. They were delighted because they saw something very incredible and really understood that Hyen possessed some kind of magic. With a serious look, Hyen said that he would soon open this door. But first he needed to say something, namely that now they would defeat the rebel Gu Youngsu. Beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks. With a serious face, Hyen said that he believed that all the guys were still the Lord's men, that's why they were there, but if any of them were afraid of death they could stay here. However, for the sake of their Sogyoju they should not reveal to the enemy that he was there. The men with serious faces shouted that they were followers of the Lord, they were not trash like those people who rebelled against him, and such words greatly insulted their Magio. Sogyoju told his brothers and sisters that he did not doubt their loyalty, but this was a very emergency situation, and they wanted to make an oath that everything would go very well. All the men who were in prison were at a loss. They did not understand what Sogyoju was talking about, and what oath he wanted to take because they were very confident in their devotion. Hyen asked the men for forgiveness if he had offended them, but asked them to understand that they were currently in a desperate situation. To begin with, Hyen would help them a little. Even if their whole body felt discomfort, then they should reject him. All the men who were in prison continued to stand in bewilderment. They did not very well understand what the young guy was talking about, and what exactly he wanted from them, and what actions they would have to do next. Sogyoju also stood with a very serious face. There were different thoughts in his head. He also wanted to convey to the men that everything they would do now would be to save the village in which they were located, and in this way they would overthrow Gu Yensu. Hyen explained that everything would be done with the help of the power of mana. There was a glow around him again, and in front of him with his hands he began to make a circle that would help everyone move from prison to another place. Midan in the body of a young guy continued to use different energies with the help of his circle. He began to evoke dexterity, and also began to evoke strength that would help the guys move out of prison. There was a huge radiance in the prison. All the men were in bewilderment around the nickname. There was a huge circle that Hyen made. He also directed the stone skin to help the guys evaporate from the prison. All the men were in complete bewilderment. There were various questions in their heads, and the radiance that had been around Hyen all this time began to approach them. Hyen told all the men that he made their skin much stronger, like stone, and also increased their agility and strength. With such abilities they would be able to defeat the assistant priest and save his majesty. The men looked at their bodies. They realized that their strength had become much greater, and if you think about it that way, then their body really changed. They became much stronger, and also their skin became truly stone. Hyen reassured the happy men in their good mood, and with a serious face he told them that it did not last long, and therefore their mission today must be completed very quickly. The Midan in the body of a young guy told the men that if they go outside, they will find a cover of thick fog that will hide the enemy's view and make it easier for them to further complete the task. Hyen said that this also did not last long, so if the guys allow him, he will repeat it again. They will need to do all the actions very quickly, otherwise they will find themselves at an extreme disadvantage both in numbers and in strength. The chain on the bars of the prison was very thick. Hyen urgently needed to free all the men so that they could finally begin to carry out their actions and also fight Gu Yangso. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the chains on the bars were no longer there. All the men who were in prison were running to complete the task that they urgently needed to complete to overthrow Gu Yanso. There was no one else in the prison near the bars, only Hyun Cole and Musketeer Song remained. They continued to communicate with each other and discuss the plan for further action. Hyun told his brother that he would find Yang Seolin with Song Mong Cheol agreed with this, and said that he would then go straight to Gu Youngsu. Musketeer Song couldn't believe his ears. Beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks, and he asked Cheol if he was really going to go straight to the priest's assistant. Cole replied that their ultimate goal, in any case, was Gu Youngsu, and was it really better not to attack him right away. The musketeer tried to somehow stop Sogyoju. He was really worried about the young guy. Cole said that the musketeer should not worry because he would definitely defeat the assistant priest. Hyun butted into the conversation, and said that he would just go straight to Yang Seolin since he had to keep the girl with red hair safe. Sogyoju told his brother that he agreed with such actions, and wished him luck in his future assignments. Midran, in the body of a young guy with a serious face, suggested to the men that when everything was over, they should definitely drink together for the successful completion of their affairs. The sky was very dark. The guys had to go to work because they would soon defeat the assistant priest and his charges. Many men stood in white robes. They were going to do something so that the assistant priest would finally become in power. Musketeer Song and Midran in the body of a young guy watched these men who were going to promote Gu Yanso to power. There were a lot of men. They stood under the dark sky and were very serious about finally breaking into the walls of the school and promoting the assistant priest to power. The corridors of the school were very dark. There were no people in them since it was night and everyone was sleeping. The wards of the assistant priest were going to break into the walls of the school so that the assistant priest would finally take power. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the assistant priest's wards entered the corridors of the school. They were about to finally capture it, but they saw someone in front of them. The men were very frightened. They took out their swords and began to ask the man who stood in front of him who he was and how he appeared there. Midran in the body of a young guy, with a special wave of his hand, began to direct his enemies with the magic of petrification so that his enemies would turn to stone. The men did not understand what was happening to them. The magic that Hyun directed was very strong and they felt some kind of impact on themselves. Suddenly and unexpectedly, after Hyun used petrification magic against his enemies, the men turned into stones and could never move again. Suddenly and unexpectedly, after Hyun used petrification magic against his enemies, the men turned into stones and could never move again. After Hyun dealt with the guys who were petrified and could not move, he began to tell the musketeer that now they need to hurry up because they had to act very quickly. In the head of Musketeer's son there were different thoughts. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks from the fact that he saw how after Hyun's magic the men turned to stone, and he thought that soon they would need to move on. Midran, in the body of a young guy, opened the door slightly and hoped to see a girl with long red hair there, since he was in a hurry to help her, and really wanted to see her after leaving her alone. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the young guy saw a girl with long red hair who was sitting on her bed and slightly leaning on the wall. The girl was very sad. Hyun's eyes were full of surprise. A girl with long red hair sat with her eyes closed. Her head leaned against the wall and thought about something of her own. She was worried about her father, and also suffered alone. Midran in the body of a young guy was very sad because he saw that the girl with long red hair felt very bad from suffering for her parent, and also from loneliness. The girl with long red hair continued to sit with her eyes closed, as if she was sleeping with her head resting on the wall. Sharply and unexpectedly, a girl with long red hair opened her eyes. There were many questions in her head. She did not expect to see Midran in front of her, who was in the body of a young guy. Finally, the girl realized that her dear Hyun was standing in front of her, and also the musketeer was standing next to him. The dream girl was very happy, but her eyes were full of surprise. She did not believe what she saw. The eyes of Midran, who was in the body of a young guy, suddenly became kind. He apologized to the girl with red hair with a smile. as he promised her that he would return soon, but something prevented him. The girl with long red hair couldn't believe her eyes. She asked Hyen whether he was really standing in front of him, or if it was just a dream. She really didn't expect to see the guy in front of her. With a smile on his face, Hyen said that it was really him, and also with him was the son of Mongsa, who was also in the room. A girl with long red hair jumped into the arms of a young guy. She said that she knew that he would come to save her. The guy replied that he was very sorry because he came so late. The girl must have been very scared. The young guy and the girl with long red hair continued to hug after a long separation. The girl was finally happy that the guy came to save her from her evil enemies. Their embrace began to be interrupted by Musketeer's son, who stood next to them and saw how happy they were to see each other. But he understood that he and Hyen needed to move on in order to save the others from their enemies. The girl with long red hair was very embarrassed because she realized that she had been hugging with a young guy for a very long time. Hyen was also happy about the hug and regretted that it was interrupted. There were different thoughts in the head of the girl with long red hair. She blushed very much. The musketeer dream apologized for disturbing them, but now was not the right time for such hugs. Hyen turned to Musketeer's son and told him that he was indeed right. The girl intervened in the conversation and said that the security was very strict, then how the guys were able to get there. Musketeer's son with a joyful face said that they got into the room thanks to Hyen, and they entered the room without any difficulties and could come to the girl thanks to this. The girl with red hair had various questions. She was very surprised when she heard that they got into the room thanks to Hyen. She didn't understand how this was possible, and why it was thanks to the young guy that they were able to get to her. Midan and the body of a young guy turned around and approached the exit. He also said that he would tell the girl about everything later when they were completely free and overthrew the assistant priest. The guy came out of the door in front of him. He saw the men from whom he made stones. Hyen said that now they needed to solve the current problems that they still had. The musketeer told Hyen that they would have to get out of there as soon as possible. Hyen asked the musketeer to wait 1 minute because he had something else to decide. Hyen raised his hands in a special position and directed them at the petrified men and said that he was sending them into the cycle of nature. Then he caused disintegration so that the men disappeared. The men who were petrified after Hyen sent disintegration to them began to crumble into small pieces, after which they completely disappeared from the room. After Midan, who was in the body of a young guy, directed disintegration at the petrified men, they crumbled into small pieces, and after them there was absolutely nothing left. It was as if they had evaporated. A girl with red hair watched all this. She asked the musketeer how Hyen did it. The musketeer answered that for a guy such abilities were as easy as shelling pears, and he could even jump through space. After the girl with long red hair heard about space, she was very surprised and began to ask the musketeer what he meant by space. The priest's assistant suddenly and unexpectedly appeared, shouting to the man who stood in front of him that they really thought that there was some meaning to all this. His face was very impudent, and he laughed disgustingly. The man stood with his eyes closed, beads of sweat flowing down his cheeks. He heard the screams of the assistant priest. In his head there were different thoughts about what happened. The assistant priest shouted that if Gyuvian was not a traitor, then why did he disappear with Yang Xiaolin, and why such strange disappearance events happened in the village where they were. The man who stood in front of the priest's assistant tried to make excuses in front of him. Gu Yanso shouted at him to shut up because he didn't want to hear anything, and it didn't matter to him what the man wanted to tell him. The priest's assistant told the man that he had disappointed him very much, and he also told him not to let his guard down until he received his next order. His face was still very angry. Gu Yanso continued to tell the man that he would leave something for him for a while, beads of sweat flowing down the man's cheeks from tension as the priest's assistant shouted at him very loudly. Finally, the man said that the Vice Lord had changed a lot because of the situation that happened to them, because he really became even more angry and hated everyone. Gu Yanso with an angry look said that it was an emergency situation, so he became different. He also asked the man how they could be defeated by those who did not even respect simple subordination. The man's look was very sad, beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks, and he tried to make excuses to the assistant priest and tell him that they were not to blame for the current situation, but he did not succeed. The assistant priest told the man to return to the indicated place now, because the man really wanted Gu Yanso to offer him to occupy Daijichong Maid. There were different thoughts in the head of the man who listened to the orders of the assistant priest. He understood that he should hasten to carry out the order of the boss. Suddenly and unexpectedly, a man burst into the door of the room in which the assistant priest was located, shouting to the vice lord that they were in trouble and they urgently needed to act. The man who abruptly and unexpectedly burst into the door told the vice lord that Ki Jong led the group and fought with a detachment of hundreds. The assistant priest did not expect to hear this from the man who burst into the room. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, and he was very surprised that Cole had recovered and was now leading the group with whom they needed to fight. The priest's assistant asked who would follow Cole, and weren't those who followed him already imprisoned. The man who burst in with the news replied that those who were imprisoned had somehow managed to escape from it, and now they, together with Cole, were going to attack Gu Yangso. The eyes of the assistant priest were full of surprise. He did not believe his ears and also did not believe that all the men were able to escape from prison in some miraculous way, and now they were helping Sogyoju fight him. The assistant priest gave orders for the men to immediately gather everyone and intercept Sogyoju and his assistants, and not allow anyone to pass. Meanwhile Gu Yanso would go straight to the main hall. The men bowed obediently. They were ready to carry out the orders of their milord, and they also understood that they needed to act very quickly and protect their lord. The assistant priest thought that just at the moment when Yang Xiaolin disappeared, Chiol also launched a surprise attack and thus he made an unexpected move.